So good you all came in.
It was only for you.
I've just been talking to you.
Caucus to make calls. Don't worry. Nothing's played.
Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament, direct and prosper our deliberations, the advancement of Thy glory, and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. The Leader of the House.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I ask the Leader of the House to move a motion relating to arrangements for this sitting.
Is there any objection to leave being granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. The Leader of the House.
I move that unless otherwise ordered, so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the following arrangements applying for this sitting. 1. During the period from 11 a.m. until 2 p.m, any division on a question called for in the House other than on a motion moved by a minister during this period shall stand deferred until the conclusion of the discussion of a matter of public importance. And 2. During the period from 11 a.m. until 2 p.m, if any member draws the attention of the Speaker to the state of the House, the Speaker shall announce that He will count the House at the conclusion of the discussion of a matter of public importance if the member then so desires. And 3, any variation of this arrangement to be made only by a motion moved by a minister. Deputy Speaker, briefly, I thank the Manager of Opposition Business for his cooperation on this arrangement that was agreed to, I think, some weeks ago in advance to provide some certainty for members. The Manager of Opposition Business and I will also have discussions about business during the week. It is possible that we might need to sit later on either Wednesday and or Thursday due to the amount of business that is before the House. So I'm letting people know that at the first possible opportunity. But we'll have those discussions. If things run smoothly, then of course that won't be necessary. I thank the House.
The member for Lyne is seeking the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just to the motion before the House, and it's the same point I made at the end of the last sitting, is this point about the backlog of private members' votes. I note they're not on the order of business for today. There are at least 13 votes that have been pending for some time now. They have been recommended by the selection committee. Each time they have missed their spot till now, it has been understandable, but I would hope on behalf of all members in this chamber that a priority of business for this week is that those private members' votes get dealt with.
Thank the member. The question is that the motion moved by the Leader of the House be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I have received messages from Her Excellency the Governor-General noting assent to several bills. I do not propose to read the titles, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. I have received a message from the Senate informing the House that Senator Milne has been appointed a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the Australian Commission for Law Enforcement Integrity. The Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1, Dental Benefits Amendment Bill 2012, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. After the last election, of which everyone of course knows the result, the voters of Melbourne put me in the fortunate position where I was able to sit down with the now Prime Minister and negotiate the formation of government. On behalf of the people of Melbourne, I said that we would support the Labor government on a number of conditions. We've stood by this government and provided our rock-solid and stable support, and I am very happy that we are now seeing one of those conditions being met by the introduction of this bill. We said when we sat down and spoke and negotiated the formation of government that we wanted to see action on climate change, that we wanted to see the study into high-speed rail completed, and that we wanted significant reform in the area of dental health. As a result of that agreement struck back in 2010, we now have this Dental Benefits Amendment Bill 2012, and I am very happy indeed to rise to speak in support of it. This bill is a big step forward for Australian healthcare. It heralds a massive investment in the dental health of Australia's children. That is a smart investment, and it will be handsomely rewarded in the future. It's also an achievement of which the Australian Greens are proud. By working with the government on this dental reform package, we have delivered for Australians. And we have demonstrated what can be achieved by a minority government when different sides of politics work together. It's not a moment too soon that we in this chamber have turned our attention to dental health. Australians are lucky to have an excellent health system. It's a system that, with few exceptions, is there for us when we need it. We have a universal system. Anybody can access it, whether or not they have insurance, whether or not they are rich or poor. There is room for improvement in our health system, but we can say that no Australian in need who is sick must need suffer alone or fear of the financial consequences. That is surely something to be proud of. Unless, that is, you are suffering from a certain type of medical problem. If you have a broken toe or damaged spleen, we'll look after you, but if the problem is in your mouth, you are out of luck. When it comes to teeth, getting help can be out of the reach of many people, and this has terrible consequences for the health of the nation. That Denticare was left out of Medicare is a historical accident. Today, the vast majority of dentists work in private practice. Spending on dental health mostly comes straight from the hip pocket, either directly or through health insurance. And so dentists set up shop where people can afford to see them, generally in big cities and in more affluent areas. And so dental care is expensive, and that comes as no surprise to any Australian. That means that for certain segments of the population, going to the dentist is a luxury they cannot afford. And unfortunately, when you don't get the health treatment that you need, your health gets worse. Simple dental decay can become an infected abscess. A cheap filling can become a hospitalisation, and life can become a misery for someone. Because so many struggle to find the money to get to the dentist, dental visiting patterns in Australia are poor. About a third of people don't go as much as they need for good oral health. About the same number report delaying visits or delaying treatment they need due to cost, and the data shows that this trend is worsening over time. If you don't go to the dentist regularly, you lose teeth. You're 4 times as likely to end up with an extraction as somebody who goes as often as they should. You have 4 times the decay. You end up with fewer working teeth in your mouth. And unfortunately, income is an excellent predictor of oral health. The lower your income bracket, the worse your indicators are. And as someone who represents the electorate with the largest number of public housing dwellings of any electorate in the country, I speak from first-hand knowledge when I say that it is incredibly important for the people of Melbourne that we have this reform. Because I know that the number of decayed, missing or filled teeth doubles as you go from the highest income bracket to the lowest. If you're Indigenous, the situation is worse. Indigenous Australians in their late teens have 8 times the decay and 11 times the incidence of periodontal disease compared to the non-Indigenous population. And older Australians also suffer. 1 in 5 people in aged care are suffering pain or discomfort due to dental issues at any time. In regional and rural Australia, services are even more difficult to access, so country Australians fare worse than those of us who live in a big city. And all of this adds up to a massive inequity. And the problem is only getting worse. The oral health of our kids was once among the best in the OECD, but it has been steadily slipping. It's high time to act to address this growing health crisis, and I'm pleased to be speaking to a bill that begins to do precisely that. The Australian Greens have been campaigning for dental health care reform for a long time. Nothing is more important than the nation's health. We recognise this and have made getting dental care into Medicare one of our top priorities for reform. Our vision is for comprehensive dental health care that is universally accessible, and we have not been shy about saying it. It's a vision that we continue to strive for and one that Australians share. People know that getting access to adequate dental care can be a challenge. I've spoken to many constituents and others around Australia about it. When you point out that it doesn't have to be this way, that the country could afford to bring dental into Medicare, you have an instant policy convert. Why can't it be covered? There is no good answer. When the Greens signed the agreement with the Labor Party to form government, we made dental health a part of that understanding. We know that reform will be an incremental process, but it has to start somewhere, and it started with the Greens. We've consistently defended the role of Medicare. We know that a single-payer model is the most efficient. Australia must avoid going down the road of treating public health care as a safety net, only available for those who can't afford top-quality health care. We don't want a 2-tier US-style health system here. It's less efficient and it's less equitable. Not only should we not chip away at Medicare, but we should expand it, and dental health is the obvious omission. To advance this cause, we work with the government to get the National Advisory Council on Dental Health established. They were an independent panel of dental experts tasked with assessing the reform options for Australia. The options they came up with are consistent with a long-term universal access scheme. This is a goal that many in the health sector share. But this isn't just a health issue, it is as much an issue of social justice. The pain of poor dental health affects the poor. It affects migrants and those of diverse backgrounds. It affects Indigenous people worst of all. And in a practical sense, it can affect your chances of finding meaningful work able to sustain you and your family. If you front up for a job interview with your teeth missing, you are less likely to get that job. And these statistics translate into real consequences for people. Constant pain, loss of sleep, malnutrition, sometimes even a life-threatening infection, and sometimes the consequences of social exclusion. As I've said, getting a job or even applying for a rental property is all the more difficult if your health is bad, let alone if you have missing teeth. Imagine being too afraid to smile lest somebody see the gaps and judge you for it. The Greens care for people. Dental health reform is for the people that are falling through the cracks and suffering as a result. I'm pleased to say that we are making progress. By making dental health a priority, we've seen over $500 million in the last budget for dental health initiatives as a down payment on a bigger reform. Now, by working with the government, we've achieved the next phase of reform. In August, a $4 billion dental reform package was announced. This includes $1.3 billion in new money for the nation's public dental services so they can hire more dentists, build new infrastructure and stay open longer. We also achieved $225 million for grants so that nobody will miss out. Rural and remote communities and other areas that are missing out will be able to access this money to ensure that every Australian has access to services when they need them. But the biggest reform of all is a new Medicare entitlement for kids. $2.7 billion will be spent over 4 years, giving all kids in families receiving Family Tax Benefit A access to essential preventative and restorative dental care. That's 3.4 million kids who will be able to see the dentist of their choice, hand over their Medicare card and get seen. This is the biggest dental reform in Australia's history. It's a big injection of funds and it means millions of Australians will get better care and sooner. It's also a great investment, Madam Deputy Speaker. By investing in the dental health of our children, we ensure that there will be a generation of adults who have better dental health than many of us could boast today. This bill implements the first stage of this reform. It alters the Dental Benefits Act to enable all children in Family Tax Benefit A families to access a schedule of services that will enable them to get good dental care. This entitlement can be used in public or private clinics. You can take the kids to the dentist you prefer, from the family dentist to the school dental van. The entitlement will be for $1,000 in services every 2 years. Now, unfortunately, part of this reform involves the closure of the Chronic Disease Dental Scheme. This scheme had many inefficiencies. It was also inequitable as it was not means tested. Some people could get thousands of dollars in treatment, while others who did not qualify under the uncertain definition of chronic disease could get nothing. Still, it was publicly funded dental care, and we don't deny that many people got treatment. That's why the Greens kept it open for an extra 4 years while we negotiated something for the future. It's regrettable that some people will lose an entitlement, but as part of this package, we have ensured that the public system will have as many extra resources as possible so that those in dire need will have somewhere to go. And in the end, the new reform will lead to greater equity. More people will get the services they need to stay healthy. The Greens believe that everybody deserves access to the best in dental care. Nobody should miss out. We will continue to build on this reform until we have achieved that vision and nobody is excluded. And this bill is consistent with that goal. By establishing the Child Dental Benefit Schedule, we have taken a big step towards universal dental care, bringing 3.4 million young Australians access to Medicare-funded dental care. But it is only a first step. One day, going to the dentist will be like going to the doctor. We are a rich nation and we can afford to do it. We should strive to lead the world in healthcare. There can be no better way to spend the dividends of our prosperity than on better healthcare. There can be no more equitable way to spend it than to share that care with those who presently cannot afford it. Yes, we're not there yet. If we had our way, the Greens would get us there much faster. This bill and this reform involved many compromises, but they serve as an excellent example of what a minority government can do when people from different sides of politics get together to work in good faith. I congratulate the government on this reform, and I am proud of the role that the Greens and the people of Melbourne have played in it. It will make a difference in the lives of many people, and not a moment too soon. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on this bill and also to speak on the disallowance motion moved by the Shadow Minister for Health. And it won't surprise you, Madam Deputy Speaker, to learn that I'll be taking a different approach to what the member for Melbourne took in his remarks in this respect, because I think, in fairness to the member for Melbourne, what he said was true to his heart and true to his ideological view of the world. He said, paraphrasing, that in effect that the Greens and their coalition partner, the government, are happy to announce a dental scheme without actually allocating the funding, without thinking through the consequences of how much this will cost. And that is a position that the Greens take very regularly. They don't have a particular view about economic responsibility. They believe that they should just government should be there at every step of people's lives and held to the consequences, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's, as far as fiscal responsibility goes, the Greens are not renowned for it. However, it is shameful for the Labor Party, who claim that they are trying to build a surplus, of course, which they've never delivered since in this current form of government, at the very least, Madam Deputy Speaker, to stand alongside the Greens when this was announced. The Health Minister representing the Labor Party and announced this policy without announcing how it would fund it, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course, it is one of the policies which add to the $120 billion worth of black holes of commitment, of commitments that the government has made in the last few months, as reported by the Australian Financial Review. Commitments that the government is announcing without thinking through the consequences, without allocating the appropriate appropriation from the budget to pay into the future these big new policies, Madam Deputy Speaker. And of course, we know that adding dental to Medicare would be hugely expensive. In fact, it was a Labor Finance Minister, Peter Walsh, Madam Deputy Speaker, a former Labor Finance Minister, who commented some time ago that the quickest way to bankrupt the Commonwealth would be to add dental to Medicare. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an issue that needs to be thought through carefully, and that was the approach. That is the approach the coalition has announced it will take. Earlier this year, in January, the Leader of the Opposition made a very good speech in respect of managing Australia's economy and managing Australia's budget in an appropriate manner. And he said in that speech that we have an aspiration to ensure that the dental needs of Australians are looked after better than what they are now, but we need to do it in a well thought through and budgeted way. So we're not just adding additional cost to the Australian budget without thinking through the impact on Australian taxpayers, because ultimately it is taxpayers' money that we are arguing about here, we're talking about here. And much is said about the benefits to children that we heard the member for Melbourne talking about, who will be covered by this scheme from 2014, but little is ever thought about the consequences for those same children when they get older and they have to deal with increasing debt and deficits because of commitments made by previous generations. And that should be always one of the considerations that we give in this place, Madam Deputy Speaker. All the wonderful aspirations to look after after all needs in society needs to be tempered by the fact that there is a limited resource in the federal budget. And already we've got a government which is spending more than it earns each year, and that's why we have a record debt. And the government will boast that it is a low debt compared to the rest of the world, but of course you don't compare your mortgage to your next-door neighbour, Madam Deputy Speaker. You look at the way you can address your mortgage yourself within your means. And what we're seeing now is increasingly the Australian budget is becoming more and more difficult to be to be managed because the government continues to make inappropriate and badly thought through decisions in relation to expenditure. We've seen that on a range of policy issues, Madam Deputy Speaker. Most famously, of course, the Pink Bat scheme, which
The member for Mayo will return to the bill before the chair.
Indeed, I am, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm talking about the cost of the dental scheme. So I think that is a very important point which we need to think about. And we've seen time after time examples where the government makes announcements about policies, as the Minister for Health did in this respect, standing next to the Greens spokesperson on this respect, in coalition with the Greens, without thinking through the consequences of the bill, where she made an announcement without announcing where the money's coming from, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we have seen that time and time again with this government. Disaster after disaster, whether it be the Pink Bat scheme, whether it be the expensive overpriced school hall scheme, there has been a litany of examples of where the government hasn't thought through the consequences. In addition to that, we see in this sense, and what I thought was disappointing from the member for Melbourne was where he just walked away from those people who are currently receiving the support of the chronic disease dental scheme. Now, we have said time after time, and the Shadow Minister for Health has said time after time, if there are problems with this scheme, we will work with the government to fix those inefficiencies and problems. Of course we will, Madam Deputy Speaker. But what we wouldn't do, and what we don't support, is just hanging out people to dry who are currently getting the benefits of these schemes. And we've got example after example in our electorates of people who are currently getting the benefit of this scheme who are now going to be left without the assistance that they expected, and in some cases in very poor circumstances, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the Port Elliot show on the weekend, in my electorate, I had numerous people raise with me the fact that they are midway through treatment and it's going to be cut off. And the attitude of the government, as Sharon from Strathalbyn told me, is that the Minister for Health's office advised her that there's just nothing you can do about it. That was a response from the Minister for Health's office to a constituent from my electorate when they contacted the Minister for Health to say this is a real problem for us. She had serious. This is Sharon from Strathalbyn, who said that she had some serious dental work and still needed to have her bottom teeth removed. On her dentist's advice, she'd wait until her gums had receded properly before having the dental work completed. But come the November the 30th scheme cut-off, which is before when the dentist is advised that she should have the work completed, she'll miss out on the scheme midway through the treatment. Now, how Labor members of parliament who come in here time after time to tell us how they stand up for people in society who need their support can stand by this policy that the Minister for Health and their coalition partner, the Greens, are advocating and get rid of this scheme midstream is a disgrace. That's not just the only one example, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's Diane from Victor Harbour, whose 20-year-old daughter has an eating disorder. She had an appointment arranged for the 17th of September. However, the appointment and her plan for dental work has been cancelled because the practice is trying to deal with the backlog of people. She won't get into the chronic support scheme. Now, what do the Labor Party say to these people? What's their answer? The answer, according to the Minister's office, is there's just nothing you can do about it, Madam Deputy Speaker. So not only have we got a policy where we see the details haven't been thought through as far as how this is to be paid for into the future, this sort of, the aspiration of doing good things without thinking through the consequences for those people you're trying to do good things for, i.e. the increased tax they'll have to pay in the future, the increased debt that it will build up, without thinking through properly how to put this policy in place. You're also seeing litany of examples in each of our electorates, and I'm sure in Labor members' electorates as well, where this scheme that has been cut short midstream for many people who are receiving this treatment is causing great difficulty and great damage, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we know the details of this dental scheme have not been thought through, just like so many other Labor Party messes that have inflicted our country for the last 5 years, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this adds to that mess. And I think the people in my electorate, certainly, who have been affected by this, have been shocked at the lack of regard that the Health Minister and her office and that the government has had for the concerns that people in this respect have raised. It does seem to be, Madam Deputy Speaker, another example, just a further example about the way that Labor Party operate in government, and in this case in coalition with the Greens. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I support very strongly the move by the Shadow Health Minister to have the chronic disease dental scheme continued, and that we disallow this move by the government, because it will make a genuine difference for people who are midstream with their treatment. It is shameful that they are to be left hanging and waiting without any possible way to fix issues which, on advice, they haven't been able to fix, Madam Deputy Speaker, prior to the scheme closing at the end of November. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think in summing up my view on this bill, ultimately, as we have said, improving Australia's coverage for people in respect of their dental care is an important policy to pursue, and the Leader of the Opposition made that very clear in January, that that would be something that we would aspire to do in a proper way, a well-thought-through way. But doing it in this manner without thinking through the consequences, where the Minister for Health, standing with her coalition partner, the Greens, at the media conference announcing this, asked how she was to pay for it. She said, "Oh, don't worry, we'll tell you about that later." And that was, I think, summed up exactly the Labor Party's attitude now to the federal budget. Don't worry about it, we'll tell you later. The $120 billion black hole, don't worry about it, we'll tell you later. Well, those people who they seek or purport to represent are the people who have to pay for this excess, for this lack of foresight, for these badly thought-through plans, or lack of planning indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, of how these schemes will work. Because what we see all so often with this government is that this is about the politics of the day, about trying to ensure that the Prime Minister survives till Christmas and gets through the crisis which is developing within their leadership. We've seen this morning the resignation of the caucus chairman, which adds to that pressure, Madam Deputy Speaker, no doubt. And this is what this bill represents. Politics. It doesn't represent good policy. As Peter Walsh said, a former Labor Finance Minister of much renown, without thinking through putting dental in Medicare, you will bankrupt the Commonwealth. And this is what the Labor Party is seeking to do through not just this action, not just this announcement, but a series of actions and announcements, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it is shameful the way they've gone about it, hanging people out to dry mid-treatment, not thinking through the consequences for future generations of the impact on their own budgets and their own decisions that they'll get to make with their money. It is, as I say, worthy of support, the Shadow Minister for Health's motion, and a better thought-through dental scheme will be announced by the coalition leading up to the next election.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to speak on the Dental Benefits Amendment Bill 2012. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, this side of the House, and certainly myself, has always been very focused on how we better provide dental care to those who need it most. Having good quality of teeth and having good dental care does make a huge impact on various aspects of our lives. First and foremost is the impact on our general health and well-being, which could put, if we don't address this issue, don't address this in a preventative way, then it will put strain on our health and hospital system. Living with poor dental health can be a painful exercise affecting speech, sleep and eating. Certain foods even triggering off nerve endings, and for some people chewing anything can hurt because of rotten teeth and decay. If we don't look after our teeth and we lose the ability to chew, then it is really a nightmare for many, many people, and a severe impact on their quality of life. These having poor dental care and poor teeth and oral health can also have very severe adverse interpersonal and social impacts on a person's poor health, which can drive a person to withdraw from their lives, and people can suffer from the embarrassment of the appearance of their teeth and can lead them to avoiding eating in public, having meals with friends, even being afraid to smile, showing their teeth in photos. Unhealthy-looking teeth can also cause people to miss out on job opportunities due to their outward appearance not meeting the employer's expectation. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's important to note that if people are not able in childhood to have good oral health, then this poor oral health can follow them into adulthood. And so that is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been an advocate for a long time about supportive preventative care, preventative treatment to ensure that small problems in childhood are addressed and these issues are not carried on and get worse into adult life. I think it can be said that the overall dental health of children has been improving over the decades, but this trend is not necessarily improving over the last 2 decades. And it's shocking to look at some of the statistics from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare report that shows almost 20,000 children under the age of 10 are hospitalised each year due to avoidable dental issues. It's also shocking that more than half young people have tooth decay by the age of 15, with 45.1% of 12-year-olds reported to have decay in their permanent teeth. Perhaps more alarming is that just under half of children who have just started school had a history of decay in their baby teeth. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is of concern and something that we on this side of the House are very, very driven to address. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's important to look at the effect that income does have. I mean, for so long, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've treated dental health separate to physical health, separate to our normal health that we can go to the doctor, but our dental health is been set very separately. And it's not as easy for those that have a more modest income to actually afford to go to the dentist. Unlike going to the local GP with the universal health care that we do have, it's not as easy for people to actually be able to go and visit a dentist, especially if you're on a modest income. And for many families, the prospect of going to the dentist just to do preventative work can be really not able to be afforded by many families. So I think it's so important. I'm so pleased that this bill is going a long way to actually saying for those families that do suffer from cost of living pressures and do need assistance with their children's health care, that we are going to provide that assistance. We are going to provide it for those to ensure that their children are able to access the health care that they need and ensure that the issues that they may experience in their childhood do get addressed and do not continue on and plague them in their adult life. And so I think this is incredibly important. I also hear many cases of people in my electorate, adults who are in pain, putting up with poor dental health because of poor dental health. And I've seen firsthand the devastating impact that it can have on their lives. And for many of these people, the necessary treatment with a private dentist is really too out of reach for their budgets to stretch. And so they go on putting up with poor teeth. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've heard a lot from the opposition today about their great plan for dental care, which they haven't announced, and there's no details. They're going to have one, they say, but there's no details about it. But of course, we know when they were in government, when the Howard government was elected, they ripped out millions upon millions of dollars out of the public health dental care, and that I know in my electorate at Noarlunga, as around the rest of the country, led to huge waiting lists being accumulated. So many people couldn't access dental care with that because of the funding withdrawal from the coalition. So while we're hearing and seeing, I think today, some crocodile tears when it comes to dental care, their evidence, their record while in government is to rip money out of the public dental system. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's those on a low income that cannot afford a private dentist, that use the public dental system, that rely on the public dental system. And of course, it was in government, the opposition, who ripped money out of that. Well, we haven't been doing that. We've been ensuring that we are putting money back into the public dental system, and we've already made significant dental care investments. Government has provided in its most recent budget $515 million to have a blitz on public dental waiting lists. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, for those people, and these are quite shocking statistics, that those income earners that earn more than $60,000 a year, on average, have 7 more teeth than Australia's poorest people. And I think that shows quite clearly the income gap that causes the difference between those with good oral health and those without. So the public dental care system we need to ensure is accessible. We need to ensure that those on the lowest income that can't afford to go to a private dentist can actually access the care they needed. And while the Liberal Party in government pulled out money, we are putting money back in. And I'm very pleased, and I see the member for Boothby here that's been very critical about the GP super clinic at Noarlunga. Well, it is very disappointing that he has not recognised the important services that are available at that. And one of the important services available at the Noarlunga complex now is that we have been able, between a partnership between the state and federal government, to triple the number of dental chairs at the Noarlunga complex. So we have seen a rise from six dental chairs to 24 dental chairs. Well, if the member for Boothby would like to look at the bill, maybe he'll see the massive support we're providing for children in this bill, and he might actually consider the bill and then vote for it, because and it's disappointing he won't vote for helping children get the appropriate dental care. But of course, so the number of dental chairs, and he seems to be opposed for this in Noarlunga, and I'm sure the residents of Noarlunga will be very upset if he's opposed to increasing to 24 new dental chairs, which will expected to provide 32,000 appointments for adult and children each year. Now, this is an important boost, and importantly will provide it to those that need it the most, those on a modest income. Now, of course, we've heard a lot today about the chronic dental scheme, which the Liberal Party is so proud of. Of course, the now Leader of the Opposition introduced that scheme while he was Health Minister. Of course, as I've tried to illustrate, Madam Deputy Speaker, income plays an important role on whether or not you can get access to health. So, armed with these facts, you'd think that when the Leader of the Opposition was looking at the chronic dental health scheme, he might look at the equity in dental care, and that equity being that perhaps means test this to ensure that the public money is being directed to those who need it most. But of course, the now Leader of the Opposition, the then Health Minister, of course, didn't means test this program, and of course provided another important inequity, and that was if people had a chronic disease, then they could access significant amount of money to get dental treatment. If you were poor or on a modest income and didn't have a chronic health condition, you couldn't access any money from it. So it was poorly targeted, not means tested. So public money was going, and indeed, as the program continued, there seemed to be increasing problems with the program. And of course, there was first the cost blowouts, a complete cost blowout that the then Leader of the Opposition said would cost around $90 million each year, and it ended up costing $1 billion each year. There were still so many people that didn't have a chronic disease waiting on the public dental waiting list because they, of course, ignored the public dental waiting list, ignored the people that need it the most. So, first of all, there was the poorly targeting, so $1 billion targeted very poorly, not means tested, and available to people on a very high income. The scheme also was poorly managed, receiving 1,000 complaints, and reports and evidence of wide misuse of the scheme. And this includes some practitioners ordering dentures that didn't fit, unnecessary crowns or other work, charging for up to $4,250 for doing very little work. So we hear the opposition often talk in this place about using taxpayers' money responsibly. Well, unfortunately, they don't have a very good track record of this. They might talk a lot in this place about using taxpayers' money very wisely, but unfortunately, while in government, they failed to deliver this, and the chronic dental health scheme was one of those. Unfortunately, Madam Deputy Speaker, it has been left to this government to fix it up, to actually ensure that the money that is spent by taxpayers on dentists, dental and public dentistry is actually done in a way that ensures that those that need it most do get access to it. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we announced a policy of shutting this scheme down. We believed straight away that this money was poorly targeted and it was being, quite frankly, in a lot of cases, rorted, and therefore we felt very strongly. So those on the opposition benches that say this is such a surprise, well, this has been our policy for a long time, and we are now delivering on that policy to ensure that that money is used responsibly. That money is not wasted. That money is actually directed, as I said, to those that need it the most. The bill before the House today is the first step in our dental reform package, which seeks to really bridge accessibility issues. These reforms build on the work that the government has done so far to turn round the impact of the coalition government's cuts when they were in government to the public dental scheme. And quite frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the fact that the coalition ignored the dental health of children when they were in office. It provides $2.7 billion for around 3.5 million Australian children who will be eligible for subsidised dental care under the Children's Dental Scheme, Growing Up Smiling, and that will commence on the 1st of January 2014. As well as providing $1.3 billion for states and territories on the 1st of July 2014 to expand the services for millions and millions of adults in the public system who are low-income earners, to ensure that they do have access to better oral health care. Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, also I was speaking to the dental service at Noarlunga, and they are now embarking on being able, with the injection of money from the Commonwealth, to start engaging in preventative checkups. Preventative checkups to ensure that those people that do, to ensure that they don't let problems just go into emergencies, go into chronic problems, but actually preventative checkup to stop the problems from occurring. Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, this does build on the work that we've.
Time has expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Marinara.
Hi, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And in rising to speak on this Dental Benefits Amendment Bill 2012, I've got to say that what the Coalition supports is an investment in dental health. However, we have real concerns about the way the government is going to administer this bill should it pass the parliament, and also the fact that it has already announced that it's going to close the Medicare Chronic Disease Dental Scheme, the CDDS, effective of November the 30th this year. And the replacement scheme is not due to commence until 2014. And it appears that what this government is trying to do is to yet again find a way of getting a savings measure during this financial year to deliver some fictitious or thinly veiled surplus in this in next year. Deputy Speaker, this really does concern me, the closure of the dental scheme, the chronic disease dental scheme that was introduced by the Coalition, in fact by the now Leader of the Opposition when he's Health Minister. And I know that from my discussions in my constituency, there are many, many people of low income, of low means, of being able to afford any other dental scheme without the one that we introduced when we were in government, and they have very real concerns on. I'll outline a few of those in my contribution. Deputy Speaker, we do support an investment in dental health. We do, but the problem we have is the intent of this bill and the fact that it's going to leave a gap between November this year and 2014 in any scheme that would support families and people who have already received and do need dental services, particularly those with chronic diseases. Deputy Speaker, the other aspect of it is, of course, the children will lose access to this treatment on the 30th of November this year with the closure of the CDDS scheme. It is a real concern, not only those people who've got chronic health issues to deal with who will lose access to it, but also many, many children. Deputy Speaker, I want to outline for the benefit of the House a couple of examples that have come to my notice in my constituency. And I've had many people very alarmed about the closure of this scheme because they've already been advised by their dental service that they will no longer be able to access the chronic disease, the Medicare chronic disease dental scheme. I've got a constituent in Anango. He needs major dental work. He's a 49-year-old disability pensioner who has been on a disability pension for some 16 years. He's currently suffering from abscesses and bleeding of the gums, and he's in serious pain. So on September the 14th last month, this year, he made an appointment to see his general practitioner. His local GP told him that the dental scheme was cancelled in early September this year and nothing would be available to him until 2014, notwithstanding the condition he is in and the very important reason why he needs access to dental services, a disability pensioner. Deputy Speaker, my constituent is investigating other options for financing the dental work himself, which will be, I can assure you, and I would hope members of this House on both sides would understand anyone on a disability pension, their ability to be able to access dental services and pay for them are very, very limited. Now, this is someone, a constituent who's accessed the Medicare chronic disease dental scheme because of the need for dental work, because without that dental work and the continuing work on his dental health, his whole health will deteriorate. I've got another couple who live in Tara in my constituency. Now, they've received a letter from their dentist to say that the dental benefit scheme is being scrapped. His wife has a litany of dental problems and is also legally blind. Is hearing impaired and needs both her knees operated on. She's not in good health, she's legally blind and is hearing impaired. Now, the couple relied on this dental scheme for their dental services for the benefit of their health, because it's, as the scheme says, that it was introduced by the Howard government when Tony Abbott was Health Minister. It's for Medicare funded for a chronic disease dental scheme, for people who need this for a chronic health reason, to be able to access a service to get that dental work done, because without it, it's going to be detrimental. Without that work being done, it's going to be very detrimental to their overall health. Now, there's nothing to replace access to a dental service for this couple who live in Tara, and particularly the lady who's legally blind and hearing impaired. I've received another email from a Gordon Brook constituent on October the 3rd, only a few days ago, and he said, and I quote, Madam Deputy Speaker, these are quotes and these are constituents who write to me or email me or phone me up and let me know their situation. They're not examples that I'm making up. These are actual examples of constituents who have very, very real concerns, who've been accessing the Medicare chronic disease dental scheme, but are going to lose that access as a result of what this government is doing in its approach to try and identify, through a savings measure, a scheme that has worked well and has no plans to put in another one until 2014. Now, I quote from this email. "I am 65 years of age and I was diagnosed with diabetes 15 years ago with complications of tooth decay and gum disease. During recent years, with the support of my doctor and dentist, I have received considerable help under the Medicare Chronic Dental Disease Scheme, the scheme introduced by the Coalition when Tony Abbott, the now Leader of the Opposition, was Health Minister." I go on. "The recent decision by the government to end the scheme came as a shock. Would you please support the retention of the Medicare dental scheme after November the 30th this year?" And he ends his email by saying, "Thank you for listening." Mr. Speaker, I can assure you, I'm listening to my constituents. The Coalition is listening to the broad range of people out there who've gained considerable health benefits by being able to access the Medicare-funded chronic disease dental scheme that this government wants to scrap and have no plans to put anything in place until 2014. And it's time that the government listened to emails such as this one from this constituent from Gordonbrook, or the couple from Tara, or the man who is on a disability pension from the Nango, all within my constituency. And I know members on this side of the House have examples, numerous examples, from their own constituency. I'm sure the government members would be hearing from their own constituency of examples like that, and where these people who have chronic health issues to deal with, who do need dental work, and as it has been up until it was announced it would be scrapped in September this year, have been able to access that dental work through the chronic disease Medicare-funded dental scheme. Deputy Speaker, one other concern that is related to dental health, of course, is the access to rural health services for health and well-being of people living in rural and remote Australia. Now, recently, the Humphreys and Walkerman from Monash University and the Centre for Remote Health in Alice Springs, a joint centre of Flinders University and Charles Darwin University, recently published a discussion paper entitled "Primary Health Care in Rural and Remote Australia: Achieving Equity of Access and Outcomes Through National Reform." Deputy Speaker, what they found in that report is alarming. And this is a university study. It's not a political party. It's a university study by credible universities and professors doing this study. They found that rural remote Australians have a life expectancy of up to 7 years less than their city cousins. The population that they described in rural remote, as described in the discussion paper, is 1/3 of the total population of Australia. 1/3. That's about 7 million people, covering something like 7.5 million square kilometres of the landmass of Australia. They have poorer health outcomes due merely to their geographic location. Deputy Speaker, recently on the ABC there's a report that should also send alarm bells through the halls of this parliament. There's an ABC report, and it concerned the Outback Oral Treatment of Health, the tooth trial program the Royal Flying Doctor Service in rural New South Wales was conducting. A dentist who is part of that program is looking at the dental health of people in northwest New South Wales. And what he said should sound alarm bells every hour, every day in this place. What he said was that the dental health that he had seen in rural Australia and where he was operating was worse than he had seen in third world countries. Deputy Speaker, that's why this Medicare chronic disease dental scheme, which was introduced by the Howard government, and using the examples of 3 constituents in my own electorate, are reasons why the Coalition has introduced a disallowance motion to that effect. to ensure that we can see the continuation of access to a dental scheme and we'd like to work with the government to refine the dental health scheme. It's not as though we oppose it. We support access to dental health service for those who can least afford it. Where it's going to have an effect, a detrimental effect, without that dental work on their health. And the work done by Monash University, the Centre for Remote Health in Alice Springs and the Flinders University, or whether it was the Outback Oral Treatment on Health, working with the Royal Flying Doctor Service, and what they have found, the dentists working in that program, demonstrates to me, and it should demonstrate it adequately to this government, that it is wrong to end this scheme that is still bringing benefits and particularly better health outcomes for those who cannot afford access to dental services. And without it, it's going to be without that access, there's going to be detrimental effects to their health, which means that they will end up most likely on the health budget through Medicare, because their health will deteriorate without being able to get access to the dental scheme, the chronic dental scheme, to address their health needs of their teeth. Deputy Speaker, I think for too long, in many ways, we've looked at through Medicare, the prism of Medicare, as addressing the health needs of people. But for too long, I acknowledge too that the dental services were not included in Medicare. Now, I know the state governments have a public scheme. The problem for those constituents of mine that I've just described is that there is a 650,000 long waiting list to gain access to the public scheme, which I understand some doctors have suggested to my constituents they should try and access. Well, they're going to join a queue of 650,000 people, whilst the government uses this cancelling of this very successful scheme without any plans to introduce a new one until 2014. So, Deputy Speaker, I say to the government, listen to the examples that I bring to the attention of the chamber. Listen to the people out there who desperately need dental health being addressed through a Medicare-funded program. I say to the government, we will work with you to make sure we can refine the current scheme. We are committed to that. But please do not leave people out on a limb without any access for the next 15 to 18 months, which appears to be probably closer to 2 years, which seems to be, no, it's 18 months, which appears to be the government's approach. So, Deputy Speaker, what this will mean is that we will move a disallowance for the closure of the chronic disease dental scheme to protect those patients who otherwise would have to go without treatment for at least 19 months for adults and 13 months for children until Labor's proposed alternatives are due to commence.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Dental Amendment Bill 2012, which amends the Dental Benefits Act 2008 to set up the legislative framework for the Child Dental Benefits Schedule that will commence operation in January 2014. I noted with interest the comments from the member for Maranoa, particularly about his constituents in Tara. And for his benefit, I'll point out that last night I was at an event in Brisbane for the Republic of China, Taiwan, and met some constituents of mine that run a charity called the Chu Chi Foundation, and they actually run. They were out in Tara on the weekend. They actually are a charity, but they take dental chairs out to Tara. I might send him the information because I think he would like to send them a letter congratulating them on the charity work that they do. Because I met them last night at this event, and where the Health Minister, the Honourable Lawrence Springborn, was there as well. And this is a charity. They did great work in the flood, gave out almost $1 million to people in my electorate. But on the weekend they were out helping the member for Maranoa's constituents in Tara. So I just mentioned that in passing, but it does show, as the member for Maranoa pointed out, with that waiting list in Queensland of 650,000 people, how important it is that we get dental care right. It's a big issue. I would acknowledge that, as stated by the member for Maranoa. The Child Dental Benefits Schedule forms part of the Gillard Labor government's $4.1 billion dental reform package, which was announced by Health Minister Plibersek on the 29th of August 2012. The Commonwealth's power to legislate on the provision of dental services was added to the Constitution following a referendum in 1946, which authorised the insertion of the whole amendment as it stands today. And as anyone that knows the history of referendums in Australia, I think we've only had 8 out of 44 actually get up. So it is significant. When Section 51(23)A was initially introduced by the Chifley Labor government in order to pass the Pharmaceutical Benefits Act, 1944 Commonwealth. The then leader of the opposition, a bloke called, his last name was Menzies, perhaps some of those opposite might have heard of him. He went on to other things, and he actually supported the extension of the Commonwealth Government's power to legislate for the provision of maternity allowances, widows' pensions, child endowment, unemployment, pharmaceutical sickness and hospital benefits, but was actually opposed to the extension of the power over medical and dental services. And the Parliamentary Library gave me some information where the opposition claimed that the proposed amendment would give the Commonwealth constitutional power to nationalise the medical and dental professions member of one government service, which they argued undermined the right to professional independence held by medical and dental practitioners and the right to personal autonomy in a doctor-patient relationship. Although Dr Evatt, the then Labor Attorney-General, was less than clear about the issue of nationalisation, it became clear during the course of the parliamentary debates that some members of the Chifley government were in favour of introducing a similar scheme to the National Health Service Trust in Britain. To prevent this possibility, Mr Menzies then proposed an amendment that extended Commonwealth powers to the provision of medical and dental services, but not so as to authorise any form of civil conscription. This was accepted by the Chifley Labor government and was put to the people in September 1946 and was carried both nationally and in all 6 states. So you got there Ben Chifley, Bob Menzies and Doc Evatt all on the same page on this issue in terms of clarifying to the Australian people how important it is that we get our dental services right and bring it into the Constitution. Deputy Speaker, if it hadn't been for a good Labor government like Ben Chifley's and also the Gillard Labor government of today, we would not be in the position we are in today to introduce programs like Dental for Kids, which will help over 3.4 million children have access to better oral health care. The Child Benefit Schedule will replace the Medicare Teen Dental Plan. The legislation means that for over 3 million children, going to the dentist will be just like seeing their GP. And I'm sure the member for Mayo, and I take note of his position sitting at the dispatch box and congratulate him on his promotion, would be in favour of this in terms of giving dental care to young children. It means that 3.4 million children whose families receive Family Tax Benefit Part A, ABSTUDY, carer payment, disability support pension, parenting payment, special benefit, youth allowance, double orphan pension, the Veterans Children Education Scheme or some Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act Education and Training Scheme will qualify for this new scheme, the Dental for Kids. Families will be entitled to $1,000 per child every 2 years over the life of the package. Importantly, parents will be able to take their children to either private or public dental services to access this program. So whether it be the QE2 dental clinic, which is in my electorate, or the school dental clinic at Yeronga, also in my electorate, working families in my electorate will receive more assistance when they go to the dentist. In addition to the Dental for Kids, the dental reform package will provide extra funding for 1.4 million additional services for adults on low incomes, including pensioners and concession card holders and those with special needs to have better access to dental health care in the public system. The program will also mean more services and more dentists in areas of most need, particularly outside capital cities and large regional centres. As I mentioned in that discussion with the member for Maranoa, we've got a charity from my electorate who have connections to Taiwan going out to Tara, a town I used to play football against when I was growing up in St George, going out there to offer dental work. You know that we do need to do more work. The package comes on top of the $515 million allocated in the last budget, which included a blitz on public dental waiting lists. And taking the member for Maranoa's figures of in Queensland, a waiting list of 650,000 people, obviously no comfort whatsoever if you've got a toothache. Now, I have had a lot to do with QE2 Hospital. Particularly, I've been to the dental hospital, the waiting area, a lot. I think I particularly remember the lead up to the election of 2004, which was held 8 years ago today, where, and I think one of the members opposite was elected on that day 8 years ago. I think that congratulate the member for Cunningham on that anniversary. It wasn't as good for me, that election. No second prize in 2004, but I spent a lot of time at the QE2 Hospital because it was obviously a big issue in that election where we were trying to bring in more dental services. And I remember the former member for Werriwa talking about dental care at the time, and it was because it's important that we get it right. Now, I remember that election well in terms of looking at providing the appropriate support. I remember the Medicare safety scheme put forward by the Health Minister at the time, the member for Werriwa, member for Warringah, I beg your pardon, who I think on Four Corners he gave a rock-solid ironclad guarantee that was going to be the policy. So October the 9th, that's the policy. By March the next year, only 4 or 5 months later, they rolled over. They rolled over. Now, of course, in that Westminster tradition, did he resign? Did he resign and say, well, if I gave my guarantee, it's like a blood oath without blood. It meant nothing, absolutely nothing. He rolled over, absolutely rolled over. His word, whether written or signed or what, was shown to be worth absolutely nothing. But so you're saying it's exactly the same as that, the member for Mayo? Are you saying it's exactly the same as that?
The member with director's comments through the chair.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker. So oral health has been declining since the mid-1990s, as the former health minister, now leader of the opposition, would know, with almost 20,000 kids under the age of 10 hospitalised every year due to avoidable dental issues. And with 2 boys under 10, I know how difficult it can be to get children to brush their teeth twice a day, let alone getting them to brush their teeth for longer than 20 seconds. Oral health is not only important to your appearance and your sense of well-being, but also to your overall health. Studies have found that cavities and gum disease can then contribute to many other serious conditions, even leading on to things such as diabetes and respiratory diseases. So untreated cavities can also be painful and lead to serious infections and other health complications. Now, I've been in this parliament for only 5 years, but for much of that time I slipped into a habit that I'd never had in my life of actually, occasionally during question time when it got a little bit dull, of having a lolly. And my dentist pointed this out to me the other day, that it's the classic symbol of someone who has taken up sweets later in life. And so I have had to stop that. And now I have to pay attention to everything that goes on in question time without any treats. There have also been studies that have found correlations between poor oral health and heart disease, and even between poor oral health and women delivering preterm babies. Poor oral health certainly affects your appearance and, as I said, your self-esteem and quality of life. There's nothing worse, can I say as a male, in terms of the things that affect you than having bad teeth or a toothache. Can also be linked to sleeping problems as well as behavioural and developmental problems in children. By age 15, 3 out of 5 kids in Australia have tooth decay. 3 out of 5 kids have tooth decay. 60% of them untreated. Decay and fillings are similar across income ranges, but if you earn more than $60,000 a year, you have on average 7 more teeth than Australia's poorest people, those with earning under $20,000. And sadly, in Queensland, I'm embarrassed to say that this has traditionally been worse, because for many, many years in Queensland there was a policy, there was a culture that didn't have people put fluoride into water. Thankfully, the Beattie and Bligh governments did change this and started to put fluoride into water. And I remember hearing a story from someone I know from the RAF that talked about her job as a forensic pathologist, where they were able to identify the barley victims from Queensland by their teeth. Now that's a horrible statistic for it's just the reality, because unless they were from Townsville, basically no one in Queensland had fluoride in their water, and so their teeth weren't the same as the rest of Australia's people. I did see a bit of a retrograde step by the Liberal and National Party government in terms of taking off the onus of communities to have fluoride in the water, but that's a sad backward step, I would suggest. Good oral health is about much more than having, well, I would, with respect, Deputy Chair, suggest that talking about fluoride is an important correlation in terms of dental health. Good oral health is about much more than having those pearly whites. It's about preventing other major health issues and diseases over the course of your life. That is why the government is getting in early through the introduction of the Dental for Kids program. Good habits and intervention early head off a world of troubles and costs later in life. The Dental for Kids program is an investment in prevention because we know that our oral health as children is the best predictor of our oral health as adults. It was Queensland Labor that introduced fluoride into our water supplies, as it is the Gillard Labor government that recognised prevention is far better than cure and also far cheaper than cure. We all know this of health, but it is equally true for cost effectiveness, as preventive oral health means fewer trips to the dentist, less waiting times and lower cost for families. In stark contrast, we have the now Liberal National Party Premier of Queensland, Mr Newman, saying that he would consider allowing some Queensland communities to opt out of having fluoride added to their regional water supplies, but wouldn't reverse fluoride in those communities that already have it. Short-term populism of the worst kind, Deputy Speaker. Very short-sighted. As usual, Deputy Speaker, the Liberal National Party are having an each-way bet on the outcome, are not focused on the long-term oral health prevention strategy for our children. This is, of course, while Premier Newman cuts over 4,100 staff from Queensland Health and cuts important central agencies like Breast Services Queensland, and undoubtedly some of the 4,100 are those who provide oral health services to Queenslanders. In fact, I read a few weeks ago that some public service dentists were sacked. Hopefully I misheard this, because public service dentists are our real health heroes. They forgo significant money for that special place in heaven that comes with looking after public patients, because you know, anyone in the dental services knows that public health dentists could make 2, 3, 4 or 5 times as much if they were in private practice, but instead they like the challenge of looking after those poorest in our community. And hopefully we won't have to rely on charities like the Tu Chi Foundation in my electorate to go and provide dental services in the bush. It is this side of the House that is committed to the best environment for our children's future, whether it is in education, health or the environment itself. That is why I'm a strong advocate for the Dental for Kids program in my electorate, and why I proudly commend the bill to the House.
Thank the honourable member for his contribution. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I now call the member for Aston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And Mr Deputy Speaker, we've just sat here for 15 minutes to listen to the member for Moreton, but he barely at all discussed any reasoning as to why they are cutting the chronic disease scheme, which is the central focus of this particular bill. And I think the reason why he didn't want to discuss that is because he's embarrassed by it, because he knows that by cutting this scheme there will be hundreds of thousands of people who will no longer be able to go and get dental care, which they so desperately need. I think that's why he doesn't want to discuss it, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I spoke on the disallowance motion which concerned this package as well, and so I do not want to go over all of the arguments which I presented there, but what I would like to do in the time that I have available is just to quickly summarise some of the points which I made in relation to these packages, and also add some additional new material, and particularly some comments which constituents of mine have brought to my attention in the intervening period. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, as you would be aware, the effect of this government's dental package is threefold. First, it abolishes the chronic disease dental scheme almost immediately. Second, it ensures that there is absolutely no coverage for the people who are benefiting from that scheme until, at the very least, July 2014. And thirdly, it holds up hope and hope only that there will be a replacement scheme from July 2014. And I say hope only because there's in fact no money allocated towards that scheme. And there's no details in relation to it. So really it is just an election commitment. So they're abolishing a scheme immediately and putting up what is really just an election commitment which doesn't have any money attached to it as of yet. Now, the chronic disease dental scheme, Mr Deputy Speaker, has been a tremendously successful one. It has treated 1.5 million Australians who have had chronic problems with their mouths. There's been over 20 million consultations since the beginning of this scheme, which Tony Abbott, when he was Health Minister, introduced. And importantly, it treated the mouth for the first time in the same way that we treat the rest of the body from a public policy perspective, i.e. that there is a universal health care system for your mouth as there is for the rest of your body. So why did the government close this scheme down, given that it has been successful and it has benefited so many Australians over the course of the last few years? And the government has given us 3 reasons for closing this scheme down, Mr Deputy Speaker. The first reason is that they say that the costs have overblown for the scheme. And it is true that it has become more expensive than what was initially envisaged. But the reason it has become more expensive, Mr Deputy Speaker, is not because there has been cost blowouts because it has been managed ineffectively, like we saw with the Schools Halls program, for example, where school halls were built for twice the cost of what they should have been built. But rather, this has become more expensive than forecast because the program is a demand-driven program, and more people have sought assistance through this program than what we initially anticipated. That is the reason why costs are greater than what was initially anticipated. In fact, the costs per consultation have actually come down quite considerably. So over time, this program has become more efficient rather than less efficient. They've come down from $2,225 per patient down to $1,117 per patient, Mr Deputy Speaker. So it's actually been a successful program. More people have benefited from it than we had anticipated, and the cost per patient had been coming down. So the argument, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the costs are blown out, therefore we're shutting it down, which the government puts forward, I don't think stacks up. If that was the real reason that they were concerned about the overall cost to the budget, then why not put on the table some amendments to the program to maybe limit the type of procedures that would be covered by the chronic disease dental scheme? That would be consistent with a concern about the cost blowing out, and we would have sat down with the government to try to work through that. The second reason, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the government has stated that they want to close down the chronic disease dental scheme is because they say the program is untargeted, i.e. that millionaires are getting access to this particular program. But the figures, Mr Deputy Speaker, do not demonstrate this, because in fact 80% of all the people who have benefited from this scheme are concession card holders. 80%, Mr Deputy Speaker, are concession card holders. And indeed, this evidence is backed up by Associate Professor Hans Zollner, who's chairman of the Association of the Promotion of Oral Health at the University of Sydney. And he says, and I quote, "Government claims that the system is used extensively by millionaires and that it is greatly rorted and not supported by the available evidence. All statistical evidence is that the scheme has been used primarily by people on low incomes and that patients have received the type of treatment expected after a prolonged period without service." That's what one of the health experts from the University of Sydney says, Mr Deputy Speaker, that it hasn't been used extensively by millionaires, which the government claims, but rather largely it's been low-income people who have benefited from this scheme. And indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker, even if some wealthier people have accessed this scheme over the years, that is perfectly consistent with our universal health system that we have for Medicare. Under Medicare, it doesn't matter how much money you do or you don't earn, you can go to a public hospital and get treatment. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, if the government is saying here that because millionaires can access the chronic disease dental scheme that we have to scrap this program, the logical implication of that is that the government is also looking at the Medicare scheme and is either going to means test it or is somehow going to scrap Medicare. That would be the logically consistent argument if you were to follow that through. It's not the right reason that they are doing this, Mr Deputy Speaker. The final reason that the government has put forward for closing the chronic disease dental scheme is because they say that the program has been rorted. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, yes, there have been some irregularities in the operation of the program, just like there probably is in every entitlement program across the country. But no amount of red tape, no amount of oversight of bureaucracies can ever eliminate fraudulent people being fraudulent. But in this particular program, the number of irregularities was only 1 in 1,500, which is actually quite a low figure, and again is consistent with my understanding of what the irregularities are with the general Medicare program. So again, this argument doesn't stack up, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, what is the government proposing through this package to replace the chronic disease dental scheme with? What they are proposing is the promise, as I mentioned before, that by July 2014 that there will be more money given to public dentists in order to treat patients who have previously benefited from the chronic disease dental scheme. That's the promise. What they are offering for certain is nothing in the short term, absolutely nothing, until at least July 2014. And then there's a promise that something might be offered from July 2014 if they find the money for it, and currently there is no money allocated towards that scheme. Even if, Mr Deputy Speaker, the government did find money to put towards did find the money which they're promising to put towards reducing the waiting lists on public dentists, it still won't have the same sort of impact. It won't be sufficient. And again, if I go back to Associate Professor Hans Zollner from the University of Sydney, who says that, and I quote, "The government intends only a 30% increase to public dental spending, which is very much less than would be needed to satisfy even current demand. So people with chronic disease will not receive timely or comprehensive care needed." Again, that's the verdict from the expert, that even if you do get re-elected at the next election, even if you do find the money to invest towards the scheme which you are promising the Australian people, it still won't be sufficient. It still won't be sufficient to cover even the existing waiting lists, let alone all of the new people which will now be on the waiting list after the abolition of the chronic disease dental scheme. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, since we have been debating this in the parliament, I have had many constituents come up to me concerned about the axing of the chronic disease dental scheme. And I'd like to just read out a few of those comments from constituents of mine. First of all, we had Anya Filek of Wanturna South, and she is a young person, a disabled pensioner, who relies on the scheme to help her with dental problems relating to her chronic illness. And she says, and I quote, "I must visit my dentist every 4 months, and now that the scheme is gone, I will no longer be able to afford it. It's so hard being a young person on a pension and being unwell. They can't leave us out in the cold like this," she says. Also refer to Adriana and Joe Rapizada, who are both pensioners living in Bayswater. And Adriana has lupus and as a result must have regular dental work to prevent gum disease. She's been a recipient of the Medicare Chronic Disease Dental Scheme for the past 2 years and has to get vital work done every 3 or 4 months. Similarly, her husband, also a pensioner, also uses the scheme since he's had a stroke and heart attack, and he needs dental work to limit the harmful effects of medication on his gums. So he's had a stroke, he's had a heart attack, he's a pensioner, he's getting some medication to address that, but it's having an effect on his gums, and so therefore he's utilising the chronic disease dental scheme. That's going to be axed now. This is a pensioner, Mr Deputy Speaker. You're voted for this, Mr Deputy Speaker, to restrict the access to these two.
The member for Aston is reminded of the independence of the chair. He is welcome to refer to actions of the member for Fraser, but will not reflect on the chair.
I withdraw that comment. The member for Fraser is supporting this, Mr Deputy Speaker, so that these two pensioners will no longer be able to get the type of dental care which they so desperately need. Kevin McMurray of Ferntree Gully, another constituent of mine, he also will suffer as a result of these cuts. And he says, "I cannot believe the government would have reached this decision suddenly or without due consideration. We are going to have many thousands of people who will no longer be able to afford dental care, me included." A Rowville man who did not want to be named said that the cuts to the scheme would be a devastating blow to him financially. He'd already battled Pagets disease, bowel cancer, and was undergoing treatment for prostate cancer. And he said that he was will be unable to afford the vital dental work that he requires as a part of his recovery on an ongoing basis. And he says, and I quote, "I'm thoroughly disgusted with the way we are currently being treated by this government," which I think is a very accurate summation, Mr Deputy Speaker. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think that every member of the government should reflect on some of those people that I have read out who will be affected by the cuts to this chronic disease dental scheme. People like Mr and Mrs Rapizada, they're pensioners, they've been ill, they've had heart attacks, and because of that medication they get gum problems or teeth problems. And so the chronic disease dental scheme can help them out. They will no longer be able to afford to get the vitally needed dental work that they require, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I also call on the independents who will have the casting vote in relation to this scheme, whether this scheme survives or it doesn't. And I ask them to consider the likes of people like Mr and Mrs Rapizada, like Ms Filek and like Mr McCurra from my electorate, who will no longer be able to afford the dental work which they so desperately need, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think that the real reason that the government is cutting this scheme and why they are not putting any money towards any new scheme is because they have so categorically blown the budget with so many wasted programs that they are now desperately cutting absolutely every possible thing that they can find in order to try to get to a budget surplus. Mr Deputy Speaker, there have been many lows for this government over the last 5 years, but the cutting of this scheme, I think, will go down as one of the lowest of them all.
Thank the honourable member for his contribution. The question is the bill be now read a second time. I now call the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I speak in support of the Dental Benefits Amendment Bill of 2012. This bill will amend the Dental Benefits Act of 2008 by setting up the legislative framework for the Child Dental Benefits Schedule to start in January 2014 and is a component of the $4 billion six-year package announced by the Minister for Health on the 29th of August this year. In addition to this measure, there was an announcement of $345 million in this year's federal budget to alleviate pressure on public dental waiting lists, a program that commences from January 2013. This package will replace the Chronic Disease Dental Scheme and the Medicare Teen Dental Plan. On commencement of the scheme, there will be around some 3.4 million Australian children who will qualify for the Grow Up Smiling dental scheme. This scheme will see the federal government assume the primary responsibility to fund basic dental services for children from their second birthday through to the time of their 18th birthday in families that receive Family Tax Benefit Part A, which is a particularly good way to judge where the need should be. The current income cut-off threshold for families with 2 children for Family Tax Benefit Part A is around about $112,000. The recent 2011 census, the figures have come out recently, for my electorate of Deakin show a median family income of $1,601 a week. As an annual figure, that works out around about $83,252. On that measure, most families in Deakin with children will have access to the Grow Up Smiling scheme, as the median family income is well below the cut-off threshold of Family Tax Benefit Part A. And it's actually estimated that 7,147 families with 12,451 children will be covered within the electorate of Deakin. Deputy Speaker, up to $1,000 of dental services will be funded over 2 years for each child, not only in these families within my electorate of Deakin, but of course right across the country, that qualify for Family Tax Benefit A, and this continues for the life of the package. And importantly, because it is hard to access public dental services in my area, it will be the parents' choice as to whether to have these services done in either public or private dental services. Services covered by the scheme also include those performed by paradental professionals such as oral health therapists and dental hygienists, as already covered by the existing Medicare Teen Dental Plan. One of the key aims of the bill is to make a visit to the dentist to be no more difficult than a visit to the doctor for the 3.4 million children that will be covered. Deputy Speaker, the benefits of preventative health on the population, or of the population in the future, are not always easily quantified in today's dollars because there are so many unknowns. However, I think we can look at the statistics and trends to form a good idea of where this record federal government funding in dental services will lead. And a great resource that I often look at in terms of health debates is the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare and the reports that they produce on a regular basis, which I know many members in this place do read large sections of. In particular, their report titled Oral Health and Dental Care in Australia, Key Facts and Figures of 2011 makes some very interesting reading. And the report goes over a number of years and lists in detail the reports of various surveys from the period of 2004 through to 2010, so it's not just a flash in the pan or a snapshot. Deputy Speaker, in 2006, from a survey of children attending a school dental service, the percentage of children with decayed, missing or filled baby teeth increased from around 40% in the 4 to 5-year-old level up to around 60% in the 6 to 8-year-old level. I found that to be quite a disturbing figure, but the report brought further concern when it came to the number of children with decayed, missing or filled permanent teeth that rose from a percentage of 1.4% at 5 years of age up to 29.8% for children at 10 years of age and 58% for children at 15 years of age. That's not baby teeth, that is permanent teeth. Deputy Speaker, the National Survey of Adult Oral Health from 2004 to 2006 reported that for adults, the overall average of decayed, missing or filled teeth for a person aged 45 to 64 was 19.8 teeth per person. Of those 19.8 affected teeth, 0.5 were decayed, 7.2 were missing, and there were around 12.1 fillings per adult person between the age of 45 and 64. People without dental insurance had a higher number of teeth missing due to decay and untreated decay, but a lower number of filled teeth, obviously coming from the fact that they would not be able to afford as many visits to the dentist in some cases. Deputy Speaker, the highest proportion of untreated decay was seen in persons earning less than $12,000 per year, whilst the lowest prevalence was seen in people who lived in households with an income of more than $100,000 per year. Deputy Speaker, these numbers are just small samples taken from the AIHW report, and the report contains many more tables and surveys, including the National Dental Telephone Interview Survey of 2010. One particular finding was that the average number of missing teeth was inversely related to household income, and that pretty much follows the previous report. Deputy Speaker, I think Australia should not be a country where only those on higher incomes have access to proper dental treatment. I believe we should be a country where all children have access to dental services, so the average figure of decayed, missing and filled teeth drops as a result of preventative and restorative dental work that is done early in life before many of these conditions become more severe. Deputy Speaker, I mentioned earlier the Chronic Disease Dental Scheme, a scheme that was introduced in 2007 by the now opposition leader, then Health Minister Tony Abbott. And over the 4 years when that scheme was introduced, the forecast expenditure was $384.6 million over 4 years. But by May 2010, the benefits paid out by the scheme had already added up to $916 million, and the amount of claims and payments have increased at a massive rate since then. The chronic disease dental scheme is now costing the Australian taxpayer around $80 million a month. And to me, a quick calculation is in order, because at $80 million a month, that works out around about 10 times the amount that the scheme was costed at back in 2007. So $8 million a month versus $80 million a month. That's a huge factor there. And many times in debates in this place we argue over dollars, but rarely is there such a huge differential between what was forecast and what the outcome is. So, as I say, $80 million a month. Now, with that sort of addition, it's no wonder that when it comes to election and policy costings, the Liberals have a $70 billion black hole. But it's not only the direct cost, it's the opportunities along the way for money to be misdirected. The chronic disease dental scheme is not means tested, and therefore we've seen huge amounts of public money being paid to the well-off, the very group, as I said through the figures before, that are least in genuine need of welfare or assistance from the government. The rorting of the chronic disease dental scheme has reached huge proportions and has been reported on consistently over the years. A stream of media reports have come out ever since the Labor government, the federal Labor government, tried to shut this scheme down in 2008 and again in 2010. In both cases, the Senate disallowed that motion. And if I may, Deputy Speaker, some of the media reports really speak for themselves. From the Sydney Morning Herald, Mark Metherell on the 14th of March 2009, and it said in his article, the Senate has twice blocked government moves to abandon dental Medicare, which costs about $250 million a year and rising. And if you look at that figure of $250 million in 2009, we can certainly see it's risen way beyond that. There is another article, again by Mark Metherell from The Age of the 5th of November 2009, in which Mark Metherell goes on to say, medical leaders have told The Age that dentists are advising patients who are not eligible to seek doctors' referrals which can authorise Medicare coverage of up to $4,250 in dental work, including dentures and crowns. The scheme is meant to be restricted to patients with chronic medical diseases linked to their dental conditions. In The Australian on the 11th of March 2010, and under an article entitled Senate Block Letting Dental Rorts Thrive by Adam Creswell, the figures have changed by this time. Latest figures show the scheme has cost taxpayers $732 million between its relaunch with increased benefits in November 2007 and last December, that being December 2009. The Sunday Herald Sun of the 21st of March 2010, an article by Claire Weaver and Sharon Labey. Investigators have uncovered systematic fraud in 2 federal government programs that allow doctors and dentists to claim rebates for treating the chronically ill. Whistleblowers warn the system is being abused, with medicos getting rich and patients who shouldn't qualify being given thousands of dollars worth of taxpayer-funded treatments. Dental costs have blown out by 325% to more than $800 million, while GPs who wrote chronic disease management plans have earned $914 million since they were introduced in July 2005, blowing that part of the budget by 200%. Deputy Speaker, they're just some examples, and they're actually not recent ones, because there's been some work by the department in this area to go after some of the most egregious examples, and that needs to be done in any program, of course. But it is indicative of why the figure keeps rising. And like any scheme where there is no actual budgeted amount, it may not appear in the figures in the budget, but it still has to be paid for. And I think that's obviously part of what the change from the CDE, chronic disease dental scheme, to where we're going now with a dental package is going to be something that could be quantified and also measured over the years. I also, in terms of the announcement and the bill that we're now talking on, the Consumers Health Forum of Australia is a body that also puts out a large amount of information in relation to both medical and, in this case, dental issues. Sometimes it makes very good reading, sometimes it's critical of the government too. Carol Bennett, the CEO of the Consumers Health Forum of Australia, on the 29th of August, put out a press release which says, or in part, cost is the big barrier preventing a large section of the community from accessing preventative dental services, which in turn contributes to the development of chronic conditions that place major demands on our health resources. She goes on to say, this is a big win for the whole community. If you improve the health of those who can't afford a decent standard of dental care, you raise the general health of the entire community. And I agree with that statement. The best way, I think we've always found in relation to what government funds, is prevention is far better than an attempt at cure. The Dental Benefits Amendment Bill 2012, I think, is a great step along the path to getting prevention to be a natural first step, rather than having to get people into the dentist many months or years later on to fix up problems that have spent a long time developing. To me, it has always made sense that our efforts be directed at the area of prevention, so that down the track, in years to come, hopefully we as a nation end up with a far smaller health bill in that area than we do at the moment. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank the honourable member for his contribution. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Now call the member for Brisbane.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the government's latest unfunded policy farce, the Dental Benefit Amendment Bill, and its astonishing political decision to axe the Howard government's Medicare Chronic Disease Dental Scheme. This farce began on the 29th of August of this year, when the Health Minister Tanya Plibersek and the Greens health spokesman Senator Di Natale announced an unfunded $4.1 billion dental program that's not even due to commence until 2014, right after the next election. Sadly, Mr Deputy Speaker, policy announcements based on phantom funding to be delivered on the never-never timetable are becoming par the course under the Gillard government. And what's more disappointing, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that despite knowing Wasteful Wayne has delivered a $120 billion budget black hole that is rising by the day, the Gillard government still continues in its deceit of the Australian people in making promises that it cannot possibly keep. And the situation, Mr Deputy Speaker, keeps getting worse and worse. When the government attempts to explain where this $4.1 billion is coming from, it can't quite give us the answers. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Health Minister clearly weren't reading from the same song sheet on the 29th of August. This year they had a press conference where they sent out mixed messages as to where the money was coming from. The Prime Minister said, well, the announcement today is about a large saving. That is through the closure of a scheme designed by the former government, by the Howard government. But then the Minister for Health claimed that the scheme would be new money. But this statement from the Health Minister, apart from contradicting the Prime Minister, then contradicted her own response when asked where the funding was coming from. Yes, that's right. Where is the funding coming from? The Minister's response was that the government would find the savings in the budget, which would be outlined in the mid-year economic and financial outlook later this year. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, that would be the fiscal outlook that's going to show just how badly the Labor government continues to drag the country into debt and more debt. So after first saying that it was going to be new money, which was then contradicted by the Prime Minister, who said it was a savings, then the Minister said, well, we have a really good record of finding savings in the budget. We found $30 billion of savings in the last one. Mr Deputy Speaker, the government must come clean. Is it a saving or is it a spend? The government's inability to explain where the money is coming from is very disappointing, especially when we remember what the Prime Minister Julia Gillard told Australians in a press conference on the 11th of February last year. And she said, every time we announce something, we probably account for it. And yes, well, it seems that she forgot about that promise, Mr Deputy Speaker. But then again, this is the same Prime Minister who told the Australian people that there will be no carbon tax under a government I lead, and we all know how that worked out. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, there's a rather unfortunate pattern emerging. hear of Labor and the Prime Minister making promises that they'll do one thing and then they go and do completely the opposite. But that is their status quo. And it would appear from recent media reports a few weeks ago, Mr Deputy Speaker, that even the Labor caucus is worried. And a number of their members asked at a meeting a few weeks ago, where's the money coming from? They're very worried about where the money is coming from. Mr Deputy Speaker, the fact that the government has no money to fund this proposed dental scheme will inevitably lead to higher taxes. And we saw their own Treasury official recently commenting that there's only one place where money can come from, and he outlined a number of areas, and higher taxes were included in that. The Dental Benefits Amendment Bill does not commence until the 1st of January 2014. The bill makes some very minor amendments to the Dental Benefit Act 2008, only changing the eligibility age of the current Medicare teen dental plan from 12 to 17 years to 2 to 17 years. It makes minor terminology changes to provide essentially for a change from the Medicare teen dental plan to the Child Dental Benefits Schedule. A schedule of services, fees and details of how the scheme will be funded are still not available. But this government is always very, very poor on the detail. So apart from the fact that there's no money to fund the scheme, the government's rushing through the bill through Parliament without having even these details that I've just mentioned, and it doesn't commence for well over a year, that is, a year after the next election. The government's actions suggest that this is all about the politics of the issue rather than some really good policy decisions. And the Minister has acknowledged that services for most children will cost less than the proposed $1,000 cap, but there will be children on the Medicare chronic disease dental scheme who will require more services. But alarmingly, there is no provision to ensure that they continue to receive adequate treatment, especially in the period before the bill commences. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, available data suggests that well over 60,000 services have been provided to children under the CDDS, thanks to the policies of the government, the Minister for Health at the time, and of course it was introduced by Tony Abbott. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, it seems that whenever the coalition giveth, the Labor Party is intent on taking away. And thanks to the Labor and Greens and the closure of the scheme on the 30th of November, it will leave a gap of 13 months for many children currently receiving treatment. And there are children that are in the midst of treatment who will not be able to have their treatment covered or completed by the 30th of November. And those families will have nowhere to turn. And this is how Labor cares for Australian families, Mr Deputy Speaker: false promises of future programs with phantom funding. The Minister and the Greens should explain why Australian children must suffer for 13 months with incomplete treatment and no certainty of the schedule of services that are to be provided, assuming, of course, that the government actually delivers on its unfunded promise in July 2014. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I say, the CDDS was introduced by the Coalition when we were in government, and it has been an enormous success. It is the only Medicare dental scheme that provides treatment for adults. It has provided $4,250 in Medicare dental benefits over 2 years for eligible patients with a chronic health condition, and approximately 20 million services were provided to more than 1 million patients since 2007. Labor has repeatedly tried to close the scheme for political reasons, simply because it was established by Tony Abbott as the Health Minister, and it has been a success in improving access to treatment. Despite Labor's claims of expenditure blowouts, the average claim per patient, according to the Department of Health and Ageing, is $1,716, well below the allowable $4,250, and some recent estimates suggested the average cost per patient had fallen to below $1,200 per patient. The Coalition has offered to work with the previous Health Minister to refine and improve the scheme, including working through a process to provide high-cost items such as crowns and bridges, but all offers were rejected. The member for Deakin spoke earlier on. It was quite amusing to listen to him. He said that this was a scheme for the rich. Well, it's been reported that 80% of services under the CDDS were provided to concession card holders or low-income earners. And it should be noted that Medicare is a universal scheme that all Australians pay for through the Medicare levy and the taxation system. But this evidence suggests that the dental services have been predominantly utilised by low-income Australians, and many of these people would have otherwise been forced to go without treatment, or they would have already added to the 650,000 people who are on public dental waiting lists. Mr Deputy Speaker, thanks to Labor and the Greens, as from the 30th of November this year, patients will be left without access to treatment and many unable to afford the full cost of private treatment. The government's vague promise to provide funding to the states and territories for public service is not due to commence until mid-2014, and we know what a great success that has been in the past when services were not provided to people in states, or there was a go slow in it and the states took the money, but the delivery of services was very dubious. Some patients in the midst of complex treatment will not be able to complete their treatment by the 30th of November. This will have serious health, economic and social ramifications for these people. Now, under this bill, Labor is proposing to provide funding of $1.3 billion to state and territory governments for public dental services. But again, Mr Deputy Speaker, this funding will not commence until July 2014. And it seems like Labor is hoping it might win the lotto in the meantime to pay for it, because that's the only place they're going to get this money. Meanwhile, that's why the government's not saying where the money's coming from. So from the 30th of November this year, many patients on the CDDS will lose access to treatment, will have to wait 19 months to see if the government delivers on its promise, and whether it's going to start providing more funding to state governments. Again, not surprisingly, there's no detail on how much funding will be provided by the year, with the possibility that the bulk of the money might not be provided until the end of a 6-year period, 2018, if at all. Mr Deputy Speaker, there are already 650,000 people, 400,000 adults, according to the government, on public dental waiting lists. The Minister has said Labor's plan will only provide 1.4 million additional services over 6 years. The CDDS has provided approximately 20 million services, including 7 million last financial year alone. In 2008, Labor promised the Commonwealth Dental Health Program, which it never delivered. The program promised 1 million services by providing funding to the states and territory. It was revealed in Senate estimates that the Commonwealth did not assess the capacity of the public dental workforce to provide projected services, and the number delivered may have been significantly less than was promised. The number of services to be provided over the full 6 years under Labor's recent proposal is only 20% of what the CDDS provided last year alone. What's worse, Deputy Speaker, is that there are no guarantees that there is any capacity to deliver the proposed services through the public system in terms of workforce or infrastructure. A lack of infrastructure, particularly in the public system, will impede capacity to deliver the projected number of services. The $225 million measure under the government's proposal to develop infrastructure won't be available prior to the commencement of the new initiative, and an invitation to apply for funding under the Flexible Grants Program for dental infrastructure, both capital and workforce, won't commence until 2014. So projects are unlikely to be completed or provide tangible benefits until years later. So all in all, Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill does not set out a properly funded dental scheme that inspires any confidence whatsoever. There is hope, however, for Australian families, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Coalition supports investment in dental health. And the Coalition is very concerned that many patients receiving treatment under the CDDS will miss out on the treatment during the gap period between the closure of the CDDS and the proposed commencement of the government's measure. The Coalition renews its commitment to work with the government to refine the CDDS in the meantime, including reviewing the process to providing certain high-cost items such as bridges and crowns. So, Deputy Speaker, I call on the Minister and all Labor backbenchers and the independents to put aside their political curlishness and to act in the best interest of Australian families and in the best interests of their dental health.
Thank the honourable member for her contribution. The question is the bill be now read a second time. I now call the member for Wakefield.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it's good to be talking about dental care. It is a particularly important thing in my electorate, and I've often noticed constituents who've had significant tooth decay and how that's affected their lives, their job prospects, their social prospects, and just their everyday quality of life. It's obviously an important issue to both sides of this House, and one should not forget the history of this. It is, of course, dental care is, of course, a state responsibility in the main, and the first intervention by federal government into this area was the Keating government. In the last few years of the Keating government, a significant package was announced to reduce state waiting lists, which were blowing out at the time, as the state governments reduced funding for dental care in the community, traditionally one of their responsibilities, and sadly one that state governments have neglected over time. So increasingly it's needed the intervention of federal governments, and the Keating government was the first government to announce a significant investment in trying to reduce those waiting lists. That's been the traditional way of dealing with this issue. It's an unfortunate fact of life that that scheme was cancelled by the Howard government in their first year of government, along with a lot of other promises that were important to my electorate, like the expansion of the Main North Road and a few other things in South Australia which were important at the time. And what then followed was a decade of neglect, where both state governments across the board often didn't spend enough money in public dental health care, and of course the federal government was less than interested as well, until it hit its twilight years, until the former Prime Minister Howard hit the twilight years of his time in office, and the boom started rolling in, all the money, and he couldn't stop himself spending. And I know the member for Mayo was there at that time. It must have been a glorious period, announcing these sorts of schemes. And of course what we got was the chronic disease dental scheme, which, when it was announced, it was speculated to cost $90 million a year. It now costs the Commonwealth $1 billion a year. So we know that those last few years in office for Mr Howard were years. The scheme was supposed to cost $90 million a year and ended up costing the Commonwealth taxpayer $1 billion. That's hardly good accountancy. It's hardly good keeping and bookkeeping. What it was is, I think, a prime example of John Howard's spending abilities in his final years, and there was a lot of wishful thinking, I think, in terms of what things would cost, what things would cost versus what they ended up costing the budget. Started out supposedly costing the Commonwealth taxpayer $90 million, ended up costing the taxpayer $1 billion. Not unlike the subsidy for private health care, which of course had similar calls on the Commonwealth's budget. And of course the reason why that scheme has not served the taxpayer well is because, first of all, it's not means tested. It's an open-ended scheme and can provide up to $4,250 to people of any income. So presumably if a millionaire goes into his doctor and gets a care plan, then they qualify for taxpayer subsidised dental care. And this happens at the same time as many of my constituents who live in the poorest suburbs of Australia, who often don't have good relationships with their general practitioner, or they have a sporadic relationship with their general practitioner because of the nature of general practice these days and the nature of, obviously, their socio-economic situation. But often those people can't get a cent at all or find it very hard to access the health system to be able to get dental health care. And many of them wind up on the public waiting lists after some time. So what we have here is a sort of a very long period where the Commonwealth's been involved in dental care, but perhaps because of reasons of state governments not doing their job, and secondly, because of, if you like, the spending that was associated with the first mining boom, and that led to some schemes that perhaps weren't the best use of taxpayers' money. Now, we know dental waiting lists are very high around the country. I'm pleased to say that my state has had some success in reducing the waiting lists. In 2002, under the previous Olsen-Brown government, there were some 93,000 people on the waiting list for dental care. There are now, that's been reduced by a quarter, down to 70,000 or so, 70,287. That's still too high. And obviously we'll want to reduce that waiting list. But we can see from that situation is that when the South Australian state government put resources in, when they spent more money, what happened is that those waiting lists came down. There were less people on them. And of course, what also happened is that the waiting times, that is the time that people waited to get to see the dentist, to get the work done, also reduced, and it reduced dramatically. So in 2002, the waiting time in South Australia was some 4 years. And obviously, during that time, people's problems got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse, and obviously that ended up costing the taxpayer more in the long run because there wasn't prevention factored into this scheme. Obviously, with dental care, a little bit of money at the start, a little bit of care at the start often prevents chronic problems later on. In this year, the waiting time is now just 16 months. So the waiting time's dramatically reduced, and that shows that when you put public money in, you can reduce dental waiting lists and dental waiting times, and that system works well. It's just that the state governments haven't been putting the resources in up until now, and they should be ashamed about that. It really is a shocking abuse of the public interest, in my opinion. But that said, the South Australian government has been allocating resources and doing a better job than most other states, and we've seen them put some resources in my local area, and the GP Plus clinic in the Elizabeth City Centre has dental beds, and I've met many of my constituents who have been fortunate enough to receive care there, and they're some of, as I said before, some of the poorest people. And that, I guess, is the difference between Labor priorities and the priorities of the coalition. They don't mind if people on very high incomes get $4,250 of taxpayers' money to fix their teeth. They don't mind if cosmetic work is being done. That's not to denounce cosmetic work as unimportant. It is important, but it's not as important. Cosmetic work is not as important as fixing people with really desperate problems who are really without the means to fix them. So it's very important that we put the resources in where it can yield the greatest benefit for the taxpayer, and most importantly, it's important that we reduce those public waiting lists which are the product of state government neglect. Now, this bill, Deputy Speaker, is focused on children, and as I said before, a little bit of money at the start of a person's life, setting the patterns of care. Being taken to a dentist as a child is not an enjoyable thing to do. I still have vivid memories of being taken in primary school to the government dental service. I didn't really enjoy it that much, but it did set in place a bit of a standard. I wouldn't say I've got the best teeth in the world, but you basically had some experience with the dentist, and that's why basically focusing this bill on children, making sure that parents can be able to take children to the dentist, making sure that they can get up to $1,000 per child in order, public or private, in order to set those if you like, those patterns of a lifetime, is a particularly important thing. And it speaks to Labor's priorities again about preventative health. The reason why the Howard government scheme blew out by such a degree, $90 million it was meant to cost and ended up costing the taxpayer $1 billion a year, the reason why it blew out is because, of course, it was preceded by a decade of neglect by the Howard government in this area. So they reaped the whirlwind that is not taking into account preventative health. And we hear people decrying politicians all the time for not looking at the long term, but the health system is all long term. Preventative health, that is setting people's lifestyle habits early, encouraging them to see a dentist, encouraging them to be mindful of diabetes and other chronic diseases, is all about setting good lifestyle patterns early on, making sure kids go to the dentist, making sure people's diets and lifestyles aren't going to cause problems down the track. And the Labor government has done our very best to make sure that preventative health is the way we want to go, because we know in the long term that is the only way to reduce the burden on the health budget and to safely protect the taxpayers' interest. If you go around just simply putting band-aids on everything, you will end up with the Howard government experience of the chronic disease scheme, where it blows out by vast amounts of money. Not the only Howard government scheme, of course, to blow out. They went on a bit of a spending spree in the last few years of office, and of course that placed a great deal of pressure, left a great deal of a great few time bombs in terms of the federal Commonwealth budget, which was revealed, of course, when the global financial crisis wrecked revenues across the world. But dental care is particularly important. It's important for us to firstly have a blitz on public dental waiting lists and working with the states to make sure that their systems work. And state governments do have a responsibility to make sure they work. It is not good enough for state governments to simply withdraw from this field. We have seen that more and more and more, I think, over the last decade or so, where state governments simply neglect their responsibilities, and the Commonwealth government, of whatever persuasion, becomes responsible for it by dint of public pressure, and because, of course, we are the people who collect the taxes. That is not the way the Federation is supposed to work. State governments are supposed to actually take responsibility for their responsibilities. The alternative will be, of course, that we eventually end up with universal coverage of dental care. That is a possibility, but that would require, of course, state governments to play their role in it, either in handing over the power and resources to do that, or lifting their weight. The second thing we need to do, of course, is to, like I said, focus on preventative health, and this bill focused on children, making sure that it sets the habits of a lifetime, not just for for parents, making sure that they don't leave dental care till the last moment, making sure that they have the resources and the help and the assistance and if you like, the nudge to do it. Commonwealth resources here will, if you like, put the idea into parents' head that they should be regularly going to the dentist. They'll probably spend, I suspect, more than $1,000, but of course every dollar spent in the first years of life, from ages 2 to 18, will help set the patterns of a lifetime. Because generally, people don't want bad teeth. It's only when it sneaks up on them that they end up with great difficulties. So on that note, I commend the bill to the House, and I certainly urge the House to adopt it.
Thank the member for his contribution. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Calare.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And today I rise to speak on the Dental Benefits Amendment Bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is an old saying which those opposite would do very well to learn and obey: if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And for some reason this government seems to have an obsession with taking a good scheme or a successful policy, usually one introduced by this side of the House when in government, and dumping it for no apparent reason to the detriment of the Australian public. One has to suspect in this case it's something to do with money and having a little trouble getting the books in order, which I think the Treasurer might have a lot of problems doing at the moment. But in talking of a government which takes good schemes, especially those that are introduced by our side of when in government, and trashing them, and for no good reason, there's a couple we can think of: offshore processing and temporary protection visas. They'd be a couple of good ones to bring back in. But now it's dental care they're doing it to. And Deputy Speaker, last month I used an adjournment speech to detail just how devastating the Labor government's changes will be for dental patients, particularly in my electorate of Calare. And I referred to the case of local pensioner Ted of Raglan near Bathurst, who contacted me to express his outrage, and that of his neighbours in his street at the government's decision to scrap what is a very highly successful Medicare chronic disease dental scheme. And not only scrap it now, but with no alternative, Deputy Speaker, with no alternative for care until Labor's new, untried, untested and unfunded dental health care scheme is introduced sometime in 2014. And the government's scrapping a scheme introduced by the opposition leader when he was the Minister for Health, as we heard mentioned earlier, and it's a scheme that has provided more than $4,000 in Medicare dental benefits over 2 years for eligible patients like Ted with a chronic dental health condition. It's a scheme that has helped approximately 1 million patients with more than 17 million services in the last 5 years, since 2007 in fact. And Deputy Speaker, since my adjournment speech last month, I've had several constituents, quite a number actually, contact me to express their fears, their concerns and, to be quite honest, their fury at Labor's changes to a highly successful and sufficient dental health care scheme. And, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to share with the House, with the Parliament, just a couple of these constituents' thoughts. This is part of a letter I received from Marion, a pensioner in Bathurst, regarding the scrapping of the Medicare chronic disease dental scheme. I am writing to complain about the government, the way it closed it so soon. I am a diabetic and widower. I went to the doctor on the 5th of September. He wrote me out a referral to the dentist. I went on the Monday morning, the 10th of September, only to be told it closed on Saturday the 8th. The receptionist said I would probably be out of pocket. I thought we were entitled to $4,250. Now I can't get my tooth fixed. It's unfair. I paid taxes all my life, now to be left without any dental help. This is part of a letter I received, Deputy Speaker, from self-confessed desperate age pensioner Jeff from Forbes regarding dental health work he needs. With the Prime Minister's latest decision concerning dental health, does this mean I will be put on hold? All of this is affecting my health, my dignity and self-esteem. I am an aged pensioner. I am afraid to appear in the public eye. I don't feel comfortable mixing with people in social outings. To make things worse, I suffer from depression. And this is part of an email, Deputy Speaker, I received from David in Oberon, which was aptly titled Things That Worry Me. I have diabetes. Part of the management of the disease is having closely managed good dental health. It is well known that diabetics can turn fatal if a diabetic doesn't maintain good dental health. I know this because my doctor told me, and when he put me on the Medicare chronic disease dental scheme. He also told me that this was part of the medical management for which he was being paid by the government to manage my disease. Will the scrapping of the scheme now mean the government isn't really serious about looking after senior people in ill health? I am able to pay for the ongoing management of my dental health within reason, but it could mean that the crown I'm in the process of getting or the regular maintenance of my teeth may now be delayed if the cost is too great. In turn, that may mean that infection could enter my body by way of my mouth, and that could exacerbate my diabetes and in turn cause me to seek other medical treatment, possibly in hospital, that would be far more expensive to the government via Medicare than the cost of prevention. Has the government thought this aspect through, or don't they care about people with chronic diseases who look after themselves and are good Australian citizens? Deputy Speaker, now to the specifics of today's amendment. The Coalition's greatest concerns about Labor's plans to change the dental care scheme are there is no alternate plan between the end of November and 2014, and particularly that their plan seems to be entirely unfunded. A little hard to have a plan for dental care that has no money attached to it. You might be going to wish people well, but that won't solve many problems for them. This bill, Deputy Speaker, makes very minor amendments to the Dental Benefits Act 2008, only changing the eligibility age of the current Medicare teen dental plan from 12 to 17 years to 2 to 17 years. We understand that more than 60,000 services have been provided to children under the chronic dental disease scheme. And Deputy Speaker, the closure of this scheme next month on the 30th of November will leave a 13-month gap for many children currently receiving treatment. There are children in the midst of treatment who will not be able to have their treatment completed by the end of next month, 30th of November. Those families will have nowhere to turn. The Minister and the Greens should explain why these children must suffer for 13 months with incomplete treatment and no certainty of the schedule of services that are to be provided. Deputy Speaker, and that's provided the government actually delivers on its unfunded, unexplained promise in 2014. And we, the Coalition, support investment in dental health and do not oppose the intent of our bill, but said concerns must be addressed. Deputy Speaker, I have no doubt the main reason for dumping this is the fact that the Treasurer has got the country, the government and himself in one heck of a mess in his budget. Heaven only knows what kind of a deficit we are really looking at in the 2012-13 budget. In a desperate attempt to mitigate it, the Treasurer and the Gillard government are willing to play with the medical dental health of people who can't afford it. The previous speaker talked about it being not subject to only those who can't afford it. We are talking here about people that really have serious problems and really can't afford it. You're not. If you were serious, then why don't you, instead of scrapping it, why don't you amend it? But you're not. You're absolutely, Deputy Speaker, this government is scrapping it, irrespective of what financial situation people are in. And as we've said before, they have no alternative. They have a vague promise in 2014. Deputy Speaker, it's a disgrace, and the people of Clare are not alone in wondering what sort of a government walks out of them on a program that has done a lot for a lot of people.
Thank the member for his contribution, and I call the member for Throsby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
For over a decade now, members of the Illawarra Dental Health Care Action Group have been campaigning for reform in dental care, chaired ably by Ms Alice Scott, a constituent of mine, who is a very active member of the community, not only in dental care but in a whole raft of other areas of community life. This group has been agitating not only for an improvement in existing services, pointing out where local dental providers are not doing the right thing under then existent government schemes, advocating on behalf of local community members, particularly members on low incomes, who are attempting to get access to the public dental scheme, and lobbying government, coming here to Canberra on several occasions with a bigger than life-size pair of teeth to draw attention to their cause on more than one occasion. So they've been working for over 10 years to see some reform into the way that dental health is delivered in this country. Their objective, quite simply, Deputy Speaker, is to ensure that the mouth is treated in no different way to any other part of the body when a person is seeking medical or health treatment. That is to say, if somebody has a problem with their oral health, then they are able to deal with it as a Medicare provided service in the same way that they could have an ailment to any other part of their body treated through a primary health care provider and paid for via the Medicare system. So I'm not surprised, Deputy Speaker, that when the Minister for Health announced the government's $4.1 billion dental reform health package on the 29th of August this year, that it was welcomed by the Dental Health Action Group. A guarded welcome, I have to say, because their long-term objective, as I've said, is the full Medicarisation of dental health care. But what they could see, that this was a first and significant step. A first and significant step because what we are doing through this $4.1 billion dental reform package is ensuring that for around about 3 million children, Deputy Speaker, going to the dentist will be for them, just like seeing a GP. 3.4 million children whose parents get family tax benefit Part A or are receiving a range of other government income support benefits, they will be able to have access to the government's Dental Care for Kids package. Families will be entitled to $1,000 per child every 2 years through the package to provide for dental care for their kids. Parents will be able to take their children to either a private or a public dental service to access the program, Deputy Speaker. And in addition to the Dental Care for Kids arrangements, the reform package will also provide an additional 1.4 million additional services for adults on low incomes. This includes pensioners and concession card holders and those with special needs to have better access to the dental health care in the public system. Deputy Speaker, we must remember that this doesn't stand alone. This builds on top of the nearly $500 million that was set aside in the Labor government's last budget, which was set aside to create, to enable, to fund the state governments conducting a blitz on public dental care waiting lists. Because as you would know, Deputy Speaker, you represent a similar electorate to mine. There are many people who are currently on public dental waiting lists seeking access to free or subsidised, significantly subsidised dental care because they cannot simply afford it themselves. So this package goes a long way to ensuring that those people have that much needed dental care. The issue of dental care for children is particularly important, Deputy Speaker, because what we know is that the oral health of children in our community has been declining since the mid-1990s. Almost 20,000 kids under the age of 10 are hospitalised every year due to avoidable dental issues. and by the age of 15, 6 out of every 10 kids have tooth decay. Quite simply, Deputy Speaker, what we know is that if we nip this in the bud early, we can ensure that not only are we improving the oral health of these kids, but we are indeed saving themselves and the public system a hell of a lot of money down the track. Because tooth decay which is prevented, or tooth decay which is treated early, means that a child's problems can be treated by way of a filling instead of a removal of a tooth or several teeth, or leading to long-term gum disease. So it is indeed a significant investment, and I say it's an investment because we are investing in the oral health of our children to ensure that we are not needing to pay significantly more down the track when significant dental disease occurs. So it is welcomed. It's been very much welcomed by the dental health advocates within my electorate, and it will mean a lot to kids within my electorate. There's about 52,000 kids, around about 28,000 families in the region who will be able to gain access to the government's subsidised dental care. And that is indeed a significant benefit for people in the Illawarra and Southern Highlands. In my own electorate, around about 19,000 kids coming from around 10,000 families will have direct access to the scheme. So they will see a benefit, straight up a benefit that they don't currently enjoy. It'll enable us to tackle head-on that decline in oral health standards that has been occurring since the 1990s, particularly in kids on low and middle income families, Deputy Speaker. There has been a number of comments made within the course of this debate, including the last speaker, who raised a question about why we were closing down the chronic diseases scheme. Well, and I think he used the words, Deputy Speaker, that if it ain't broke, why fix it? Well, nothing could be further from the truth, Deputy Speaker. In my own electorate, I have received numerous complaints from constituents who have accessed the scheme, only to find that they've been treated for ailments that they didn't believe they had, and on second opinion found that they didn't have. That the cost of the treatment they received was wildly inflated, so as to access the entirety of the chronic dental disease scheme budget for their individual allocation. That shoddy work was performed on more than one occasion. I had somebody come into my office and seek my assistance because they had been provided with a dental plate that didn't fit, and they were unable to eat in a normal way that you and I would expect somebody who's just undergone significant dental treatment and had a new plate fitted would be able. They couldn't even chew on a sausage, Deputy Speaker, because such was the poor quality of the work. So for somebody to say that the scheme weren't broke, why fix it? They're clearly out of step and out of touch with reality. And that's before you get to the cost of the scheme, Deputy Speaker. It was introduced on the understanding, and I believe it was the current Leader of the Opposition, who was then the Health Minister, who introduced the legislation to bring about the chronic diseases dental scheme. We were told it was going to cost $90 million a year. It's costing now currently over $1 billion a year, Deputy Speaker. So more evidence is not needed as to why something was wrong. We've seen numerous examples about how the scheme has been rorted. It's not means tested. It's poorly targeted. So it was a poorly designed scheme from the get-go. Its aims, I will say, were absolutely laudable. Absolutely laudable. I think the aim of ensuring that people with chronic dental diseases have a mechanism by which they can have those diseases treated, and treated in an affordable way and treated quickly is laudable. It will enjoy the support of all members in this place. But to have that scheme, which is aimed at fixing that, extended from everyone on a pension to those on multi-million-dollar salaries, and to have a scheme which is so poorly designed to allow the sorts of rorting that has gone on, is not in the public interest, Deputy Speaker, and that is why we have moved through this legislation to reform the scheme and to replace it with one which is means tested, which is targeted, and which I hope will become the first instalment in the Medicarisation of dental health care in this country, and it matters a lot. This is aimed at children and aimed at improving access to the public health dental health waiting list, Deputy Speaker. But there's another group of people who we should be focused on, and on more than one occasion I've had employers talk to me about this issue and have said the importance of dental health to improving somebody's employability. If they have 2 job applicants come through the door and sit down at a job interview, and when one starts to talk and there's poor decayed teeth and gaps in the tooth, and a second speaker, a second person is sitting alongside them with all the same aptitudes, and they don't suffer the same diseases and the same problem, they are more likely to employ the second person, Deputy Speaker. Now, I don't endorse that approach, but it is a reality, and I've had job seekers say the same thing to me as well, Deputy Speaker. So it's not only it's not just a cosmetic thing, Deputy Speaker. And it's not just a health thing, Deputy Speaker. It actually impacts on somebody's capacity to look for and to find work and to be successful in job applications. So I think the bill before the House is a first and important step in overhauling this scheme, providing real benefits to people who live in electorates like mine. So if I could conclude by once again congratulating the tireless work of the Illawarra Dental Health Action Group, its chairperson Alice Scott, and the many people who have for over a decade campaigned and worked tirelessly to provide support to local constituents and advocacy on behalf of public dental health patients. Has been an important organisation in ensuring that we get the sort of change that we are debating in this chamber today. I commend the legislation to the House.
Thank the member for his contribution. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Labor government is cutting $1.5 billion from the health budget through the Dental Benefits Amendment Bill. The minister has confirmed the cut, saying that this is a direct savings measure, and we know why that's necessary, don't we? It's made necessary because of the combination of Labor's absolute addiction to wasting billions and billions of taxpayers' funds, and as a result of what we now know is $120 billion worth of unfunded spending promises. So whether it was the NDIS, whether it's the Gonski Education review changes, whether it's in the unfunded submarines, whether it's in border protection, the list is almost endless. And we do know that this particular bill is part of that government unfunded $120 billion worth of promises. It's $4.1 billion worth of a dental program that won't actually commence until 2014, well after the next election, interestingly. And of course, the bill before the House is not really about a broad policy or a broad policy debate on dental health, and it certainly doesn't go to any of the questions of the longer-term issues about dental health management in this nation. Now, I do know that Sydney University oral pathologist Professor Hans Zollner has said that approximately 1.5 million people who have accessed this program, 80% of whom are actually healthcare card holders. They're the people who have accessed this program, who need this sort of support. He also said that the Medicare scheme, this Medicare scheme, is actually well targeted in spite of the comments that have been made from the other side of the House. And it is targeted because it's actually delivering generally to people on low incomes. And as I said, his comments were 80% of those who've received this level of care were healthcare card holders. But the government has also refused, if it's looking at longer-term dental health care in this country, the government has refused the Coalition's bipartisan offer to work to basically refine the chronic disease dental scheme, the existing scheme. Instead, it's just closed the program because we're really chasing that budget surplus and we've got to find the money from somewhere, and is proposing at sometime in the future, an alternative program. The funding, as I said, yet to be announced where it's coming from. It's another never planned, and well out beyond that next election. And this is just a pattern. It's a pattern for Labor, and it also is a pattern for Labor to actually take funding from one group of Australian and simply redistribute it to another. And we're talking about people who are midway through treatment. And it could be, since 2007 we do know that people with chronic diseases, whether it's diabetes, whether they're in remission from cancer or treatment for leukemia, whether it's with heart disease, people who have and do depend on dental services to protect their health. It's not a cosmetic issue for these people with these type of diseases. This is a very serious issue, and they've relied on this scheme to assist them during probably some of the toughest times in their lives, some of the toughest health challenges they're facing. And this CDS scheme is the one that has supported them during their time of most need. But from December this year, those same Australians with those same chronic diseases who do need dental treatment will have their funding cut by this government. And instead they will fund perhaps a dental scheme for children maybe in a year's time, maybe. And typical of Labor, it is taking with one hand, and after having pocketed the money in the run to the perhaps next budget, for a while it may at some time give some of that money back with the other hand. And it reminds me very much of the whole debate over youth allowance. We had, the government taking with one hand and eventually being forced to give it back with another, but only partly. And now we have the same thing with dental care. The chronic disease dental scheme involves Medicare payments, as we know, for the services provided by dentists, by dental specialists and dental prosthetics in their surgeries. Patients admitted to hospitals are not covered because they come under a state management system. Eligible public patients can receive up to $4,250 in Medicare benefits for dental services over 2 consecutive calendar years. And it is available to patients, and has been, that have a chronic medical condition with complex care needs. This is complex care, and they must be managed and have been managed by a GP under a specific Medicare care plan. And it is aimed at patients whose oral care is also impacting on their general health, and the patient must be referred by their GP to the dentists. But we also need to consider what impact this sudden closure of this program is going to have in a broader sense in relation to the states. And we know members of this House would certainly be aware that the majority of dental care on the public purse is funded by state governments, not the Commonwealth Government. And this bill does nothing to address the impact this decision will have on waiting lists for dental in each of those states. And I know that this is an issue. We have a gap here that the government has deliberately created, not only a funding gap but a time lag. So that's going to add to the waiting lists. And in my electorate in Western Australia, the sort of dental services that are provided by the Public Community Dental Health Service and the Country Patients Dental Subsidy Scheme. The Public Community Dental Health Service operates a 10-chair public dental service in Bunbury and my electorate, and that's funded by the WA Government. The Country Patients Dental Subsidy Scheme is also a state government scheme that provides payments to eligible people in country locations where there are participating private dental practices and no public dental clinic. But the chronic disease dental scheme takes some of the pressure off each of these public dental schemes. And what we do know is that the closure of this scheme will certainly add to waiting times. And I'd really like to know just what consultation the Minister and the Government has had with the states and with the state ministers on the inevitable impact these changes will have on them and the services they're providing. And given the history of this Labor government, I won't be making an assumption that this discussion has taken place. The Coalition has raised other concerns in relation to this issue, the dental issue, in particular the children who will lose access to treatment on the 30th of November with the closure of the CDDS. The children who will not be able to complete current treatment by the 30th of November. What about those children? And the unfunded $2.7 billion cost of the measure the government's proposing. That the schedule of services and fees and other essential details are not available. They're not available, as the bill, as we know, is just being rushed through the parliament, which again is another habit of this government. And of course, it's working overtime on that particular budget surplus issue. But there are really real and valid concerns that deserve consideration that I've mentioned, and they do reflect the lack of the long-term plan for dental care and really probably what is an arrogant government in failing to work with service providers, including the states. Now, we have proposed an inquiry which would consider all of these issues and seek to provide an integrated approach and an inclusive approach. That's what's needed, given the role of the states. The Labor scheme announced last month proposed to provide $1.3 billion to state and territory governments for public dental services. What it failed to announce was where this proposed money is going to come from. It's got to be funded. But again, this fits the Labor pattern. The provision of government-funded dental care in Australia has a long and varied history. And of course, the government is not willing to engage in a broader plan. We've made that offer. That's been refused by this government. And of course, we are once again debating a small component of dental care, and the broader issue here is exactly where the funding is going to come from, the amount of lag time, at least 14 months, that people will be unable to access services, the end of one program and the start of another. So they are the concerns that I have, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the bill before the House.
Thank you. I thank the member for her contribution to debate. The question before the House is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Tangney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Dental Benefits Amendments Bill 2012. And I guess one of the important things in communication is the ability to relate. So, I will relate a famed communist back to Labor. It was Nikita Khrushchev who said politicians are the same all over. They promise to build bridges even where there are no rivers. And so it is with this Dental Benefits Amendments Bill. The facts, as stubborn as they are that under the current scheme, a coalition scheme, 20 million services have been provided to over 1 million patients since 2007. And 80% of services under the chronic disease dental scheme have been provided to concession card holders. The people in my electorate are indignant that Labor is playing politics with their health. The reality is that Labor has gone to great lengths to undermine the CDDS because it was established by Tony Abbott as Health Minister and has been a success in improving access to treatment. The alternative Prime Minister is a man tackling our roughest challenges with fidelity and diligence. Tony Abbott isn't a man who plays politics with people's lives or their children's lives. He's a firm and considered servant who does not make empty promises. For a promise made is a debt unpaid. This is the kernel of the coalition problem with this bill. It is not costed, it is not funded, and it is not fair. The coalition is crystal clear in our unwavering commitment to the health of all Australians. I cannot support any bill that will burden the hard-working families of Tangney with another unnecessary government debt. But this is what we have seen time and time again from this tired and troubled Labor government. They promise now, and we have to pay later. One thing is for certain, the promises of yesterday are the taxes of today. And how much will this mega promise actually cost? There are no accurate or exact numbers, because accurate and available numbers may lead to, of all things, accountability. And we know Labor hates accountability. What we have then is a $4.1 billion commitment that is unfunded. Where will the money come from? The money will come from you and me. Increasing borrowing is Labor's answer to everything. In fairness, Labor should make this their fallback, because it's the only thing they deliver on. They have borrowed and borrowed. In fact, they've got better at borrowing other people's money the older they've got. Just by way of example, Labor has turned the net government interest payments from $1.02 billion in earnings into $6.5 billion in payments. That's more than enough to implement every single one of the Gonski education recommendations for the next 4 years. These are the facts. Labor overpromises and underdelivers. It is said that we promise according to our hopes and perform according to our fears. Labor has a lot to fear, because when the people of Willetton, Bull Creek, Applecross and Attadale find out that they will be left with nothing for 19 months, they will be angry. The Dental Amendments Bill will stop the successful CDSS scheme on the 30th of November and leave nothing in its wake. Nothing. There is no outline of what will fill the gap between November 2012 and July 2014, when the proposed measures are to come into place. And look more closely at the proposed measures. Under the current scheme, the successful coalition CDSS, up to $4,250 is available over a 2-year period. Contrast this with the proposed bill, and we see that Labor and the Greens have reduced the maximum amount by $3,250, or 77% of that available currently, reducing the amount available by 77% and leaving the people of Tangney in the lurch for 19 months. It's quite frankly a disgrace. The real danger of the silent majority demand and deserve answers. Labor's most noble intention with this bill was to give a little to a lot rather than a lot to a little. But what we find is they actually stopped giving to everyone for 19 months. Conveniently, 19 months from now is July 2014. By then we will have passed the next election. It is hubristic to assume that Labor will still be in power by then. Government is not the gift of the unions and the backroom boys, but of the people. Labor thinks they are better and more clever than Australians. This government is more interested in playing politics than discussing policy, and concerned about putting political profit before their duty to the nation. The political profit here is, of course, the much-vaunted budget surplus. And if it means that the parents of Riverton and Rossmoyne are left scratching their heads, left in the dark, concerned how they will fund their children's dental health bills, then so be it. The Prime Minister and the Treasurer are unconcerned. They don't care, because they will be able to point to the fact that they have apparently delivered a budget surplus. A budget surplus at all costs. We cannot pass this bill, a bill that will leave Australians worse off. 30 November, less than 10 Mondays away, less than 60 days away. 30 November marks the end of good, decent and effective policy. The day when the CDDS stops and the spin over substance starts. If you're in treatment, make sure it finishes by 30 November. And by God, make sure you don't need dental services again until 2014. How much of a cop-out is it that the maximum provided under this proposed scheme is only $1,000, when the Department of Health and Ageing's own figure for the average cost of treatment is $1,716? This in a country where the 5-year average rate of inflation is 3% and the rate of increase in inflation is increasing. What a rort. How can anyone in Tangney or anywhere in Australia even consider this bill to be fair dinkum? The coalition CDDS provides up to $4,250. Promise after promise, time after time. Labor is letting the people down. What happened to the Labor promise to their partners, the Greens? What happened to the Commonwealth Dental Health Program? It's time to focus on facts. This bill is unfair, it's unfunded and it's unnecessary. If Labor doesn't and can't value health, why should they be trusted on anything else? In measure, then, the government must know the rightful anger of the people when they are attacked. The consequences for the young and the sick are grave and urgent. It's time we return hope, reward and opportunity to all Australians. Well,
Thank you for your contribution. The question is that this bill be now read a second time.
You say about a government that is not... Need 6 minutes. I thought that you had someone on your side that was going to do it. But anyway, what does it say about people? I mean, imagine you've got sort of painful and unsightly dental work that requires doing, and you say to people, well, tough, 19 months. People that are undergoing treatment right now are in grave danger of not having that treatment completed. They've got to have that treatment completed by the 30th of November. And what happens then? What happens? Someone's halfway through, say, a root canal treatment. They've had the hole drilled and they've had a little bit of a plug put in, and that's it. Sorry, folks, you know, the rest of your filling, it'll have to wait 19 months. Do you think there won't be any further degradation to that tooth? That you know, you won't get further rotting, you won't get further pain, that you won't get further rotting into maybe another part of the root system? This is a very real problem that this government refused to acknowledge. Now, clearly the government is completely embarrassed about the situation. Look at the plethora of speakers we've got lining up on the other side to support this bill. This bill which they vaunt and they say that our CDDS is in fact an unfair scheme. It's been an unfair scheme and they're going to replace it with a better scheme. Well, where are they to support it? Look at it. Look at them. There's a row of empty benches opposite with no one supporting the bill. So what does that say about the government's commitment to dental health? What it says is that this government has got a huge problem with their so-called budget surplus. It's budget surplus which they're vaunting, but which they finesse so much, to such a great extent, that they are doing everything that they possibly can to pretend that that is going to be a real surplus. There's a $47 billion odd in NBN funding for the budget surplus. But guess what, folks? It's not on the budget. It's not in the budget papers. It's off budget. I mean, it's like you having a car and you decide you want to buy some mag wheels. But guess what? It's not coming out of my budget. I won't take it out of the household budget. I'll pretend it doesn't come from that because, hey, when I sell that car, it might earn a profit, the fact that it's got mag wheels. Is that a realistic assessment? Do you really think that the NBN is going to be able to make money on that $47 billion that has been spent? If that was the case, where was the analysis? Where's the cost-benefit analysis? We're still looking for that one. It's still disappeared. So here is the government that is looking at a mirage of a budget surplus that is never going to eventuate. They're doing everything that they can to keep things off budget, or otherwise hide things away, or indeed with the CDDS, we'll just get rid of the CDDS. And what are we going to replace it with? And I'm very pleased to see that the Health Minister's finally turned up, and I surprised that she's hasn't been vociferous here in supporting this bill. But there's a 19-month gap, between when this CDDS ends and your scheme supposedly gets introduced. It's not true. April, have a look at your own bill. You're going to leave people in the lurch, people that are on treatment now. That treatment ends at the end of November. What happens to them, Minister? What happens to them? Nothing. Nothing until April 2014. You can wait, folks. You can wait. That's okay. That's the Labor way. We make promises that we can't deliver on. We've borrowed so much money that we can't really borrow any more now, so promises that we make in future, what sort of promises do we make? We're now promising to spend the state's money. We're not even spending money that the federal government is borrowing anymore. They're making promises that they can't deliver, and so they're reliant on the states to fund those promises. What a disgrace. Notice the Treasurer is here. This is supposed to be responsible financial management, responsible budgeting. It's a joke, and it's getting worse. I almost don't know where to go with where the government's got us to. It's an absolute disgrace, Member for Windsor. It's an absolute disgrace that you are so desperate in pushing a budget bottom line that you're prepared to leave people in the lurch for 19 months when they've got chronic oral health problems. To say, oh, we've got a great scheme, but guess what? You've got to wait 19 months. Your treatment will have to end by the 30th of November because otherwise there's a gap.
The member's time has expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Cowper.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to speak on this legislation because we do have a government that proposes to leave some of the most vulnerable Australians in the lurch. We do have a government that is being absolutely callous in the way it is treating these people. We do have a government that can't manage its own budget, and because it can't manage its own budget, Australian people will have to suffer. We have a gap between the closure of the scheme that the government is so eager to wind up. It's been chasing this scheme on the basis of ideology. On the basis of ideology, Deputy Speaker. It shows that this government does not care for the neediest Australians. It shows that it does not care. It does not care for those Australians that are in the very worst of health. It shows that this government is absolutely out of touch with the health needs of many Australians. Because what this scheme did, this scheme provided much-needed dental assistance, payable under Medicare for Australians who would otherwise be totally unable to afford this treatment. So what does the minister say to these people? She says on the 30th of November, your treatment must stop, you have to go on the state waiting list, you may wait for 2 years and I don't care. That's what this minister says. I don't care about sick Australians. I only care about my own political future. I only care about Labor ideology. This minister is leaving Australians in the lurch at a time when their health is most in need.
It being 2 p.m, the debate is interrupted. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I inform the House that the Minister for Defence will be absent from question time this week as he is attending the NATO Defence Ministers' meeting in Brussels. The Minister for Home Affairs and Justice and Defence Material will be acting as Minister for Defence during this time and will answer questions on behalf of the Minister for Defence. The Attorney-General will be absent from question time today as she is attending the swearing-in of Stephen Gageler to the High Court of Australia. The Minister for Home Affairs and Justice and Defence Material will answer questions on behalf of the Attorney-General. The Minister for School Education, Early Childhood and Youth will be absent from question time this week for personal reasons. The Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Financial Services and Superannuation will answer questions on his behalf.
Are there any questions without notice? The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does the Prime Minister continue to have full confidence in the Speaker? If not, what steps will she take to remove him from the speakership?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I understand why the Leader of the Opposition has asked this question today. Of course, what would be on his mind, and he's made some public comments about this today, is the publication of some text messages from Mr Slipper, a number of them from the time before when he was Speaker. The contents of these text messages are offensive. I find sexism offensive wherever it comes from. I do believe sexism is always offensive. You would expect me, as the first woman Prime Minister of this country, to say that. On matters involving the Speaker more generally, as the Leader of the Opposition would be aware, the material he is referring to is material from a court case where the judge at the moment has reserved his decision. So I don't believe that it's appropriate for this parliament to canvass in a fulsome way this material which is in evidence in a case where the judge has reserved his decision.
Is the Leader of the Opposition seeking a supplementary?
I'm actually asking leave, Madam Deputy Speaker, to move a motion.
The Leader of the Opposition has the call.
I ask leave to move the following motion, that as provided for by section 35 of the Constitution, the Speaker be removed from office immediately.
What? You're not going to take this.
Leave is not granted. The Leader of the Opposition has the call.
No confidence motion.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I move.
Order. The Leader of the Opposition has the call.
I move that so much of standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the Leader of the Opposition from moving the following motion forthwith, that as provided for by section 35 of the Constitution, the Speaker be removed from office immediately. Yeah. Deputy Speaker, this is obviously a rare and unusual step that I take at the start of question time today, but it is a necessary step. It is necessary that this parliament now suspend standing orders and consider the removal of the Speaker from the high office that he currently holds. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's clear that this Speaker is no longer a fit and proper person to uphold the dignity of the parliament. It's clear that he is no longer a fit and proper person to uphold the standing orders of this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Speaker is disqualified. He is disqualified from high office, not by the fact of the legal action currently on foot against him, but he is disqualified by the undenied, uncontradicted facts that have emerged in the course of this case. First, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are the truly gross references to female genitalia. I regret to speak in this way to this House, but it is necessary, Madam Deputy Speaker, to prosecute this matter. The vile, anatomically specific language to which this Speaker appears to be addicted, and finally, and no less important, Madam Deputy Speaker, the clear bias on the face of the record shown by the Speaker against a member of this chamber that he had expelled that day. Madam Deputy Speaker, standing orders must be suspended because this Speaker has failed the character test. Standing orders must also be suspended because, I regret to say, not only has the Speaker failed the character test, but the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has failed the judgment test. That's why standing orders should be suspended. This Prime Minister failed the judgment test when it came to the member for Dobell. Now she has failed the judgment test when it comes to the Speaker of this parliament. For months and years, this Prime Minister ran a protection racket for the member for Dobell. Please, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's not have the same protection racket run for the benefit of the current Speaker of this parliament. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's be clear exactly what happened in this place last November. Last November, and this is why standing orders must be suspended, the Prime Minister did a squalid deal to boost her numbers in this parliament. She knew that the government was about to lose the support of the member for Denison.
The Leader of the Opposition resume his seat. The Leader of the House is seeking the call.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. We will take the motion moved by the Leader of the Opposition, and there will be 4 speakers a side, 10 minutes each.
Is the motion seconded? For the suspension.
The motion is seconded.
No. We're going to. Sorry, could the Deputy Leader of the Opposition? We're going to. Yes, I know. Yes. So we're in new territory. We are going to go back. The suspension will not proceed. We will go back to the original seeking of leave. We will start the clocks again. The Leader of the Opposition will have the opportunity to begin his remarks as if leave had been granted. The Leader of the Opposition has the call.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I move that, as provided for by section 35 of the Constitution, the Speaker be removed from office immediately. And at the risk of detaining the House in a repetitive way, let me say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it is absolutely crystal clear that this Speaker is no longer a fit and proper person to uphold the dignity of this parliament and is no longer a fit and proper person to uphold and protect the standing orders of this House. And I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Speaker is not disqualified by the mere fact of a legal action against him. That can befall any member of this House, and of itself should not be a disqualification from high office. What, Madam Deputy Speaker, must nevertheless be held against this Speaker are the undenied, uncontradicted facts that have emerged, which continue to emerge in the course of the case currently on foot against the Speaker of this parliament. At the risk, Madam Deputy Speaker, of dismaying this chamber, at the risk, Madam Deputy Speaker, of dismaying the public, I must allude, and I only allude, to the gross references to female genitalia which are contained in the uncontradicted, undenied evidence before the court about the conduct of this Speaker. I must allude, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the vile anatomical references to which this Speaker appears to be addicted in his text message. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is the clear bias in undenied, uncontradicted evidence before a court against a member of this House by someone who is charged to act without fear or favour, by someone who is charged to act impartially towards all members of this House, by someone who is charged with the upholding of the standing orders of this House without fear or favour against or in favour of any single member. Be you the newest member, be you the Father of the House, the Speaker is charged with upholding the standing orders impartially for and against all members of this parliament, and on the face of the uncontradicted, undenied evidence before a court, this Speaker cannot do that. This Speaker has not done that. That is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, this particular Speaker is no longer a fit and proper person to be the Speaker of this House. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not just the Speaker who has failed the character test. It is indeed this Prime Minister who has failed the judgment test. This Prime Minister hand-picked the current Speaker for the top job of this parliament. This Prime Minister orchestrated the resignation of the former Speaker, the member for Scullin, a man of undoubted character, a man of undoubted quality and a man of undoubted impartiality in the conduct of this chamber. Does anyone think for a second that the member for Scullin, a man who loved this parliament, who loved the speakership as he loved his life, does anyone think the former Speaker of the parliament would have resigned to spend more time with his colleagues in the caucus?
Ask Darryl.
I mean, ask the member for Banks what caucus is like these days. Does anyone think that the member for Scullin really resigned to spend time with members of the caucus? Clearly, the member for Scullin resigned the speakership because he had been instructed by the Prime Minister, a Prime Minister who engaged and who masterminded a squalid deal to shore up her numbers in the parliament. And mark my words, Madam Deputy Speaker, mark my words, Madam Deputy Speaker, what we will shortly see from this Prime Minister and ministers in this government is a defence of the indefensible, is an attempt to say that someone who has clearly failed the character test is worthy of sitting in the greatest chair of this parliament. Well, I say to this Prime Minister, just as the Speaker has failed the character test, you, Prime Minister, are about to fail the judgment test, and every day that you, Prime Minister, run a protection racket for the current Speaker, just as you ran for months and years a protection racket for the member for Dobell, you indicate your unfitness for high office as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, last November, when the Prime Minister feared she was about to lose the support of the member for Denison because she knew she would not be able to deliver on her poker machine pledge, she cooked up this deal. She knew she was about to lose the support of the member for Denison. She feared she was about to lose the support in the parliament of the member for Dobell. She was apprehensive then, as always, about the actions of the former Prime Minister, the member for Griffiths. So, in conjunction with the Leader of the House, the member for Grayndler, she dreamt up this brilliant political wheeze. She dreamt up this brilliant political tactic. Never mind if it involved the political assassination of a well-respected Speaker of this parliament. She knew that she could rely then, as always, on the Sussex Street death squads that had already dispatched one Prime Minister to deal with a Speaker of this parliament. Never mind that the squalid deal that the Prime Minister cooked up last November involved placing in the chair of this parliament someone whom her own government was investigating for misuse of entitlements. All that mattered to this Prime Minister, last November, when this brilliant piece of political manoeuvring was being dreamt up, was buttressing her position in the parliament. That's all that ever matters to this Prime Minister, her own survival in this parliament. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, what is now absolutely apparent is that while members on this side of the House were attempting to manoeuvre the Speaker out of the parliament, the Prime Minister and members on the other side of the parliament were giving him the biggest job in this parliament, apart from the Prime Ministership itself. And in the process of managing the Speaker not out of the parliament but into the Speakership, this Prime Minister dudded a good Labor man who had done nothing at all but discharge the duties of the Speakership in a fair and impartial manner, not sufficiently partial to satisfy the Prime Minister and the Leader of this House. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's be absolutely crystal clear about the situation in this parliament right now. This Speaker is this Prime Minister's creation. This Speaker's actions are this Prime Minister's responsibility, and this Speaker's standards per force are this Prime Minister's standards unless she has the responsibility and the decency to remove this Speaker from his high office. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we know, because we have been observing this Prime Minister now for a long time in this parliament. We know that sorry is the one word she can't say. We know I was wrong is the one statement that she can't make. Well, I say to this Prime Minister, please, for the sake of this parliament, for the sake of this country, for the sake of ordinary standards of decency, admit that you got it wrong when you engineered the member for Fisher into the Speaker's chair, and just say sorry. Just apologise to this parliament for the travesty that you have inflicted on us back in November last year. Madam Deputy Speaker, as things stand, this whole sorry slipper saga just illustrates the ethical bankruptcy of this government. We've had minister after minister just about knocking over the microphones to stand up for this Speaker. We've had minister after minister tripping over themselves to defend this Speaker. We had the Minister for Foreign Affairs describing the accuser of the Speaker as more rehearsed than a kabuki actor. We had the Leader of the House saying that anyone who criticised the current Speaker was guilty of engaging in the politics of personal destruction. We even had the Leader of the House compare court action against the current Speaker to Watergate. I mean, what sense of standard, what sense of proportion, what sense of perspective do these people have? But worst of all, Madam Deputy Speaker, we had the one person in this House most charged with respecting due process, with respecting the ordinary processes of the courts, the first law officer of the Crown, the first law officer of this country, the Attorney-General herself, who went out in public again and again and again and again to say that those who were engaged in prosecuting this Speaker were somehow guilty of an abusive process. She didn't say it once. It wasn't a slip of the tongue in the heat of the moment. She went out and said it deliberately, cold-bloodedly and calculatedly again and again and again and again. And when the Attorney-General was picked up for commentary, and it's interesting, isn't it, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Prime Minister herself is now saying, oh, I couldn't possibly comment on something which is before the courts. Oh no, not me, upholder of standards, upholder of decency, always wanting to give someone a fair go. Oh yeah. Well, this is what the Attorney-General said when picked up on the fact that she was prejudging a matter before the courts. The Attorney-General said, I think it's unrealistic, given the public interest in this matter, that there will not be commentary. And wasn't there commentary, Madam Deputy Speaker? There was comment after comment after comment. There was defamation after defamation after defamation of someone whose only fault was seeking to assert his rights at law against the Speaker of this parliament. But what's happened? What's happened, Madam Deputy Speaker, since more has been revealed about the real character, the real nature of the individual who holds the highest job that this parliament can bestow upon anyone? What's happened is that the Attorney-General has now taken the vows of a Trappist monk. The Attorney-General has now taken the vow of silence on this matter that the Prime Minister is now going to attempt to take. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, total hypocrisy. This is a government which is only too ready to detect sexism, to detect misogyny no less, until, Madam Deputy Speaker, they find it in one of their own supporters, until, Madam Deputy Speaker, they find it in someone upon whom this Prime Minister relies to survive in her job. Then, of course, no fault can possibly be found, no evil dare be spoken. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Australian public are not mugs. They know what is going on here. They know that this government is about to run a protection racket for something which is absolutely contemptible, for attitudes and values which are absolutely and utterly indefensible. Madam Deputy Speaker, not only has the Prime Minister failed the judgment test, not only has the government failed the standards test, but this Attorney-General has failed the honour test. She has dishonourably failed to defend the ordinary judicial process of this country. Not only has the Attorney-General failed to defend judicial process, she has been the chief defender of the Speaker himself. She has been running his defence rather than defending the courts and the justice process of our country. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is no accident that the member for Banks has today resigned as chairman of the government caucus. It is no accident that the member for Banks has resigned today, because the member for Banks must be only too well aware of the fact that back in November last year it was he, the member for Banks, who was forced to nominate the current Speaker for the position that he now holds. It was the member for Banks who was forced by this government to endure 10 minutes of infamy while he stood in this place, to assert the virtues of the member for Fisher. Well, he knew it was wrong then. He's known that it was wrong every day since then. It's obviously been hanging on his conscience, and now he has resigned. And I'm waiting for the member for Melbourne Ports, who asserted as well the honour of the member for Fisher, an assertion that he knew then and has known every day since then to be simply false. So far, the only honourable man opposite in this matter has been the member for Banks, and I commend him. For that. Now I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Prime Minister is in a difficult position today. She's already lost her caucus chairman. She's fighting to avoid losing her Speaker, and ultimately what she is frightened of losing is the support of her caucus too. Well, just as she's lost the caucus chairman, she will lose her Speaker, and I suspect she will shortly lose the caucus, because what this Prime Minister has done is shame this parliament. And should she rise in this place now to try to defend the Speaker, to try to say that she retains confidence in this Speaker, she will shame this parliament again. And every day the Prime Minister stands in this parliament to defend this Speaker will be another day of shame for this parliament, another day of shame for a government which should already have died of shame. The member for Fisher should never have been. He never have been a Speaker in this parliament. He shouldn't have been made Speaker last November, and he shouldn't be Speaker now. Let me simply remind the Prime Minister, who I presume is about to rise to her feet in this parliament and defend her personal selection of the member for Fisher as Speaker of this place. She said back on the 24th of November last year, she said of this Speaker that he had shown a fierce sense of balance and appropriateness. This Prime Minister thinks that this Speaker is a man of appropriate judgment. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, what this Prime Minister now needs to do is to defend the conduct, the character and the words of this Speaker. I hear an accusation. How long was he in our party room? We were trying to get him out of our party room, and what did you do? What did members opposite do? They put him into the biggest job in the parliament. This Speaker is this Prime Minister's property.
The Minister for
The Prime
Employment,
Minister
the Minister for
owns
Health.
this Speaker, and every day the Prime Minister stands in this parliament to defend this Speaker, the bonds between them will just be closer. This Prime Minister should be ashamed of herself. She should be ashamed of her choice. She should be ashamed of her judgment. She should be ashamed of the fact that she is now having to defend the indefensible. This Speaker should be gone. This Speaker should be gone today.
Is the motion seconded? The Deputy Leader of the Opposition has the floor.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I second the motion. It is with a heavy heart that I rise to speak on this motion, for it represents a dark and ugly and shameful episode in this parliament. But this motion must be moved because the Prime Minister's choice for Speaker, the member for Fisher, his occupancy of the Speaker's role, is no longer tenable. Madam Deputy Speaker, when this House votes to elect a Speaker, a heavy responsibility falls upon the shoulders of the person privileged to take that role. A responsibility to the House, a responsibility to the Parliament and a responsibility to the Australian people. It is among the greatest honours in our parliamentary system to be chosen by peers to hold the most important office in this chamber. It is enshrined, no less, in section 35 of the Constitution that the House of Representatives shall, before proceeding to the dispatch of any other business, choose a member to be the Speaker of the House. This means the Parliament cannot function without first electing a Speaker to preside over the workings of the House. The role of the Speaker rests upon 800 years of tradition, harking back to the early genesis of our parliamentary system in England. All nations that have adopted the Westminster system of parliamentary democracy have a Speaker playing a critical role as an impartial judge, whose foremost duty is to uphold the dignity of the House, to enforce standards of behaviour and to represent the House and the Parliament in the traditional and ceremonial roles that are required of the Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Speaker's role in the Westminster system has been described thus. The office of the Speaker occupies a pivotal position in our parliamentary democracy. It has been said of the office of the Speaker that while the members of Parliament represent the individual constituencies, the Speaker represents the full authority of the House itself. The Speaker symbolises the dignity and power of the House over which they are presiding. Therefore, it is expected that the holder of this office of high dignity has to be one who can represent the House in all its manifestations. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Speaker can only function if he or she commands the respect of the House. The authority of the Speaker in terms of upholding standards can only be effective if the Speaker has the respect of members. While the parliamentary authority of the Speaker can't be challenged, it can be undermined by the conduct of the person who occupies the chair. Madam Deputy Speaker, while I do not presume to speak for all of the female colleagues on either side of the chamber, I would personally struggle to show appropriate respect for the Speaker should the member for Fisher return to the role of presiding over question time. How the women in this House are expected to show respect to the Speaker when we are now aware of the views that he holds of women is beyond comprehension. The published remarks of the member for Fisher have been read into evidence in a court case. They are uncontested, they are available to the public, they are on a website, they are reported in the media, they are not sub judice. There has been a running commentary on the case involving the member for Fisher and one of his staffers. That running commentary has come from no less a person than the Attorney-General, the first law officer in the land. And for the first law officer to think it is appropriate to intervene in proceedings to protect the member for Fisher against a case calls into question her fitness for office. But there are legitimate questions being directed to the Attorney-General about why she would intervene in those proceedings to provide special privileges for the member for Fisher that were not afforded to the other litigant in the proceedings. Indeed, the judge in these proceedings has given what I think is an unprecedented statement about the Attorney-General's failure to uphold the dignity of the court, for that is the first duty of the Attorney-General of this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, these remarks of the member for Fisher that were read into the court transcript, that are uncontested, that are now on the public record, are offensive. Many of them obscenely offensive. What female Labor members would describe as sexist and misogynist, if anyone else had uttered them. One comment maliciously attacks a serving female member of parliament, while the member for Fisher was occupying the chair as Speaker. A malicious, vicious comment showing the partial nature of the member for Fisher's role as Speaker. It was not impartial, it was impolite, it was obscene. It makes the member for Fisher's position untenable to occupy the role as Speaker. His attitude to women, as revealed in these remarks that are now public, is entirely, absolutely, utterly incompatible with what is expected of the Speaker of the House of Representatives. We do not need to see the outcome of a court case. We do not need to hide behind the fig of sub judice. These comments are public. The public are judging this House and the actions we will take in relation to them. This is also a very serious test for the Prime Minister and for her leadership, because it was the Prime Minister who sanctioned the political deal with the member for Fisher that elevated him to this position of Speaker. The deal was done to allow the Prime Minister to break her written commitment to the member for Denison on gambling reform. I'm sure the member for Denison has not forgotten that betrayal. The deal involved the removal of the member for Scullin from the speakership, a man who had conducted himself and the affairs of the House with enormous dignity, and he had earned the respect of all members. Indeed, I recall at one point the Leader of the Opposition intervening when there was a question of confidence in the Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition intervened when members opposite did not, to assure Speaker Scullin that he had, the member for Scullin, that he had our support. For the member for Scullin was a decent man, an honourable man. Could anyone in this chamber imagine the member for Scullin making the remarks about women that have been made by the member for Fisher, the Prime Minister's choice for Speaker? The Prime Minister must show leadership on this issue and acknowledge that the member for Fisher was her choice of Speaker. It was a grave error of judgment. There were very serious and deep reservations held about the character of the member for Fisher before he was elevated to the position of Speaker. Indeed, the Manager of Opposition Business moved that any number of Labor members be appointed to the position of Speaker, and yet every time that the Manager of Opposition Business moved that another Labor member be appointed Speaker. Indeed, I'm reminded that he nominated 9 Labor members to be Speaker. The government voted against it. On 9 occasions, we tried to warn the government that this was a grave error of judgment to appoint the member for Fisher, but because he was part of the grubby political deal, the Prime Minister went ahead, and damn the consequences. Sadly, the potential for the grubby political deal to drag down the reputation of the parliament has now been realised. The member for Fisher is still the Speaker. As Madam Deputy Speaker well knows, he still commands the salary. He's still carrying on the business of Speaker behind the scenes. He just doesn't turn up for question time. And this is all part of the ruse to enable the government to say he's stepped aside. He has not stepped aside. He is still the Speaker. He just doesn't turn up for the public viewing of question time. But in every other respect, he is the Speaker. Sadly, he is the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Now, yes, the member for Fisher has been embroiled in a court case, a sexual harassment case brought by one of his staffer. It is in the course of that case that this evidence has come to light, and this is uncontradicted evidence. The member for Fisher has not denied it. He has not claimed it was fake. It is entirely and absolutely uncontested evidence accepted by the court as evidence, as any lawyer would know. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister struggles to admit fault or errors of judgment, and there have been plenty of errors of judgment on the part of the Prime Minister. I guess it's a matter of pride that she doesn't like to admit when she gets it wrong. But this is an issue that goes beyond the pride of the Prime Minister. This is an issue that goes to the heart of our democracy. Because if members of this parliament lose respect for the Speaker, it follows that the broader community will lose respect for the office of Speaker, and that will impact on the respect the community holds for the Australian Parliament. Now, all members elected to this House know from their first days in this place of the important role of the Speaker of the Parliament. We're keenly aware of the need to accord the Speaker the highest levels of respect, obey the rulings of the Chair, and when we don't, the Speaker takes action and we oblige. The current Speaker, if he is retained in this role by the Prime Minister, will be an embarrassment not only to the members of this parliament but to the Australian public as he carries on the duties of Speaker. Of course it's important to our democratic system to have a Speaker that upholds the dignity of the House. It underpins our system of government. But the Speaker also holds a very public role. He's the senior representative of the parliament in welcoming foreign leaders, foreign female leaders, entertaining foreign dignitaries. And yes, they too read the media. They too will be aware of the views of the member for Fisher of women and the partial role he has played as Speaker in condemning a serving shadow minister in this House. He also leads delegations internationally. He is meant to be the person to lead our members of parliament overseas, to represent the parliament, to lead female delegates. Does the Prime Minister think it's going to be easy for female delegates to go on trips overseas with the member for Fisher, knowing the views he holds about women, the sexist, misogynistic views that the member for Fisher holds about women? The Speaker also liaises with other governments, liaises with the Governor-General on our behalf, and as the Prime Minister often points out, not only do we have a female Prime Minister of this country, we have a female Governor-General. She's meant to receive the member for Fisher, the man who the Prime Minister chose to uphold the dignity of the House. The Speaker also leads the staff of the Parliament and is meant to set standards of behaviour for staff in the Parliament. And we now know through this exchange of text messages how the Speaker, the member for Fisher, deals with his staffers. Uncontested evidence of the most appalling kind. The Speaker should be setting a personal example for others to follow. I remind the House of previous Speakers who have set such an example. Speaker Harry Jenkins, Speaker Steve Martin, Speaker Neil Andrews, Speaker David Hawker, and there are many, many more from both sides of the House, speakers who have upheld the dignity of the House. Can you imagine any one of those occupants of the chair ever descending in the type of sexist, offensive, obscene conduct that is enshrined in these text messages that the member for Fisher sent to his staff? I call on all members to maintain the high standards to ensure that the Speaker is a person of dignity. It is a grave situation that only the Parliament can resolve by removing the Speaker from office and electing a new Speaker.
Has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to oppose the motion moved by the Leader of the Opposition. And in so doing, I say to the Leader of the Opposition, I will not be lectured about sexism and misogyny by this man. I will not. And the government will not be lectured about sexism and misogyny by this man. Not now, not ever. The Leader of the Opposition says that people who hold sexist views and who are misogynists are not appropriate for high office. Well, I hope the Leader of the Opposition has got a piece of paper and he is writing out his resignation. Because if he wants to know what misogyny looks like in modern Australia, he doesn't need a motion in the House of Representatives, he needs a mirror. That's what he needs. Let's go through the opposition leader's repulsive double standards, when it comes to misogyny and sexism. We are now supposed to take seriously that the Leader of the Opposition is offended by Mr Slipper's text messages, when this is the Leader of the Opposition who has said, and this was when he was a minister under the last government, not when he was a student, not when he was in high school, when he was a minister under the last government. He has said, and I quote, in a discussion about women being underrepresented in institutions of power in Australia, the interviewer was a man called Stavros. The Leader of the Opposition says, if it's true, Stavros, that men have more power, generally speaking, than women, is that a bad thing? And then a discussion ensues and another person being interviewed says, I want my daughter to have as much opportunity as my son. To which the Leader of the Opposition says, yeah, I completely agree, but what if men are by physiology or temperament more adapted to exercise authority or to issue command? Then ensues another discussion about women's role in modern society, and the other person participating in the discussion says, I think it's very hard to deny that there is an underrepresentation of women, to which the Leader of the Opposition says, but now there's an assumption that this is a bad thing. This is the man from whom we're supposed to take lectures about sexism. And then, of course, it goes on. I was very offended personally when the Leader of the Opposition, as Minister for Health, said, and I quote, abortion is the easy way out. I was very personally offended by those comments. You said that in March 2004. I suggest you check the records. I was also very offended on behalf of the women of Australia when, in the course of this carbon pricing campaign, the Leader of the Opposition said, when the housewives of Australia need to do what the housewives of Australia need to understand as they do the ironing. Thank you for that painting of women's roles in modern Australia. And then, of course, I was offended too by the sexism, by the misogyny of the Leader of the Opposition catcalling across this table at me as I sit here as Prime Minister. If the Prime Minister wants to, politically speaking, make an honest woman of herself, something that would never have been said to any man sitting in this chair. I was offended when the Leader of the Opposition went outside in the front of Parliament and stood next to a sign that said, "Ditch the witch." I was offended when the Leader of the Opposition stood next to a sign that described me as a man's bitch. I was offended by those things. Misogyny, sexism, every day from this Leader of the Opposition. Every day, in every way, across the time the Leader of the Opposition has sat in that chair and I've sat in this chair, that is all we have heard from him. And now the Leader of the Opposition wants to be taken seriously. Apparently he's woken up after this track record and all of these statements. He's woken up and he's gone, "Oh dear, there's this thing called sexism. Oh, my Lord, there's this thing called misogyny. Now, who's one of them? Oh, the Speaker must be, because that suits my political purpose." Doesn't turn a hair about any of his past statements, doesn't walk into this parliament and apologise to the women of Australia, doesn't walk into this parliament and apologise to me for the things that have come out of his mouth, but now seeks to use this as a battering ram against someone else. Well, this kind of hypocrisy should not be tolerated, which is why this motion from the Leader of the Opposition should not be taken seriously. And then second, the Leader of the Opposition is always wonderful about walking into this parliament and giving me and others a lecture about what they should take responsibility for. Always wonderful about that. Everything that I should take responsibility for, now apparently including the text messages of the member for Fisher. Always keen to say others should assume responsibility, particularly me. Well, can anybody remind me if the Leader of the Opposition has taken any responsibility for the conduct of the Sydney Young Liberals and the attendance at this event of members of his front bench? Has he taken any responsibility for the conduct of members of his political party and members of his front bench who apparently, when the most vile things were being said about my family, raised no voice of objection? No one walked out of the room. No one walked up to Mr Jones and said that this was not acceptable. Instead, of course, it was all viewed as good fun until it was run in a Sunday newspaper, and then the Leader of the Opposition and others started ducking for cover. Big on lectures of responsibility, very light on accepting responsibility himself for the vile conduct of members of his political party. Third, Ms Deputy Speaker, why the Leader of the Opposition should not be taken seriously on this motion. The Leader of the Opposition and the Deputy Leader of the Opposition have come into this place and have talked about the member for Fisher. Well, let me remind the Opposition and the Leader of the Opposition particularly about their track record and association with the member for Fisher. I remind them that the National Party pre-selected the member for Fisher for the 1984 election, that the National Party pre-selected the member for Fisher for the 1987 election, that the Liberal Party pre-selected Mr Fisher for the 1993 election, then for the 96 election, then for the 98 election, then for the 2001 election, then for the 2004 election, then for the 2007 election, and then for the 2010 election. And across many of those pre-selections, Mr Slipper enjoyed the personal support of the Leader of the Opposition. I remind the Leader of the Opposition that on the 28th of September 2010, following the last election campaign, when Mr Slipper was elected as Deputy Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition— The Leader of the Opposition at that stage said this, and I quote, he referred to the member for Maranoa, who was also elected to a position at the same time, and then went on as follows. and the member for Fisher will serve as a fine complement to the member for Scullin in the chair. I believe that the parliament will be well served by the team which will occupy the chair in this chamber. I congratulate the member for Fisher, who has been a friend of mine for a very long time, who has served this parliament in many capacities with distinction. The words of the Leader of the Opposition on record about his personal friendship with Mr Slipper and on record about his view about Mr Slipper's qualities and attributes to be the Speaker. No walking away from those words. They were the statement of the Leader of the Opposition then. I remind the Leader of the Opposition, who now comes in here and speaks about Mr Slipper and apparently his inability to work with or talk to Mr Slipper, I remind the Leader of the Opposition he attended Mr Slipper's wedding. Did he walk up to Mr Slipper in the middle of the service and say he was disgusted to be there? Was that the attitude he took? No, he attended that wedding as a friend. The Leader of the Opposition, keen to lecture others about what they ought to know or did know about Mr Slipper, well, with respect, I'd say to the Leader of the Opposition, after a long personal association, including attending Mr Slipper's wedding, it would be interesting to know whether the Leader of the Opposition was surprised by these text messages. He's certainly in a position to speak more intimately about Mr Slipper than I am and many other people in this parliament, given this long personal association. Then, of course, the Leader of the Opposition comes into this place and says, and I quote, "Every day the Prime Minister stands in this parliament to defend this Speaker will be another day of shame for this parliament, another day of shame for a government which should already have died of shame."
Oh, where's that phrase?
Well, can I indicate to the Leader of the Opposition the government is not dying of shame. My father did not die of shame. What the Leader of the Opposition should be ashamed of is his performance in this parliament and the sexism he brings with it. Now, about the text messages that are on the public record or reported in the— that's a direct quote from the Leader of the Opposition, so I suggest those groaning have a word with him. Now, on the conduct of Mr Slipper and on the text messages that are in the public domain, I have seen the press reports of those text messages. I am offended by their content. I'm offended by their content because I am always offended by sexism. I'm offended by their content because I'm always offended by statements that are anti-women. I'm offended by those things in the same way that I have been offended by things that the Leader of the Opposition has said, and no doubt will continue to say in the future, because if this today was an exhibition of his new feminine side, well, I don't think we've got much to look forward to in terms of change conduct. I am offended by those text messages, but I also believe, in terms of this parliament making a decision about the speakership, that this parliament should recognise that there is a court case in progress, that the judge has reserved his decision, that having waited for a number of months for the legal matters surrounding Mr Slipper to come to a conclusion, that this parliament should see that conclusion. I believe that is the appropriate path forward and that people will then have an opportunity to make up their minds with the fullest information available to them. But whenever people make up their minds about those questions, what I won't stand for, what I will never stand for, is the Leader of the Opposition coming into this place and peddling a double standard, peddling a standard for Mr Slipper he would not set for himself, peddling a standard for Mr Slipper he has not set for other members of his front bench, peddling a standard for Mr Slipper that has not been acquitted by the people who have been sent out to say the vilest and most revolting things, like his former shadow parliamentary secretary, Senator Bernardi. I will not ever see the Leader of the Opposition seek to impose his double standard on this parliament. Sexism should always be unacceptable. We should conduct ourselves as it should be always unacceptable. The Leader of the Opposition says do something. Well, he could do something himself if he wants to deal with sexism in this parliament. He could change his behaviour. He could apologise for all these past statements. He could apologise for standing next to signs describing me as a witch and a bitch, terminology that is now objected to by the front bench of the opposition. He could change a standard himself if he sought to do so. But we will see none of that from the Leader of the Opposition, because on these questions he is incapable of change. Capable of double standards but incapable of change. His double standards should not rule this parliament. Good sense, common sense, proper process is what should rule this parliament. That's what I believe is the path forward for this parliament, not the kind of double standards and political game playing imposed by the Leader of the Opposition. Now looking at his watch, because apparently a woman's spoken too long. I've had him yell at me to shut up in the past, but I will take the remaining seconds of my speaking time to say to the Leader of the Opposition, I think the best course for him is to reflect on the standards he's exhibited in public life, on the responsibility he should take for his public statements, on his close personal connection with Peter Slipper, on the hypocrisy he has displayed in this House today. And on that basis, because of the Leader of the Opposition's motivations, this parliament today should reject this motion, and the Leader of the Opposition should think seriously about the role of women in public life and in Australian society, because we are entitled to a better standard than this.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Order.
I take no joy whatever in speaking on a motion of this nature
The Minister
before
for
the Parliament.
Families.
I'm deeply conscious of the gravity of this motion, how rare it has been in the history of this parliament for a motion to be put before debate that the Speaker be removed from his office. It is indeed a subject of great importance, of great significance, and it's a decision and it's an action taken by the opposition only with the deepest of heart. But these are circumstances that we have surely never before seen in this parliament. We have a Speaker subject to a series of allegations over a long period of time, and we now find that some of those allegations are supported by the Speaker's own words, text around the nation. This is unsatisfactory conduct when the person whose primary responsibility is to uphold the honour and the dignity of this parliament, to set an example to other members, to set an example to the community, to be the face of the parliament, a man that we should admire in the office. We should respect because he not only holds an important office, but because he carries out the responsibilities of that office with dignity. This is no mere censure of a Speaker who's made a poor ruling as chairman of the parliament. It's not a dispute over standing orders or administration of the parliament. It's about the very fitness of the incumbent to hold this high office. There's been a dark cloud now that's been growing for far too long, and the government has been prepared to stand in the shadow rather than come out into the light and condemn the behaviour of the man they chose to be Speaker. They moved aside a man of great integrity, a person admired on all sides of the House, who had carried out his responsibility with distinction. There had been no suggestion of impropriety. There had been no suggestion that he behaved in a way that was anything other than fair and appropriate for the Speaker's office. He was stood aside and put in place a person who was trusted with the responsibility of the traditions and the standards of the parliament, who did not have such a record. Even at the very time that he was appointed to the Speaker, There had already been many months of articles in his own local newspapers questioning his integrity, questioning his use of his parliamentary entitlements, questioning his travel bills, questioning the quite strange travel patterns that have developed over the years. These questions were already in the public era. They were already being considered and under investigation, and yet this government chose to make him the Speaker of this parliament. Now he still holds that office. He still holds that office. He collects the full salary. He continues to travel the world, entertain in his office and collect the travel allowance. He's marked present for being here, even though you, Madam Deputy Speaker, are conducting the most important part of his work. Now, this office is more than just a privileged position. It's more than pomp and ceremony and parades through the members' hall. The Speaker is the custodian of the dignity of this chamber, and it reflects on all who are seated here. The Speaker is the arbiter in whom the public must have confidence if they are to believe in the fair workings of this parliament. Now, despite political differences, the Speaker must be an impartial umpire over the people and the proceedings of the House. Now, from time to time, the Speaker rebukes members, more on this side, I must say, than others, but rebukes members because he does not believe that they have appropriately recognised the standing orders. Now, if he's to undertake that job and to be respected in exercising that discipline, then he must earn that respect. He is not respected just because he holds an office entitled to respect. He must build on that reputation and earn that respect. And this Speaker has not done that. How can you honour and accept rebuke from a person whose own behaviour falls so much short of the standards that we could reasonably expect? The Speaker is the face of the parliament. He's the defender of the rights and the privileges of all members. It's a position of honour, but he needs also to bring honour to that post, and the member for Fisher has brought dishonour to the post. Further, he has made it absolutely clear through the texts which have now become public that he does not believe that it's necessary for him to carry out his task with impartiality, and that is surely an absolutely essential ingredient of the person who should hold this office of Speaker. His comments about the suspension of the member for Indi are a disgrace. They're a disgrace to the office of the Speaker. Of course, they are inappropriate in their sexist nature, unacceptable in their sexist nature. But he also demonstrated that that decision was not made out of impartiality. It was made because he didn't like the member for Indi. He didn't like the member for Indi. He thought it was appropriate to suspend her on a day that was critical in the votes of this parliament, the day in which the carbon tax was to be inflicted upon the Australian people. He thought that was good fun to evict a member of the opposition in those circumstances. That does not reflect the level of impartiality that the members of this parliament have got a right to expect from the person who holds the high office of Speaker. It's a solemn trust to which he is entrusted. It's a trust that Speakers over the years, in the past, have assumed with reverence. There's a long tradition of honourable men and women who have filled this post. All of them have taken their responsibilities seriously. Most of them have built on the reputation and the standing of this parliament. But our current Speaker has demeaned that office. He's declared himself innocent of the charges in relation to his private expenditure, although his defence has never been on show. The allegations about his travel costs and cab charge still carry with them the odour of serious allegations that need to be responded. But in act of political expediency, this government elevated the member for Fisher to this high office, and in the process have plunged the parliament into a parlour state. Now, allegations of sexual harassment that have followed, and they've engulfed the Speaker's office to the extent that the Speaker cannot fulfil his duties in the chamber. He's done the right thing by standing aside while these allegations are under consideration. But they have become so much worse out of his own mouth, out of his own Twitter. They've become so much worse while he's been absent from the chamber. And those allegations are so serious. They reflect so much on his attitude towards women and upon the parliament that he is not fit to hold this office. And, Madam Prime Minister, it is not a satisfactory defence of this person who holds the office of Speaker to just indulge in a tirade of abuse against the Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition is not on trial here. It's the Speaker of this parliament that's on trial. The opposition the government may well have, over recent weeks, tried to distract attention from their carbon tax, from their $120 billion black hole, from the crises after crises of bad management in government by trying to slur the Leader of the Opposition. Now, that is an unsatisfactory behaviour, and the people of Australia can make their own judgments about that. But what the Prime Minister should have done today, that she should have defended and given us a reason as a parliament to have confidence in this Speaker. She should have given us a reason in her speech as to why we should not seek to have the Speaker removed. She did not choose to do that. She spent her time criticising the Leader of the Opposition. She spent her time criticising other people and comments they may have made about her. But she did not address the crisis of confidence that there is in this place in the Speaker. A man whom the government has recently been involved in a payout of $50,000 worth of taxpayers' dollars. That suggests that these are more than just allegations against the Speaker. The government itself was prepared to pay out $50,000 to settle just one of these actions, along with $750,000 worth of legal expenses and who knows what else. So this is not just idle chatter. These are not just the empty words of the man who occupies the Speaker's chair. No matter how inappropriate, no matter how sexist, no matter how repugnant those words are to everybody in the chamber, these are actually words now that have had the credibility of court action and some degree of judgment. And in reality, in these circumstances, the Speaker is left exposed. The Speaker has no defence. The Speaker is bringing disrepute upon this parliament, and therefore he lacks the public confidence that the institutions of this government, of our democracy, are entitled to enjoy. Madam Deputy Speaker, the revelations of the abhorrent text messages have really broken the camel's back. They've shattered public confidence and left this government with no option but to sack the speakers. The comment on the contents of the messages are certainly vile. They're denigrating to women and even include reference to female members of this chamber. Now, none of that is acceptable behaviour from the person who is supposed to be the custodian of the honour of this parliament. None of that is acceptable from a person that we should be respecting in the office of Speaker. Now, the facts are that in truth, the poisoned texts of the Speaker say it all to everyone. The duplicity of the government is laid bare for all to see because of their defence of this Speaker. But the Prime Minister, who showed poor political judgment for him to support his selection in the first place, but now she can still gain some honour. She can still gain some honour for this shameful incident. She could still do the right thing. She could still do the right thing. Admit the error of judgment and support the motion that the Parliament has no longer got confidence in this man and they want to have a new Speaker. Now, the Prime Minister criticises the Leader of the Opposition, but this is about the future of the Speaker. The Speaker must have the confidence of the House. This Speaker does not have the confidence of the Australian people. His behaviour does not befit a person in this important position. I call on the Prime Minister to end the torment of the Australian people. We've had enough. Restore trust to this office. It's time to stand up for decency and integrity and the honour of the Parliament. It's essential that we have a new Speaker to help restore the dignity of this House and the confidence of the Australian people.
The Cabinet Secretary has the call.
Deputy Speaker, and what a shameful day this is. What a shameful day this is. Those opposite should be hanging their heads in shame at what they are seeking to do here. Deputy Speaker, plucking a piece of evidence from an ongoing case in the Federal Court of Australia, plucking that piece of evidence and bringing it here, seeking a rush to judgment before the Federal Court has even ruled on the abuse of process application that this piece of evidence was tendered in, seeking to rush to judgment, let alone before the actual case, the case brought by Mr Ashby in the Federal Court of Australia, is ruled upon. Because there are two stages in this case in the Federal Court, and where the judge is at the moment, just to remind members opposite, is that he's heard an abuse of process application which says that the whole case brought by Mr Ashby should be thrown out of court. And the judge is presently considering his decision in respect of that application. He reserved last week, and in the course of that application for abuse of process, the judge made some highly critical remarks about the conduct of this case. But those opposite would have us rush to judgment on the Speaker of this chamber before the judge in the Federal Court has ruled on abuse of process, before the judge in the Federal Court has ruled on the actual case brought by Mr Ashby, and before, I might say, anyone in this parliament has had the chance to examine anything about these texts, anything about the context in which they were tendered in the Federal Court of Australia in evidence. And it might be said this, and I picked this up from reading the newspaper accounts about these texts, that the particular text in question, and it is a sexist and offensive text, I don't make any bones about this, the particular text in question was an exchange that the Speaker of the House of Representatives had with Mr James Ashby before the member for Fisher became Speaker of the House of Representatives, and before, I might add, Mr Ashby became his employee. And you can see, indeed, when he was a Liberal National Party member of this place, and as the Prime Minister has said, a Liberal National Party member of this place, pre-selected on no less than 8 occasions, first by the National Party for the 1984 election, then by the Liberal Party of Australia, and more latterly at the last 4 or 5 or 6 times he was pre-selected by the Liberal National Party of Queensland. We hear from the Leader of the Opposition, falsely it seems, saying we were trying to get him out of our party room. Well, they were pretty slow about it, Deputy Speaker. They've taken since 1984 to get the member for Fisher out of their party room, and they weren't exactly hurrying at the 2010 election either. At the 2010 election, this Leader of the Opposition, Deputy Speaker, stood side by side with the member for Fisher and endorsed him for election as member for Fisher. And to have the Leader of the Opposition come in here, not only inviting this House to act as a kangaroo court, which we should resoundingly reject, not only inviting this House to rush to judgment on the Speaker of our chamber on the most thinnest piece of evidence plucked from the Federal Court of Australia, we have the Leader of the Opposition seeking to comment, if you please, on the merits of the case before the court, saying of Mr James Ashby, his only fault, and I'm quoting directly from the Leader of the Opposition, his only fault was seeking to assert his rights against the Speaker of this parliament. Well, the Leader of the Opposition should actually have a look at what Mr James Ashby did and might care to listen to the comments that Justice Reries in the Federal Court of Australia made last week. There were extreme criticisms expressed of Mr James Ashby by this judge in the Federal Court, in particular criticism of the way in which Mr Ashby chose to bring his case against the Speaker of the House of Representatives, chose to make allegations of criminality which were given the most extreme publicity possible, only then to have them withdrawn. The judge commented as well on the publicity that Mr Ashby had sought to bring to every aspect of this case, and yet this opposition seeks, and I'll come back to this, Deputy Speaker, to attack the Attorney-General for doing her job which is to explain the way in which proceedings involving the Commonwealth are being conducted, because the people of Australia are perfectly entitled to be informed about the way proceedings are being conducted. Deputy Speaker, no institution is safe from this opposition. No convention is safe from this opposition. Not the courts, and certainly not this parliament is safe from this opposition. It's an opposition that does not believe in due process. It's an opposition that does not believe in fairness. It's an opposition that has no shame, is prepared to tear down any institution, tear down any convention to get at their objective, which is power for this Leader of the Opposition. This is a Leader of the Opposition who will let no institution, no convention stand in his way. We've heard of that from the member from New England. No trick is too low, no stunt is too wild, and no effort will be spared to create an atmosphere of disorder in this chamber when none exists. The Leader of the Opposition should in fact be explaining to this chamber what the involvement of Mal Brough, a former member of this chamber, was in the bringing of this case in the federal court. The Leader of the Opposition could well explain the involvement of the member for Sturt in the planning of the attack on the Speaker of our chamber. Or indeed, let's hear from the Leader of the Opposition about the involvement of Mark McArdle, a minister, a Liberal National Party minister in the government in Queensland, who was also, we have learned from proceedings in the Federal Court of Australia, directly involved in the planning of this attack, using court proceedings in the planning of this attack on the Speaker of the House of Representatives. I said a moment ago, Deputy Speaker, that there is a misguided attack being made in the course of these speeches that we've heard from the opposition this afternoon. There is a misguided attack being made on the Attorney-General for comments that she has made in the course of this proceeding in the federal court about the way in which the case has been conducted. And I say, and we should all say loud and clear, Deputy Speaker, that the comments made by the Attorney-General have been entirely appropriate. This has been, as the judge has commented himself, a very, very unusual case. And because it is such an unusual case, when the Commonwealth brings an application for the proceeding to be struck out as an abusive process, that's a pretty unusual application, and it's entirely appropriate for the Attorney-General to say, yes, the Commonwealth's view is that this case is an abusive process. This is the basis for the application we make to the court. This is the reason we have engaged lawyers to put that application to the court, and these are the details of it. It is entirely appropriate for the Attorney-General to explain the basis on which the claim against the Commonwealth was settled. And as for the nonsensical statements that we continue to hear from those opposite about the expenditure of $50,000 in settling the case, as any legal practitioner, and there are a few on the other side who would know this, would know, it is entirely appropriate to compromise proceedings. Compromise of proceedings, settlement of disputes is what the legal system exists for. Not to magnify disputes, not to exaggerate claims, which is what those opposite would always wish to do. No, the objective of the legal system, the purpose of the legal system, is to bring disputes to an end in an orderly way. It is always potentially entirely appropriate for any litigant, including the Commonwealth of Australia, to settle claims brought against that litigant, and to do so if it avoids further cost and further difficulty and further trouble to the litigant to do so. It's become very clear, Deputy Speaker, that there is no respect for the office of the Speaker of this House from anybody in the Liberal Party, anybody in the National Party, or anybody in the Liberal National Party of Queensland. None, Deputy Speaker. It's become clear in the course of the proceeding, which the Leader of the Opposition now seeks to take advantage of, it's become clear in the course of this court hearing last week that James Ashby did not complain to the Speaker about his conduct at any time before bringing the complaint in the federal court. Mr Ashby did not complain, and I'm now simply, and in case— no, I'm not talking about the evidence. Order. And I'm just going to make clear the basis on which, Deputy Speaker— I am going to make it clear the basis on which I'm making these comments to those opposite who seek to abuse court proceedings. I do not. I seek merely to repeat for the assistance of members of this House what has happened in this proceeding. And what happened in this proceeding last week in the course of the abuse of process application that the judge heard was that the judge questioned counsel for Mr Ashby as to when he had made a complaint. He questioned counsel for Mr Ashby as to whether or not it was possible for this claim to have been brought in some other way, and no answer was provided because it's the fact that Mr James Ashby did not complain to his managers. He did not complain to human relations officers in this place. He did not complain to the Department of Parliamentary Services. He did not use the processes provided by the Human Rights Commission. This is not the evidence. This is the actual contentions advanced in court last week, and the judge made it clear, because this is one of the bases of the abuse of process application put to the court, that Mr Ashby did not use the processes provided for claims of this nature by the Human Rights Commission, which involve confidential communication. Far from it, Deputy Speaker. Assisted by operatives from the Liberal National Party, assisted by those associated with the opposition, it would appear potentially assisted by the member for Sturt, Mr James Ashby brought this claim in the most public way to cause maximum embarrassment to the Speaker of the House of Representatives. And I repeat, Deputy Speaker, I am not seeking to comment on the merits of the claim brought by Mr Ashby. I am commenting on the way that this opposition, without shame, seeks to abuse the processes of the federal court, seeks to have this parliament sit as a kangaroo court without giving any notice, without giving any proper opportunity for examination of this. What I am commenting on, Deputy Speaker, is the way that this opposition has sat silent during the attacks on the Speaker of the House of Representatives, has sat silent while the processes of the federal court were used in the way that they have been to cause maximum embarrassment to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, because nobody who is in the slightest bit interested in politics in Australia could have failed to notice that what we have had this year is trial by media, where those opposite wish simply to cause trouble to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, to cause embarrassment to the Speaker of the House of Representatives. They do not wish to wait, Deputy Speaker, until the federal court rules on any question at all. They don't wish to wait until the Federal Court of Australia has ruled on the abuse of process application. They don't wish to wait until the Federal Court of Australia has ruled, let alone on the actual merits of the claim brought by James Ashby. No, they would wish to leap in. They would wish to fan the flames of public embarrassment and the trial by media that we have had in this country since the 20th of April, when the Speaker of the House of Representatives was bailed up, Deputy Speaker, by a phalanx of television cameras without any notice to him, before even the proceedings in the court had been served on him. He was met at the airport by the barrage of television cameras and journalists. This opposition sits silent. They have no regard for due process, they have no decency, they have no respect for institutions or conventions, and if they had any decency, Deputy Speaker, they would not have rushed so assiduously to assist James Ashby in his attack on the Speaker of the House of Representatives. They would not have rushed to help him drag down the Speaker of this House. They would have thought of other ways of resolving this complaint. They would have thought of the other ways that are provided by the legal system for resolving complaints of this nature. They would have thought of other ways that are provided by human relations procedures, both in this parliament, in the Department of Parliamentary Services and by the Human Rights Commission. But no, seizing on whatever pretext, Deputy Speaker, they come to this parliament. They invite this parliament without notice, without examination of the material, to sit here as a kangaroo court, to rush to judgment, which was the way in which I commenced this speech. It is extraordinary hypocrisy from this Leader of the Opposition, Deputy Speaker, who has spent a lifetime making offensive comments about women, has spent a lifetime making sexist comments, starting way back in his student days when he thought it amusing to refer to the chair of the Students' Representative Council at the Sydney University as Chair Thing. Thing. Let's think about that. That's this Leader of the Opposition, and in almost every year of his life since, Deputy Speaker, he has been making offensive comments about women.
Has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't come to this debate with any sense of pleasure at all. I come to this debate with a great sense of a heavy heart. I have known the Speaker for the best part of 20 years, and when you get to serve as a colleague with another human being for 20 years, you have many shared experiences over that time in both opposition, government and opposition again. And I am very sad and very sorry that we have come to this pass in this place, and I know that other members of this House know exactly what I mean, because all of this could have been entirely predicted when the Prime Minister suspended yet again her best judgment to choose her own political survival over good judgment made in this place as Prime Minister. We don't seek, Madam Deputy Speaker, to prejudge the court case that is currently underway in the federal court. The reason the opposition brings this motion to the House today, a very serious motion to declare the speakership vacant, is because the revelations that have arisen out of the court case are so heinous, so egregious, that it is the opposition's contention that the Speaker can never resume the chair in this place in any way that would lend confidence to the opposition that he would do so with impartiality, good taste and fairness. The Prime Minister said in her defence of the Speaker today, when she associated herself with the member for Fisher, she said there was a double standard being employed by this opposition. But I remind the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it was this Prime Minister who said in relation to the member for Dobell that a line has been crossed and that line meant that he could no longer serve in the Labor caucus. But in spite of the revelations about the current Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, in spite of everything we now know about the Speaker, the Prime Minister still does not believe that any line has been crossed. Because at the end of the day, Madam Deputy Speaker, this Prime Minister always puts her own political survival, her own ruthless ambition ahead of the best interests of the Australian people and this parliament as their representatives. She's always done it in her career, Madam Deputy Speaker. She did it to Kevin Rudd, the member for Griffith, when she promised she would never seek the Prime Ministership and then ruthlessly cut him down in the dark of the night to seize the job before the 2010 election. She did it when she told the Australian people that there'd be no carbon tax under the government I lead, and then to get the Greens into the tent after the election, broke that promise ruthlessly so that she could cling to power in this parliament. She's never had any regard for anything other than her own ruthless ambition and desire to grasp power in this country since her university days when she was part of the far left of the Australian Union of Students, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let's deal with some of the things the Prime Minister said in her speech. She did not at any point rise to defend the Speaker, the member for Fisher, about the allegations that have been made against him and about the release of the egregious text messages. No. She played the victim, Madam Deputy Speaker. She attacked someone else. She said any debate about these matters was pure sexism on the part of the opposition. She played the victim in an insipid and pathetic performance that was un-prime ministerial. But nobody forced the Prime Minister's hand in November 2011. Nobody came to her and said, "You must axe Harry Jenkins, the member for Scullin, and put in Peter Slipper." She came up with that idea all on her own. She came up with the idea of gaining one extra vote in this chamber. She never at any point, Madam Deputy Speaker, was forced to crash her prime ministership on the rocks of her own self-regard, on the rocks of her own ruthless ambition to seize and hold power. Her judgment is in question today. The Prime Minister's judgment is in question today because time and time again this government lurches from one catastrophe to another, from one scandal to another, whether it is the member for Dobell, whether it is the Pink Bats fiasco, whether it's the school halls disaster, whether it is the super trawler mine changing, the live exports fiasco, the carbon tax breach of promise. The public deserve so much better in this country, Madam Deputy Speaker. The public deserve a government that puts their interests first rather than their own interests. And I beseech some good members of the Labor caucus, and I'm looking at them now, to recognise that the damage that's been done to this parliament in the last 12 months has damaged us all. The lack of integrity that has been demonstrated by this Prime Minister in choosing one vote over principle has damaged the parliament and our Westminster tradition. And I'm reminded, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm reminded of that scene from A Man for All Seasons, when St Thomas More says to Richard Rich, "For Wales, why, Richard, it profits a man nothing to give his soul for the whole world, but for Wales." And yet this Prime Minister born of Wales, sacrificed her soul for just one vote. And the whole Labor caucus owns it. The whole Labor caucus owns it. All the sanctimonious, supercilious members of the Labor front bench who come out and do press conferences day after day lecturing the opposition and the Australian people about misogyny are going to vote today to support the member for Fisher remaining in the role of Speaker. Like lemmings going over the cliff, the Labor caucus is yet again going to follow this perfidious Prime Minister over the cliff to protect her own ambition, her own ruthless desire to grab and cling to power. And surely it's time the members of the Labor caucus started putting the Australian people first and this Prime Minister last, because that is what is going to happen. Let's talk about the Prime Minister's double standard, Madam Deputy Speaker. She lectures us. She lectures the Leader of the Opposition about his past statements. When the former member for Robertson said to the member for Indi that evil thoughts will turn your baby into a demon, the only comment from the then Deputy Prime Minister was, "The member for Robertson is a good member." The member for Robertson is a good member. She throws our words back at us today, but let's remember her words. The member for Robertson is a good member, a person who said that the member for Indi, the evil thoughts would turn her baby into a demon. And it doesn't stop there. When John Williams was the Labor candidate for Indi in 2004, he said that the member for Indi could not represent the people of Indi because she didn't have any children, because she didn't have a family. She wasn't married and didn't have any children. He said she couldn't possibly represent the constituents of Indi. Sound familiar? And do you know what happened? Julia Gillard did not. She did not come out and attack those appalling statements. No. After it had been reported in The Age, she went and campaigned for the Labor candidate for Indi, Mr Williams. She went and supported John Williams, the candidate for Indi. She says to us, the Prime Minister says to us that we fostered and supported the member for Fisher as the candidate for all those years. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we did not support him to be put in the most important position in this parliament. We did not support him to be Deputy Speaker after the 2010 election. We opposed his election in 2010 to the post of Deputy Speaker, and the Labor Party supported him. And in 2011, we opposed his election as Speaker of the House, and I nominated on that occasion 9 different members of the Labor Party who I said didn't they believe they had the integrity to take the chair, I nominated them to take the chair. And their responses were very interesting, because you yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, said that, in fact, while with a heavy heart, you turned down, while I was loath to do so, in fact, you said, I turned down the offer. And the member for Reid, he was good enough to be uncomfortable about the fact that he had to turn down the nomination, because it wasn't just this side of the House that knew that the Labor Party was crowing for no good reason. Many members of the Labor caucus knew that the Prime Minister's judgment was seriously flawed on that occasion, but it was catastrophically flawed today in standing up and defending the member for Fisher remaining in this post, and worse, driving her caucus over the cliff with them. Madam Deputy Speaker, since the current Speaker has been elected, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, since this Speaker has been elected, he has sat in the chair for 19 days in question time, and he has not sat in the chair for 34 days. For 34 days, the current Speaker has been the Speaker with the full salary and emoluments, the capacity for overseas travel, the higher travelling allowance, every other emolument that comes with the role of Speaker, meeting foreign dignitaries, greeting them at the chamber door, etc. He's been doing that, but for 34 days he has not sat in question time, while the member for Chisholm has fulfilled that role, and for only 19 days he has sat in the chair as Speaker since his election on November 24, 2011. This has become high farce. This is beyond a joke. The member for Denison, in fact, described it as beyond a joke, and he is correct. The public expect a great deal better from this 43rd Parliament. And if today the House votes to make the Speaker's chair vacant, this will be the first opportunity, the first occasion — there's been many opportunities, but it will be the first occasion that the Parliament has finally stood up for its own integrity and supported itself. Madam Deputy Speaker, we also heard from the member for Isaacs. It was an extraordinary performance, but his credibility on these matters is nil. This is a man, he represents the seat of Isaacs, the first Jewish Governor-General in Australia's history, the first Australian-born Governor-General in Australia's history. He himself is of the Jewish faith, and yet he described the Leader of the Opposition as using Goebbels-like tactics. This is a man who, it's alleged, and was reported in the newspapers, called the member for Indi a bitch in this chamber and was forced to come back into the chamber, apologise and withdraw. And yet he stands in this House today and lectures the opposition on our statements that we've made in the past. The hypocrisy of the member for Isaacs is breathtaking. He said that the text messages exchanged between the applicant in the case in the federal court and one of the respondents all happened before the member for Fisher was the Speaker. Quite frankly, so what? The behaviour since he was Speaker is the matter that's complained about by the applicant in the case. And he was the Deputy Speaker. And I remind you, the Labor Party appointed him to that role and appointed him to the Speakership. The member for Isaac said that the opposition had no respect for the office of Speaker. We are in the House this afternoon debating this motion to make the Speaker's seat vacant because we are the side of the House that has respect for the office of Speaker. We would never have traduced it, by axing a fine and honourable man in the member for Scullin in order to gain one vote on the floor of the House. And like Banquo's ghost, that decision of this Prime Minister has come back to haunt her, and it hangs around her neck like a millstone right through to the next election, another example of her bad judgment. So I do commend this motion to the House, and I call on those good members of the Labor caucus who are thoroughly sick of this Prime Minister to finally show the courage that you have and support the opposition in restoring integrity to this Parliament, in restoring integrity to the jobs that we do as members of this Parliament. And I call on the House to support the resolution. Yeah.
Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Banks.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's appropriate that as the member who nominated the member for Fisher, firstly as Deputy Speaker to this House and then as Speaker to this House, that I contribute to this debate. I accept that. And I've gone back over the words that I used both when I nominated the member for Fisher as Deputy Speaker and then as Speaker, and I don't resile from anything that I said then. Indeed, the member for Fisher was so successful in his job at question time that for the first time in over 20 years he managed to silence me for fear of being thrown out of the parliament, because that's never happened to me in 22.5 years. But this debate before the House is a very serious debate today, because there are precedents that will be forged as a result of it, and it's got to be taken seriously. This isn't student politics, which is where I first observed the Leader of the Opposition, as with the member for Warringah at Sydney University. This is the real show, the alternative government, the alternative Prime Minister. So student politics stunts aren't enough to remove a Speaker, to cripple a House, because people are upset that they're not on this side of the House. Let's have a look at the issues. Let's have a look at the principles. I was trained as a lawyer, a criminal defence lawyer. So cases I did involved people going to jail if they were found guilty. That was the penalty. The Leader of the Opposition knows about being in court and having false accusations made against you and what that can do, and allowing a process to go the full length. Now, in relation to the Speaker, there are no criminal charges that we know of. There's an investigation into cab charge documents, allegations that were withdrawn by the civil complainant, Mr Ashby, and weren't pursued. So that's not before us. There's not a scintilla of evidence that there's any evidence of abuse of cab charge documents. The criminal one, a criminal charge, not a civil charge, the more serious of both. I say to the members of the opposition, where's the evidence of criminal involvement of the Speaker? There is none. And indeed, the presiding judge in the federal court made a number of statements last week which brought into question the filing of that affidavit in court in those terms and its subsequent withdrawal. So what we're dealing with is a civil charge where the Speaker is contesting it as an abusive process and the judge is reserved. And the opposition want us to come in and adjudicate. And I say to the crossbenchers, because I think they're the ones who will determine this debate, a very dangerous precedent. And the member for New England has previously said and cited the case of Nick Greiner, who was found by ICAC to be corrupt, and he was dumped as Premier, but subsequently a Court of Appeal acquitted him and found that ICAC had got it wrong. Now, we are not, in this instance, in the first instance, we should be waiting for the real court, not the kangaroo court. And the thing that's most disturbing is the other procedures, because I used to be on the Privileges Committee. I've been on the Procedures Committee. I understand some of the history of this case. And I remember the case of Fitzpatrick and Brown, who this parliament put in jail for 3 months in 1955. At least Fitzpatrick and Brown addressed the bar of the House. Where's the procedural fairness in this shonky motion? A Speaker who's absent, who doesn't have the opportunity to have someone address on his behalf, who has a situation where the numbers are depleted because what he has voluntarily done is not take his place in the House, which was his decision alone. So he doesn't come in and vote, he doesn't come in and participate in relation to debate. He doesn't preside in any way. What's the urgency of this? Now, I'm not here to endorse text messages that were private text messages that a judge of the federal court will adjudicate on as to what they constitute. I say, what if it was me? How would I want it adjudicated? Is this the way we're going to administer justice? Hang, draw and quarter someone, not because we're impartial, let's be very clear. The vote will be a partisan vote as far as the opposition is concerned, and as far as the government is concerned, it's not on independent grounds. We don't know what the Speaker's answer to some of these allegations are, but we get a smug, not we're going to put this on the table, we're going to give an opportunity for this matter to be considered and then be dealt with later on. It gets brought on for debate. Now, this is a very dangerous precedent, and I can understand some members having particular concerns, but this isn't about Mr Slipper. This is about principles. Once you move away from certain principles, and you know, I'm not going to sit here and try and say I am better than you or whatever. My record speaks for itself. I've been in this place for 22.5 years. The Privileges Committee, of which I've been a member, of which I've seen them operate, operates impeccably. All sides of the parliament has always operated unanimously because these are grave issues. But we are not prepared to give the Speaker of this House an opportunity to present a case, to have a case pleaded on his behalf, and he's going to be one vote down. Where's the pair for if he sat in the chamber in terms of the government as one vote down? These are things that need to be thought of. Why do I say it? Gee whiz. I remember 1975 and the appointment of replacement senators, and we changed the Constitution. Now, the point I'm trying to make to you is, and I like the whinges and whiners, get up and put your point of view. The Leader of the Opposition verbaled me, which is why I wanted to speak. He tried to misrepresent my position when today I announced I was resigning as Chair of Caucus with this position. That's why I'm speaking. I asked to speak, and I was never going to be stopped from speaking. So if you want to get up and speak inside your 4 speeches. But what I'm telling you is a situation that will govern this parliament in future. The decision we make, if we make the wrong decision, we will be bound by it and the principle of it. I can understand rough and tough politics, but my plea to the Leader of Opposition is you're not at Sydney University now. You're the alternative Prime Minister. There's some places you don't go to. There's some places you show a bit of patience and allow people to flow with. I find it resentful that the member for Sturt attacks the Speaker for the 34 days he hasn't presided, when, frankly, that was the Speaker's offering to remove his position from criticism at the time. Now, we've got a situation where a judgment is reserved. So it's not a question of sub judice. I am not arguing sub judice per se. I am arguing a separation of powers, a civil matter where this parliament is entitled, as a matter of course, to have the judge's determination in front of it before it makes a decision in relation to the Speaker. And any bozo can see that, except a lynch mob, who have a political purpose. And I'm not trying to say that in a derogatory sort of way. I can understand people wanting to get swept up in it. But that's how it is. Call it as it is. What I'm saying to you is, and I'm saying it as the person who nominated Mr Slipper, the member for Fisher, for this office. And I don't say that the parliament doesn't have a right to remove him. That is not my argument. I am saying to you, before you proceed down that path, let the cards fall where they're going to fall in the federal court. It may well be that the federal court gives you the ammunition for him to go voluntarily without being voted out by the House. I believe that that option adds further dignity to the House. But this is not dignified. To pull on a motion without notice, where the Speaker's support is one vote down because he's not in the chair, it is not a true representation of this parliament. And so, you know, be very careful, be very cautious, because I, for one, didn't like what the parliament then did back in 1955 and sent people to jail for 3 months. But I'll tell you what they did have, which we don't have. They had a conscience vote, not a vote on party lines to remove a Speaker. And I'm not arguing for a conscience vote. I'm not arguing for it, but I'm re-emphasising a point I made to you earlier, that we are involved in a party political debate which has ramifications for how this parliament is seen by those outside and by parliaments around the world. So I say to the independents, you will have an opportunity in the near future, I assume, to exercise your judgment if you have doubts. But today is not the day, and I say that in all sincerity, because the position is we have to get this right. We can't act hastily and get it wrong. What happens if we make the decision and we remove the Speaker today and the federal court judge finds that, well, I'll tell you something about text messages, brother. I'll show mine to the world. I don't think 226 MPs would and survive. This wasn't a public communication. This was a private communication that came out as a result of subpoenas. And, the difficulty here is that we each need to be very careful. I know we can engage in the theatre of a debate, but this actually has quite serious ramifications, and I believe I've raised some fundamental issues that show that this procedure today and proceeding to a vote is flawed. And don't be too smart by half. These principles are bigger than Slipper. They're bigger than anyone in this chamber. We have a duty to maintain the dignity of this chamber, and I don't believe the dignity of this chamber would be maintained if we remove the Speaker without him having an opportunity to present a case to us, without a full complement of the House, without the wisdom of the federal court's judgment in relation to the matter that is currently before him. So, to me, I say don't persist with this at this point in time. Leave it on the table, allow it to stand there. We revisit it when His Honour delivers his judgment in the federal court case.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the Leader of the House.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today is the day when the Liberal Party have discovered misogyny. Before today, it didn't exist. Before today, indeed, on the 9 separate occasions in which the Liberal or National parties pre-selected Peter Slipper, they didn't know anything about him. Today's the day where, in spite of the fact that we have a court case where the judge has reserved judgment just last Friday, they come in here into this parliament today and move this resolution. This resolution, which would be the first time that such a resolution had ever been carried on partisan lines. And they do so without any concern whatsoever for the consequences, for the standing of this parliament, for the precedences that are set. And what we have seen, though, is some consistency from those opposite, because we saw with their attitude over the issues resolving the member for Dobell, over the issues resolving the member for Fisher, when it is convenient, they say no one should comment on these because they're before the courts. Remember that? Remember them out there, the member for Sturt, the Leader of the Opposition and others, critical of myself for making some comments. And yet here they are once again setting up this parliament to usurp the role. The fact is this. These issues are of concern. I raised the issue of the comments. I was asked, am I concerned about the comments by the member for Fisher? And I state unequivocally, yes. I am concerned about sexism in any form. But that didn't seem to matter as a precondition for holding high office for the Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition, who's made statements in that interview in the Good Weekend magazine of a debate with Michael Costa, where he stated But what if men are by physiology or temperament more adapted to exercise authority or to issue command? When Michael Costa spoke about the need to deal with the underrepresentation of women, he said, "But now there's an assumption that this is a bad thing." He said abortion is the easy way out when it comes to the difficult choices that women, and only women, should have a right to determine. He's made all sorts of statements over not just a year, not just a term, but over decades in public life. And we saw, of course, the historical linkage between the Sydney Uni Liberal Club with the speech from Alan Jones and his political origins. His political origins at Sydney University, where he engaged in the sort of campaign that has characterised the hard right on Sydney University right throughout the years from the 70s through to the current day. He couldn't drag himself to condemn Alan Jones for saying that this Prime Minister should be put in a chaff bag and dragged out to sea. Indeed, he rang up Alan Jones this week to console him and had a private conversation with him. He couldn't bring himself on Sunday morning, where the alternative leader of the opposition, who's got more leadership in his little finger than this bloke, was straight out there on the Sunday morning to condemn the comments relating to the Prime Minister's father. Couldn't bring himself, had to wait for Alan to do the press conference because he didn't want to upset Alan, was more important than doing the right thing and showing just a smidgen of leadership, just a little bit, just once. But what we've seen since 2010, and today is the logical extension of it, is the longest dummy spit in Australian political history. We saw during those 17 days statements from this leader of the opposition that he would dignify the parliament, he would respect whatever decision the crossbenchers have made. Indeed, we had parliamentary reform that would have made who the Speaker was irrelevant in terms of the partisanship of this chamber. Agreed to, not under coercion, agreed to voluntarily by those opposite and signed up to by the manager of opposition business and this leader of the opposition, as well as the Prime Minister and myself and the crossbenchers. Signed up to take away partisanship from the speakership of this parliament. And yet, straight away, when he couldn't get his way, like the kid who doesn't get to bat first, going in and trashing all the stumps, he comes in and from that day on trashes parliamentary process, comes in here again and trashes question time as he does day after day, engages in the sort of political debate and strategy based upon wrecking the joint or destroying the joint, as his mate Alan Jones would say. But this bloke does it day in and day out. His whole political strategy has been to wreck the parliament. He has boasted about wrecking the parliament, and he has tried to do it on issue after issue. That's why more than 400 bills have passed this parliament without a single defeat. Those opposite are the first opposition in history to not worry about the actual policy that's going through the parliament and the key policy debates of the day. And that might be acceptable if they were a rump. But they are not quite half the parliament. And in spite of the fact they're in a position with getting support from the crossbenchers to make a difference to the way this nation operates in policy terms, they haven't won a thing. And why? Why? Because they don't care. Because it's all about political power for power's sake. And we saw it from the Leader of the Opposition when he spoke about how difficult it was to be in opposition. Remember he said, it's not quite like losing a spouse, it's like losing a parent. That's what he had to say. He then went on to say, of course, the tragedy of losing some of his salary. He then went on to show just how out of touch he is. But we see it absolutely day in and day out. But you'd think that the manager of opposition business and the leader of the opposition and others who've spoken in this debate hadn't met Peter Slipper, the member for Fisher. Well, I table the reference from Tony Abbott, Liberal pre-selectors for the electorate of Fisher. The fact that Peter has chosen to stand in Fisher, even though much of his existing electorate has become part of Fairfax, is a sign of his determination to be a team player. He goes on to say, success in politics is hard won through long experience. I find it hard to imagine a better candidate to hold the seat. That's what the Leader of the Opposition had to say about Mr Fisher, the member for Fisher. But of course we know the friendship's there because he went to the wedding. He went to the wedding along with the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. With friends like this. And then we have the circumstances whereby the Leader of the Opposition is only sitting in the chair because he got the member for Fisher's vote when he won the leadership by one single vote. I didn't hear him talk about it being tainted. He was happy to take that vote then. And then we have the engagement of those opposite, the meetings with Mark McArdle, the meetings with the manager of opposition business, going into the Speaker's office to have a little drink with the Speaker's staff, Mr Ashby.
There were no specific drinks.
The meetings, multiple meetings with Mal Brough. Gee, he couldn't have an interest there, could he? So he's running for pre-selection for this seat, trying to knock the bloke off, and he's meeting with the bloke's staff about these issues. Joe Hockey, Brough, Clive Palmer met at Coolum Resort over Easter, the 6th to 9th of April. We had contact after contact in the lead-up to these allegations being made. And he was a bit slow off the mark the other Sunday when Jonesy was in a spot of bother, but he was pretty quick off the mark on the Saturday morning where the Daily Telegraph splashed spontaneously. 9:15 a.m. he was out there. He did another couple of press conferences the next day, and there were coalition members splashed across the Sunday morning TV programs, something they normally avoid like the plague. I mean, you're more likely to see this bloke on Lateline or the 7:30 report or Q&A than you are to see a coalition member subjected to scrutiny on a Sunday morning. But that was all okay. And then on the 22nd of April, when the Speaker stepped aside from chairing the parliament, he said this: "It's good that the Speaker has stepped aside until these matters can be resolved." That's what he had to say then. He argued that the process currently in place should be put in place, and ever since then has continued to just trash that exact process. And we know throughout it all, the no specific knowledge defence was there. No specific knowledge defence was there. And we know, of course, that these alleged text messages, most of them took place prior to the member for Fisher being the Speaker, when he was a member of the Liberal National Party, when the Leader of the Opposition was happy to accept his vote day after day. No, Madam Deputy Speaker, what we're seeing here is just the latest in the Leader of the Opposition's determination to trash proper processes in this parliament. And it is not appropriate that the parliament just go along with this. What we see is all of the aggression all of the aggression every day. And today, when I saw the member for Indi out there lecturing us on these issues, I recalled the demonstration outside my office where the member for Indi used taxpayers' funds to fly up to a demonstration with a coffin outside my office, where on TV footage for all to see, there's a woman grabbing my tie, saying that my dead mother would feel ashamed of me, and my response on TV. And we remember, of course, the context of this, the demonstration outside the office, and of course, the demonstration which this Leader of the Opposition was prepared to stand in front of. Julia Bob Brown's bitch. Don't lecture us about sexism when you did nothing to dissociate yourself from this group. When Alan Jones was promoting the demonstration outside my office, with all of these signs still there, you sent a front bencher outside of my office interstate to Marrickville to engage in that demonstration, which required mass presence of the Australian Federal Police. If you light the fire, you shouldn't be surprised at what occurs. The Leader of the Opposition called for a people's revolt. He has engaged in language which is unprecedented in this parliament, which has incited people, that has said that this isn't a legitimate parliament. He's been a part of saying that, and yet he comes in here and gives it no respect whatsoever. Well, I say to the Leader of the Opposition, this is a step too far to go down this process of moving this resolution today without any notice whatsoever to the government is consistent with his attitude of wrecking, trashing everything that he touches, and a failure to grant any common respect. We know, can you try just one thing for the rest of the week? See if you can call the Prime Minister Prime Minister instead of she, and you might have just a smidgen of credibility.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Think the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. The question is the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass the right to the chamber, the noes to the left. I appoint the tellers for the ayes, the members for Barker and Parkes, and the member for Shortland and Chifley tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 69, noes 70. The question is therefore negated. Could I ask people to quickly desist from walking in front of my chair? The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
I present the following Auditor-General's performance audit reports for 2012-2013. Number 5, Management of Australia's Air Combat Quality FA-18 Hornet and Super Hornet fleet upgrades and substandard Department of Defence, Defence Material Organisation. Number 6, Management of Australian Air Combat Capabilities F-35A Joint Strike Fighter Acquisition, Department of Defence, Defence Material Organisation. And number 7, Improving Access to Childcare, the Community Support Program, Department of Education, Employment and Workplace Relations. The Leader of the House.
I move the reports be made parliamentary papers.
The question is the reports be made parliamentary papers. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Leader of the House.
Deputy Speaker, documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. I move that the House take note of documents numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and 13. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the voting proceedings in Hansard.
The question is that the documents be noted. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The member for Cowper.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned and made an order of the day for the latest sitting. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Leader of the House.
You might have a letter from... I've just got advice from Chief Opposition Whip.
Sorry, I was going to go to the next. I've received advice from the Chief Opposition Whip nominating members to be members of certain committee. The Leader of the House.
To the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to certain committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. The Leader of the House.
I move that Mr Briggs be discharged from the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties and that in his place Mrs Prentice be appointed a member of the committee and Dr Stone be appointed a supplementary member of the Standing Committee on Regional Australia for the purpose of the committee's inquiry into the Water Amendment Long-Term Average Sustainable Diversion Limit Adjustment Bill 2012.
The question is that the motion moved by the Leader of the House be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to move a motion to refer bills to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
Is there any objection to leave being granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. The Chief Government Whip.
I thank the House. I move that the following bills be referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration: Higher Education Support Amendment, Streamlining and Other Measures Bill of 2012, Federal Circuit Court of Australia Legislation Amendment Bill of 2012 and National Health Security Amendment Bill of 2012.
The question is that the motion moved by the Chief Government Whip be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Don't do that.
I received a letter from the honourable member for Wannon proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the adverse impacts of the government's changes to the carbon tax on the Australian economy. And I call on those honourable members who approve of this proposal to rise in their places. I call the member for Wannon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to talk on this matter of public importance because, like many other policy areas, the government's approach to putting a price on carbon or to the carbon tax is now in shambles. And it is about time that the Prime Minister came back into this House and declared once and for all that this carbon tax experiment has failed and she should remove it from the statute books. Why? Because the carbon tax is some 100 days old, yet already we have seen 8 changes made to it. It is a mockery as a piece of legislation. It is a shame that this government still is standing by it, given that in 100 days they have had to make 8 significant changes to this legislation, and yet still they want to stand by it. And as has come out recently, we have seen that even the government's major supporter, the supporter who is backing this Prime Minister up, the supporter who put her in power, don't support the carbon tax. The AWU have let slip that they oppose the carbon tax because it will cost jobs, it will see jobs go offshore and it will raise the cost of living for ordinary Australians. So given that the AWU have come clean and made it quite clear that they don't want the carbon tax, surely it is time for the Prime Minister to do the same. Let's have a look at the 8 changes which have been made to the Prime Minister's carbon tax, the tax that she said before the last election would not be introduced. Just before it was finalised, they bailed out significant major companies in the hope that they would not collapse immediately after the tax was introduced. And I know this because one of the companies who was given additional taxpayer money was Alcoa, because there was a real threat that the 2 aluminium smelters in Victoria could close down as a result of it. As we've seen, not long after the introduction of the carbon tax, Point Henry had to undertake a serious review to consider its long-term future. And also Portland, in my electorate, also there was concerns raised about its long-term future in 10 to 15 years' time. We've seen the decrease in the share of the Clean Tech Investment Grant funding for small businesses. So further increases in funding for big business could be provided, so that those big business, especially those ones which have strong union membership, could be looked after. We've seen the Clean Energy Regulator added more businesses to the big polluters list, taking the total to now 315. These so-called big polluters, 315 of them now, some of which are local governments, some of which are dairy processors. These are not so-called big polluters. These are what you would call vital parts of government in Australia and also of the private sector in Australia, yet now they are being labelled as big polluters. I would challenge the Prime Minister to go down to my electorate and to go to the Murray-Goulburn plant in Koroit and tell all the workers there that they are working for a big polluter, a company which in 24 hours turns milk into skim milk powder or whole milk powder and ships it off for export so that we can feed the rest of the world. Not what I would call a big polluter. The government has also changed the regulations so as to increase real emissions from pipelines and landfill by 1 million tonnes. By 1 million tonnes, especially when it comes to landfill. What we're seeing is that those big, efficient landfills, those ones who are doing their job and producing little or no emissions, are actually being penalised now by this government's changes, because people are now flocking to those landfills which are smaller and don't have to pay the carbon tax. So we're actually seeing, as a result of this government's policy, we're seeing that emissions are actually increasing rather than decreasing. They've abandoned the contract for closure program to shut down power stations, which will mean the carbon tax will have to increase to achieve the same emissions reductions. And we've had one member in particular in this House who has been very vocal about the contract for closure program because it has a lot to do with his electorate, the member for Gippsland. And he has been challenging the government as to when they were going to honour their commitment on this. Day after day, he would target the government on this, and yet the government in the end abandoned its contract for closure program. Another change to their carbon tax piece of legislation, which is only 100 days older, or a little more. They've also scrapped the floor price, which was to have been $15 from 2015. The government has said a floor price was needed for business confidence. Now, this is quite consistent with this government's policy, because the last thing this government wants to do is give business confidence. With everything that it does, it changes its legislation, it changes its policy approach so that business can't have confidence. So here they were saying that the $15 floor price gave business the confidence they needed to invest. Less than 100 days in, what are they doing? They're destroying that by removing that floor price. I would like to hear from those opposite about what they are now going to do to restore business confidence. They have also linked the scheme to the European system, which does not allow a two-way trade on carbon credits, putting Australian businesses at a disadvantage and resulting in Australia's carbon tax being set by the EU price. So we have given up control of our carbon price to Brussels, to the EU. And the EU has been such a resounding success recently at governing its economy why would you at this stage say, oh yes, EU, you've done a wonderful job in managing what you've been setting out to do, and that's bring all those economies of the European Union together. It's been an absolutely fantastic success. So therefore, we're going to hand over to you the running of our economy on this key issue. Key issue. And there's another point about merging these two processes, merging our carbon price, our carbon tax, to that of the European Union. What does that mean for how emissions-intensive, trade-exposed sectors will be handled? Because it doesn't take much to look and see that those emission-intensive, trade-exposed industries in the European Union are treated differently to what they are in Australia. And I'll give one example of this, because it's close to my heart. Dairy processing. Here in Australia, our dairy processors do not get any assistance from the government, none whatsoever. So they have to pay the full carbon price. In the European Union, dairy processors get free allocation of permits to 93%. So 93% free allocation of permits. So what does that mean when those two schemes emerge together? The dairy processors in the European Union will be beneficiary of EU export subsidies. So they'll already have an unfair advantage over the Australian dairy sector. And so what does this government do in its infinite wisdom? It says, we'll give them another advantage. We'll allow those dairy processors in Europe to have a free allocation of permits of 93%, yet we will do nothing when it comes to our sector. So our sector will pay the full carbon price. The European Union sector will not. As a matter of fact, they will pay 7% of that dairy price. Now, how, when with all these commodities we operate in a globalised world, how can a government come up with a policy like this which ties our exporters' hands behind our back, which makes them internationally uncompetitive? They are struggling already due to the high dollar, which is partially high because this government has set in place the 4 largest budget deficits in Australia's history. The 4 largest budget deficits in Australia's history, which has kept interest rates high. And therefore, not only do they have to deal with a high dollar, but now they are dealing with a government which is putting in place a taxation system which makes them less competitive. What's the last area of the carbon tax that they've changed in the first 100 days? They've halted the clean technology investment grants. This came just weeks after the grants were announced, then changed. So we had a change. So it really makes it 9 changes, I suppose, in 100 days, because there was a change and then another change when it comes to this policy. This government, sadly, never knows what it's doing when it introduces legislation. We saw it on the Margaret. They introduced the legislation and then had to put amendment after amendment after amendment. We saw it with, when it came to their initial approach to live exports by cutting off that trade with Indonesia, that important trade which was about linkages with one of our most important regional trading partners. Bang, cut it off overnight. And I'm still waiting to hear what the Minister for Trade had to say in that Cabinet Minister when that decision was made, whether he thought, gee, this might do damage to our long-term trading relationship with Indonesia, or whether did he sit there mute. Still waiting to hear what his response was over that. You know, did he sit there and say, yeah, I don't care if we harm our biggest beef and our biggest wheat exports market, because that's what we would do if we just closed this trade down overnight. I don't know what he said on that because we're still yet to hear him make that point. This carbon tax legislation is just another example of a government that introduces legislation, doesn't understand or know what it is doing, does not understand the harm, the long-term harm it is doing to our international competitiveness, has to make changes, 8 serious changes to this piece of legislation in 100 days. Who knows what is to come? Who knows what is to come? Maybe the parliamentary secretary will be able to enlighten us as to what further changes he has in mind to try and fix this draconian piece of legislation up. Because I can tell you the Australian people would like to know what further impact you're going to put on their cost of living, what further impact that you're going to put on their electricity bills, rather than just coming into this place day after day and changing the legislation bit by bit. Why don't you forecast what you're going to do? Show us where you're seeing further problems with this piece of legislation, or maybe, and I think this is what the Australian people dearly would want to hear, maybe the parliamentary secretary can stand up and say, we've messed this up enough. 8 changes in 100 days shows we didn't know what we were doing, shows how draconian this bill is, and shows that we need to remove it from the Australian Parliament. I doubt whether we will hear this, and that is why I think ultimately we're going to have to wait till election day, where the Australian people will be able to get the chance to cast their view on the carbon tax, and I think it will be resoundingly clear that they want it removed from this parliament.
I call the parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. It's with pleasure I rise to speak on this matter because the future of the Australian economy, our prosperity, fairness and equity are of the greatest importance to the Gillard Labor government. What we've heard today from the member for Wannon, Deputy Speaker, is yet more of the campaign of aggressive negativity that we've become accustomed to from those opposite, from the Leader of the Opposition, and a bit more of what we've become very accustomed to, which is the opposition talking down and misrepresenting the state of our economy. The only major threat to business confidence in this country is the opposition, and the way in which they wish to create a climate of uncertainty, the way in which they wish to talk down our economy. They like to talk, Deputy Speaker, about chaos and destruction. They like to talk about the supposed dreadful effects of the price on carbon. Deputy Speaker, it is those opposite who are causing chaos. It is those opposite who are causing destruction with their negativity. They talk down Australia's economy because they want to take cheap political advantage from job losses and business failure. You will never hear those opposite talking about job gains. You will never hear those opposite talking about the fact that since the Labor government came to office at the end of 2007, 800,000 jobs have been created in our country. You will never hear those opposite talking about the fact that our economy has continued to grow when economies across the developed world have shrunk, that our economy, by contrast, has grown by 11% since the start of 2008. What we get from those opposite are more of the same, more of their wish to go back to the inequity, the good old days of John Howard and work choices, in fact the good old days when we had higher taxes, because that's what the Howard government brought on this country, the highest taxing government this country has ever seen, and of course far higher interest rates than anything the Australian people are now experiencing. We have opposite us, Deputy Speaker, an opposition who want to gain votes not out of the interest, a real interest in the well-being of all Australians, nor of policies that would drive growth and promote fairness. In contrast, what those opposite would have us believe is that the carbon price, we heard this again today from the member for Wannon, the carbon price apparently is going to cause the destruction of our economy. And I'm not there overstating, because we've heard that. We've heard that it was going to destroy whole towns. We've heard that it was going to destroy whole industries. We've heard that it was going to lead to unimaginable price rises. We've heard that it was going to lead to the most unimaginable consequences. And of course we've had the various animal metaphors from the Leader of the Opposition, that there was going to be a cobra strike, and then no, it wasn't going to be a cobra strike, it was going to be a python squeeze, or that there was going to be an octopus embrace. I think that was at the fish markets. But of course, Deputy Speaker, there has been no cobra strike, there has been no python squeeze, there has been no octopus embrace, and no matter what animal the Leader of the Opposition would like to use in his next metaphor to describe the impact of the carbon price, it simply won't be true. Unless perhaps, Deputy Speaker, the animal is a bunyip, because a bunyip is a mythical creature, and that might perhaps be a fitting animal metaphor for the Leader of the Opposition, because the impacts that the Liberal Party has gone on and on and on about are mythical, like the bunyip. Under this government, Deputy Speaker, the Australian economy continues to outperform other advanced economies. And that's because of our investments in skills, our investments in infrastructure, our investments in education. It's because we, as a national government, acted to stimulate the economy at the right time. We acted fast and we acted large, and that is what produced the economic effects, the economic prosperity that Australians are continuing to enjoy. That's what kept 250,000 Australians in work when they would otherwise have been thrown out of work, and that's what's kept the Australian economy. Our policies, our firm policies and our prompt action is what's kept the Australian economy from going down the track that regrettably, many other Western economies have gone down. I just want to comment, Deputy Speaker, on something that the member for Wannon, in some of the further repetition of the wild overstatements and misstatements about the effect of the carbon price, has had to say today. He talked a bit about landfill. And I just need to say, Deputy Speaker, that the landfill industry in our country is predicted to earn $150 million over the next 3 years by capturing dangerous methane gas and either destroying it or turning it profitably into renewable energy. That is our carbon price scheme. It's a feature of our carbon price scheme that a whole different range of methods are being used to encourage abatement of dangerous pollution, and for the landfill industry, it's use of the Carbon Farming Initiative, which will give direct rewards to the landfill industry when they capture dangerous methane pollution. And it's a key plank of our Clean Energy Future Plan. Not that you would get that perspective listening to the member for Wannon or listening to anyone from the other side of this parliament. We had from the member for Wannon drawing attention to a very large landfill company that he, or some companies that he suggested were experiencing some competition from a smaller operator, but of course neglecting to mention some key details here. Across the Australian landfill industry, there has been wide-scale welcoming of the price on carbon and general approval of the Carbon Farming Initiative. And in relation to large landfills, Deputy Speaker, there are of course economies of scale that make them vastly cheaper and more profitable to run than smaller landfills. The member would do well to actually explore a little bit further what the turnover of the landfill companies he's talking about is, and it might put some of the complaints he's referred to in a clearer perspective. The economic data that has been recorded recently for Australia puts a wrecking ball through the Leader of the Opposition scare campaign that has now been running for months and months and months. He said that price rises would be unimaginable. He said that the carbon price would be like a wrecking ball through our economy and destroy jobs. And let's just look, in answer to that, to the most recent statistic and economic prediction that's been made about the Australian economy, and that's the release today, Deputy Speaker, of the International Monetary Fund's October 2012 World Economic Outlook. What that has done is to reaffirm the strength of Australia's economic fundamentals in the face of a weaker global recovery, with the Australian economy again forecast to outperform every major economy over this year and next. And I'll just repeat that in case those opposite don't want to listen to it or are blocking their ears because it is inconsistent with all of the things they like to say in this place. The Australian economy is forecast by the International Monetary Fund to outperform every major advanced economy over this year and next. And in fact, this World Economic Outlook published by the IMF today shows Australia is now the world's 12th largest economy. It has leapfrogged 3 places ahead under our Labor government after slipping back 3 places under the previous government. It has leapfrogged 3 places under the Labor government after slipping back 3 places under the previous government. And not only that, it's the forecast of outperformance of other major economies that you can point to. Far from being destroyed, Deputy Speaker, the Australian economy is now one of the strongest performers in the developed world. We have solid growth, low unemployment, low interest rates, contained inflation, strong public finances and an enormous pipeline of investment in resources. The Leader of the Opposition has recently been trying to suggest that the economy is not growing. And I repeat, Deputy Speaker, the Australian economy has grown 11% since 2008 and it is continuing to grow. It is an economic report card, Deputy Speaker, that most developed countries could only dream of at this moment. And, of course, it's an impressive performance which is the product of the result of decades of reforms. The government is building on this legacy of hard but necessary reforms. We're investing in skills, we're investing in education, we're investing in infrastructure like the National Broadband Network. We've reformed mining taxation to provide support to businesses not in the fast lane of the economy, and we are putting a price on carbon. While the economy is strong, of course, too many Australians, Deputy Speaker, are finding it still hard to make ends meet, and that's of course why we have put in place a package of measures to help people make ends meet and to spread the benefits of the mining boom. That's why we're going to continue to work to improve services. We're going to continue to improve services in education, in health. That's what Australians want, and that's what Australians would far rather we were talking about in this place than the nonsensical claims of doom and gloom from those opposite. Those opposite like to claim, Deputy Speaker, that Australia is acting alone on the carbon price, and this too is false. Every major economy is tackling climate change. 90 countries, representing 90% of the global economy, have committed to reduce their carbon pollution and have policies in place to achieve these reductions. Many of these countries are relying on a market-based mechanism. And it needs to be restated. Some of those opposite understand this because some of those opposite have some still vague commitment to the free market. A carbon price is the most cost-effective way to reduce emissions and more efficient than other direct subsidy policies. Some members of the Liberal and National parties understand the benefits of emissions trading scheme, understand the benefits of cap-and-trade mechanisms. The member for Wentworth would be chief among them, and I'm pleased to say that there are some representatives of state governments who have a clear understanding of the benefits of putting a price on carbon as well. Just today, I'm pleased to be able to quote from a statement made by the Western Australian Agriculture Minister, Terry Redman, who is quoted as saying that the introduction of a carbon price has given Western Australian farmers, I hope that the member for Wannon is listening, another tool to manage salinity. And this is the direct quotation from the statement today of the Western Australian Coalition Government Agriculture Minister. Quote, traditionally, many land managers in the northern wheat belt have attempted to address salinity through saltbush plantings, which also provide feed for stock. And he went on, however, the recent trend in the area towards fewer stock and increased cropping has meant this may no longer be a solution. And here's the key bit. With the introduction of a carbon price, the ability of salt-tolerant native species to sequester carbon has the potential to provide farmers with another option to manage salinity. And he went on to announce $330,000 of state government funding, that's coalition state government funding, to test the sequestration properties of native plantings at various sites and examine the potential to use our Labor government's carbon farming initiative as a means of managing salinity. So perhaps before you start talking about the interests of farmers, those opposite, perhaps the next time the member for Wannon thinks about saying that the carbon price is in some way prejudicial to the interests of farmers in this country, he might like to talk to the Coalition Minister for Agriculture in Western Australia, Terry Redman, who seems to have no doubt about the benefits of the carbon price, and you should talk to him often because he seems to have no doubts about the benefit of the carbon price to Western Australian farmers. I've said, Deputy Speaker, that a carbon price is the most effective way to reduce emissions, And that's why by next year 850 million people across the world will be living in a country, a state or a city with an emissions trading scheme. It includes countries like the United Kingdom, governed by a Conservative government, Germany, France, Sweden, Norway, New Zealand, also governed by a Conservative government, and Switzerland. Carbon trading is operating at the subnational level in the United States, Canada and Brazil. Subnational, and I'll come to that, and the momentum's growing. California will commence emissions trading next year on the 1st of January. On the 14th of November they will have their first auction of carbon allowances, and by 2015 California's cap-and-trade program will be the world's third largest emissions trading market after the European Union and the Korean ETS, and it's a scheme that is remarkably similar to the scheme that we have in Australia. It will cover 85% of California's emissions, and I can speak with pretty direct and recent authority, Deputy Speaker, because I met with senior officials of the Californian government some 2 weeks ago, and we agreed to work together towards the development of regional and global carbon markets, because California, which you deride, those opposite deride as a sub-national scheme, is in fact, if looked at as a standalone economy, the world's 8th biggest economy with 37 million people. And that's why an agreement with the officials from the Californian government to work with them towards linking, to explore options, which we'll be doing, of course, with the Europeans as well, to link those carbon markets, California, Europe and our own over the longer term, is absolutely in the interests of Australia, and the recognition by the Californians of the worth of linking schemes shows that that's the direction that the world is going in. China, Deputy Speaker, is developing pilot emissions trading schemes in 7 cities and provinces, and that will commence next year. Korea's emissions trading scheme will commence in 2015, and countries like Turkey, South Africa, Thailand, Chile are also working to develop carbon pricing schemes. The rest of the world is acting, and those opposite should stop disregarding the facts and the direction of the world.
Has expired. I call the member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rose to speak on today's MPI, like the member for Wannon, because I hold great concern for the people of Macarthur and Australia, especially families, pensioners and small business owners who will suffer most as a result of a government's carbon tax and their subsequent changes. Today's MPI is about the adverse impact of a government's changes to the carbon tax on the Australian economy. I have many concerns about these changes, especially when so many people in my electorate are already suffering as a result of this tax. It's only been 3 months since the government introduced the tax on July the 1st. Since then, I've received many phone calls and letters from local families and small business owners in my electorate who have sent me their electricity bills to show the effect this tax has had on their cost of living. One example is a local high school which received a carbon tax charge of $447 in the first month of the carbon tax being introduced. If you take this first month as an average, that means the carbon tax will cost the school and similar schools around Australia between $5,000 and $6,000 per year. This is money which teachers say could be better spent on interactive whiteboards, textbooks, computer programs for design, music or art, or for urgent maintenance that is not funded by the government. These costs of electricity will also increase the costs of canteen food for students and staff, as most canteens are privately run. I know that last time this school's carbon tax charge was brought up in Parliament, those opposite said these figures weren't true. Well, I have this electricity bill right here, Mr Deputy Speakers. If those members opposite would like to take a look, it's proof that this government has no regard for local students and families who are being forced to pay for this ridiculous tax. Then let's look at the tourism sector. Director of Quest Apartments in Campbelltown, Mark Drinkwater, has contacted me with his latest electricity bill. There is a carbon charge of $827.24 for 1 month, which will mean around $10,000 per year for his business. And this doesn't include the $1,000 per month increase in the network service charges. The hotel is also being slogged. With this in total, this means an additional $20,000 to $25,000 per annum in electricity alone compared to last year. Then add to the carbon tax increases in the hotel's gas and other utilities, and dozens of creditors and suppliers whose expenses will also increase, which will be passed on to them as well. Mr Drinkwater has told me that hotels' target market is the corporate sector. We're also looking to rein in spending. So for this hotel, passing on the cost to its customers is very, very difficult. He made another good point, Mr Deputy Speaker, when he asked me the following. If the plan is to encourage us to modify our operations to reduce our footprint on the environment, why couldn't they just legislate that, which would surely be a great stimulus for those industries and create jobs, as opposed to businesses inevitably putting people off? loss of jobs will occur in his business. Mr Drinkwater said, like most businesses, his hotel was already trying to be cleaner and greener so it could be cost-effective and good corporate citizens of this country. This is a husband and wife team about to have their first child. This carbon tax has the potential to send them to the wall, and the government doesn't care. Local schools and corporate sector aren't the only ones being affected by this tax. I've also been contacted by several seniors in my electorate who are outraged by their electricity bills since the tax was introduced. Mr Brian Ellis of Campbelltown has sent me a copy of his latest electricity bill, which has increased by 20% despite his usage decreasing during this bill period. Mr Ellis is 70 years of age, is not on the pension, so this increase of $100 per month in his electricity costs is simply not good enough. And Mr Ellison isn't the only self-funded retiree facing these increased costs at a time in their lives when they can least afford it, with no compensation, Mr Deputy Speaker. I've been contacted by another couple in my electorate who have concerns about the financial implications of the carbon tax on their lives. The husband is a self-funded retiree living on a pension from his superannuation, which is less than $45,000 a year, and his wife, 59, has no income apart from very little bank interest. He is aged 60 and no longer paying tax and is not eligible for a promised tax rebate. He is less than 65 and yet not a pensioner, and so he is not eligible for a pensioner bonus. What is the government offering for people in this situation? Absolutely nothing. I've been contacted by a local resident in a retirement village who tells me the carbon charge directly increases his general supply charges by 45%. Another example of the huge increases that the carbon tax imposes on some of the most vulnerable residents in my electorate. And if the past 3 months hasn't been bad enough for people in Macarthur, the government now wants to make major structural changes to the carbon tax which will only do more harm than good. They want to remove the legislated floor price out of a carbon tax and link the Australian carbon tax with a European ETS. They are also trying to increase the carbon unit auction limit from 15 million to 40 million for 2015-16. They want to alter arrangements applying an equivalent carbon price for liquid fuels and synthetic greenhouse gases. They want to make amendments concerning the measurements of potential greenhouse gas emissions and make further amendments concerning natural gas liabilities. It's just not the Coalition concerned with the impact of a tax on our economy and trade industry. In March this year, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry's Director of Economics, Greg Evans, told the media that Australia should not impose a carbon tax before a confirmation of international agreement on emissions cut. He said that the carbon tax would have a negative impact on all trade-exposed industries, which actually can't pass on the costs associated with a carbon price because they're competing internationally either through import or through exporting competitions. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's quite clear that the government is making policy changes relating to the carbon tax on the run, and each of these changes represents uncertainty, instability and consequences for all Australians. Removing the floor price of a carbon tax and linking it to the European carbon price leaves the Australian economy in the hands of Europe. Australia's electricity price will be largely set by European bureaucrats. The regulation impact statement published by the government shows us that by having the price set on a completely different economy on another continent would create additional administrative costs for some small businesses due to the potential change in treatment of international units. The government is also proposing to increase the carbon unit auction limit from 15 million to 40 million. This change means a potential extra $725 million in revenue from forward permits to help prop up the budget for 2014-15. In addition to this, the Energy Supply Association has said that forward-selling permits will lead to higher electricity prices. When are they going to start to listen? I can tell you, Mr Deputy Speaker, further hikes in electricity prices are not going to go down well with the people of Macarthur. I doubt they'll be welcomed by any family, pensioner, school or small business across the country. These changes show a great deal of unreliability in relation to the government. On 11 occasions, senior members of the government have expressed to us that the floor price was crucial to the stability of the carbon tax. We simply cannot trust the government will follow through with what it says. Yet, despite making 8 changes to the carbon tax before it had its 3-month anniversary, the government says it still stands by its Treasury modelling. Some forecasts doubt the European price will reach Treasury's forecast, meaning a budget black hole for Labor. Nothing different. The current Treasury modelling relies on all forecasts falling 100% into place in one of the world's most volatile economies. What also concerns me is that the government is moving full steam ahead with this policy despite not having it formally agreed with the European Union. The negotiations to form a one-way linkage will happen in July 2013. Negotiating an agreement for the full link will occur by July 2015, over 2.5 years away. I must also share my concern for Australian farmers, Mr Deputy Speaker, as we have many farming families living in Macarthur. The government's amendments are a bad deal for our farmers.
Absolutely.
In relation to the Carbon Farming Initiative, Australian farmers have been excluded from selling carbon credits to Europe until 2018. The deal the government negotiated allows Europe a virtual monopoly selling carbon credits to Australia, while Australia is locked out of Europe until 2018.
Only this government could do something like that.
Magic policy. The carbon tax is obviously in a mess, Mr Deputy Speaker. Since the tax was introduced 3 months ago, there have been 8 major changes. No wonder the people of Australia are so confused by this tax and fed up with the government. If you look at the changes in detail, it's obvious that the tax and this government are in chaos. The government bailed out of the major companies using taxpayer funds on the eve of the carbon tax being introduced, including funding to Energy Bricks and Alcoa. They decreased the share of clean tech investment grant funding for small businesses so as to further increase funding for big businesses. The Clean Energy Regulator added more businesses to the big polluters list, taking the list now to 315. The government changed the regulations to increase real emissions from pipelines and landfill by 1 million tonnes. They abandoned the contract for closure program to shut down power stations, which will mean the carbon tax will have to increase to achieve the same emissions reductions. They scrapped the floor price, which was have to have been $15 from 2015. The government had said the floor price was needed for business confidence. They're looking very confident out there at the moment. They like the scheme to a European system, or they linked the scheme to a European system, which does not allow a two-way trade on carbon credits, putting Australian businesses at a disadvantage and resulting in Australia's carbon tax being set by the EU price. They halted the green technology investment grants. This came just weeks after the grants were announced, then changed. Mr Deputy Speaker, these changes show the government has lost control of its carbon tax. It is making changes on a run, which I'm sure you would agree is a very dangerous thing to do. This is simply not good enough, especially when we're talking about an economy-wide carbon tax, which is already having such a negative effect on families, seniors and small business owners across Macarthur and Australia. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I come from a local government background and not even seeing the impacts of what's happening at local government. I know at Campbelltown Council it's at a $600,000 impact to their budget in relation to the carbon tax. And they haven't even begun to pass on the operational costs, street lighting, electricity in the buildings, like the associated costs of running the council aren't being passed on to local residents. And this will reflect in the direct loss of services. Their rates will go up. There's already been a $20 increase this year. They're going to go up and up and up under the carbon tax policy, and this government should be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah. I thank the member for Macarthur. I call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, last month in Western Australia, at the University of Western Australia, the member for Wentworth, giving the George Winterton lecture, said, and I quote, "For the last 2 years, the questions from the opposition have been almost entirely focused on people smuggling and the carbon tax. Are they really the only important issues facing Australia?" Can I say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that when it comes to MPIs, the very same point could be made, and it's clear that members opposite have simply ignored the comments of the member for Wentworth, who is quite right when he says, are they really the only important issues facing Australia? The reality is that the matter in respect to the MPI today is starting to wear thin out there in the community, and members opposite have brought forward this MPI in order to try and keep it alive. And the fact is, Mr Deputy Speaker, that when I go out into my community, and I do that on a very regular basis, people out there want to talk to me about a whole range of things, not only about a carbon tax and about people smuggling. What they want to talk to me about is the issues that really affect their lives, such as aged care, disability support, education, health care, dental care, mental health, national infrastructure and the like. It's those day-to-day issues that truly and directly affect their lives that they are more interested in. What's also clear to me when I speak to people out in the community is that the Coalition attempt to claim that the carbon tax is going to bring gloom and doom to the lives of Australians is simply not happening. And the price on carbon has now been in since the 1st of July, and contrary to the examples given just a moment ago by the member for Macarthur about the doom and gloom that's occurring out in his electorate as a result of the carbon tax, that is simply not the reality out there. And I don't for 1 minute deny that there are people throughout Australia that are struggling to make ends meet and that are doing it tough. And I don't deny for a moment that their cost of living is part of the problem. But I do deny that it is all because of a carbon tax, as members opposite would have you believe. Because the reality is that when you factor in the accurate costs relating to a price of carbon that have been introduced by this government, then those costs are relatively minor in terms of the total amount of increases that people are seeing in their cost of living. And in fact, I've looked carefully at that matter in respect to claims that electricity costs in my own state have skyrocketed as a result of, and I quote, the carbon tax. The reality is, and this is from information provided by the Energy Industry Association of South Australia, the contribution towards the increase in the cost of power in my home state of a price on carbon has been 4.6%. That is all, and that figure is consistent with the Treasury figures of this government and consistent with other figures that have been put together in order to try and quantify what impact a price on carbon would have had on costs of living in Australia. Mr Deputy Speaker, the fact remains and continues to be reinforced by the latest science that climate change is real and that rising greenhouse gas emissions are a factor in climate change. And the costs of ignoring that change will be ultimately measured in dollar terms, in environmental costs and in social costs. And this motion is about the cost to people as a result of what this government is doing. Well, let me put it to members opposite, that if we do nothing, the costs to Australian families will be much, much higher than if we act in accordance with the way we have. Mr Deputy Speaker, this government accepts the science and has acted on several fronts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to invest in alternative energy technology and to assist Australians with the transition away from high carbon and other greenhouse gas emissions. In doing that, the government acknowledges that climate change is a global problem, that it requires global commitments and that it requires global cooperation. The member for Wentworth knew that, and that is why he supported global action on climate change. Unfortunately, not all members of his party agreed with him, and he lost his leadership, overtaking the principled stance that climate change was real and that we needed to act. Mr Deputy Speaker, the government strategy on this matter is quite simple. Placing a price on carbon puts a value on it. When something has a value, it can then be traded, and we cannot operate in the global market with the Australian economy competing in a global environment and then restricting the trade of carbon to the Australian market. It is simply illogical to do that. Mr Deputy Speaker, the government also acknowledges that changing global response to climate change, this isn't a matter that is stopping still. We learn more each day, each country reacts differently each day, and therefore we need to be flexible in our own approach with respect to how we respond to the issues that we are confronted with. Regrettably, the economic crisis across the world over the past 3 years has distracted from the importance and the urgency of dealing with climate change, particularly by Western economies. The positive note of that, however, has been that the slowdown in growth of Western economies in recent years has served to reduce the amounts of increases in greenhouse gas emissions that we would have otherwise seen. So there has been a positive spin in respect to what has happened as a result of the global economic recession. However, those countries across the world that acknowledge that they may have slowed down their commitment to doing something about climate change nevertheless understand and have embraced their responsibility in respect to the global cooperation that is required to address what is indeed a global problem. And governments across the world, as the Parliamentary Secretary has quite rightly pointed out, are in fact acting. And he talked about Europe, the UK, China, USA, Korea, South Africa, Turkey, Chile, Indonesia, I believe, and Vietnam are all coming on board with acting in a manner which suits the specific economies that they are dealing with. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, whether they are acting at a national level or at a state level within their own countries makes little difference. What's important is that they are acting, and they are. And according to our own reports to this parliament, 89 countries representing 80% of the global emissions of the world and 90% of the world's economy are in fact acting to reduce greenhouse gas emissions across the world. Clearly, each country is responding in a way which best fits their individual ability. And some of those are doing that by investing in renewable energy or more efficient energy systems, while others are putting a price on carbon as well. Some are doing both. the fact is they are acting. And for members opposite to suggest that we should not be part of an international response to climate change by standing alone with respect to the trading of carbon permits in this country and have them restricted to this country makes absolutely nonsense. In fact, as advocates of what I thought was free market, both in Australia and across the world, I have to say I am totally bewildered by their argument on this matter that we should not link in with other world markets. It simply doesn't make sense in terms of the position they take on other issues and the position they constantly put to this government in respect to how we should operate when it comes to managing the Australian economy. In fact, I don't know whether in 2015, when we transition from a price on carbon to an emissions trading system, whether the price will go up and down. And quite frankly, that to me is not the important issue here. The important issue is that wherever it lands, Australia should be part of an international system if it is going to remain competitive. Now, can I just say in the last few moments that I have, members opposite talk about the way that this whole scheme is going to impact on families and the people of Australia, and as I said, the member for Macarthur talked about some specific examples in his own electorate. Well, can I ask members opposite this if they would care to respond? In 2015, now they've claimed that if they are elected to government, they will rescind the legislation in respect to a price on carbon. But what are they going to do in 2015? Are they going to move to an emissions trading scheme or are they not? They haven't answered that question. In fact, they've never addressed that question. And my question to them is this. If they don't do that, then what will they do? Are they going to proceed with their so-called direct action policy, which has been discredited by a number of economic analysts and which will cost the Australian families in the order of $1,200 to $1,300 a year each? Is that what they are going to do to try and help the families of Australia, or are they going to embrace the logical and sensible policies of this government, which link our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions across this country with those across the world, which create one market and enable industry and business in this country to trade with overseas industry and business and therefore remain competitive? Mr Deputy Speaker, the policies of this government are the sensible policies.
The member's time has expired. I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise today to support my fellow colleagues from Wanham and Macarthur and to talk about the adverse impact of the government's changes to the carbon tax and on its effect on the Australian economy. The simple fact is that this government has made 8 changes in the last, since 1st July, the 100 days, and it just highlights how fundamentally flawed their carbon pricing system is. The government has shifted the goalpost 8 times on the Australian people. It directly affects Australian industries, Australian jobs and Australian businesses. In my electorate alone, which we call the carbon capital of Australia, there are industries up there struggling as I speak. And there's no good saying you're rumour-mongering, you're putting a big assertion on the Australian, you're not confident, rah, rah, rah. There's jobs being lost as I speak. 95 jobs from the Boyne smelter alone, a direct cause of the carbon tax. 1 week after the carbon tax was announced, Rio Tinto, one of the biggest miners in the world, the 3rd largest miner in the world, put their Boyne smelter up for sale. And it's now called, it's owned by Pacific Aluminium. Isn't that an indication that the companies are concerned? And these companies, Rio Tinto alone employs 6,000 jobs in Gladstone, a lot more in Perth in Western Australia, and here they are worried about it. They've spoken to me directly, and no doubt they've spoken to your government on the other side about their business about going forward. To say that the world didn't stop on the 1st of July, what a load of poppycock. What did the government actually think was going to happen on the 1st of July? Did they think the whole world was going to stop because Australia introduced a carbon tax? Of course not. It's only now that the electricity bills are rolling in that people are saying, whoa, hang on, what's going on here? The Tony Abbott government was right. It is affecting industry. It is affecting household costs. It is affecting the cost of living in my town. and across Australia. So there you have it. They thought it was going to all stop on the 1st of July. How naive, how stupid. How can they think this, you know? But now we've got companies across Australia, and here, what do? Do we credit some? Do we take credits back? The car industry, the personal cars that people drive around, we'll exempt them, but we'll hit the farmers down the track on fuel. What do? Some companies, some aluminium companies have got credits, some haven't. The aluminium industries in my town have not got the credits that some other companies have got. But, however, these credits are diminished over the time, but of course the carbon tax will go up next year and of course the year after and years after that. It's time for leadership and stability to stop the uncertainty of this global that does not only affect Australia, it affects the world. By shutting down industries in Australia and transporting them overseas to China or wherever, we're still not going to decrease global emissions. In some cases, we'll actually increase global emissions. You know, you talk about California and LA. Now, the last time I was in California and the last time I was in Beijing, they were all self-funded trips, by the way, in Bangkok, Hong Kong. I'd never seen the sun, and I was in those countries for quite some time. As I move around Australia and Queensland, my home state, the skies are blue, the seas are green. And yet we have to be the first in the world with this monstrous carbon tax, $400 per person versus $1 per person in Europe, and we've got to cop it. Our industries have got to cop it. Is it any wonder that Australian companies are moving offshore at a very fast rate? When you put mining taxes with carbon taxes, sometimes it is the last straw. Is the government aware that in Mongolia alone they have 171 Australian companies operating in the mining field? We have become very expertise in transporting our expertise, mining people, personnel offshore to other countries. Countries like Mongolia, countries like Indonesia, Africa, over 250 companies, Australian companies with Australian staff and Australian expertise in those mines, looking at the resources and helping those countries with their economy. They've given up on Australia and walked away. Now, how much longer can this go on? How much longer can we keep taxing our Australian companies, taxing them out of existence in Australia? BHP, Rio Tinto, they aren't Australian companies anymore, unfortunately. They are worldwide companies, and they will go to the country which offers the best deal. You know, what are we going to do? We've got our manufacturing industries, really. We've got our retail businesses not operating or not functioning very well. They're all squealing out for help, and yet we sit there and going to tax them more. If we start taxing our banks, start looking at superannuation funds to tax them, where are we going to end up as a nation? As Mr Murray said, the ex-manager of the CEO of the Commonwealth Bank, he summed it up last week when he said, hey, keep this up and we will end up like Greece. And it just goes on and on and on. The South Australian government have said that if a carbon tax is extinguished by our government, Tony Abbott's government, the prices of electricity will definitely come down. And that's a Labor government in South Australia. They've said that. The 8 changes that are being made here, they're saying, hey, we didn't think this carbon tax out at all. So we've got to make some pretty rapid changes and make them now. But it doesn't give certainty. We haven't built a power station in a long, long time, whether it be gas or coal, because we're going to close the brown coal power stations down in Victoria. Now there's been a change of heart, we're going to keep them going. The power station in Glasson, which is coal-fired, they're at 6s and 7s, don't know what to do because there was no future. Bob Brown told the Labor Party that there's no future for coal-fired power stations. What were we going to do? Oh, we were going to go to gas. That didn't work out either. We were going to go to nuclear. That didn't work out. So what are we going to do? This country was actually built on cheap electricity and cheap water. And now under this Labor government we have neither of those, neither cheap power or cheap water. And this is what we're going to have to do. If we're going to become a food-producing country again, we're going to have to give our farmers cheap water, and of course our industry, we've got to have them supply them with power that is a reasonable cost. Now, last time I knew, I did a count, there was over 50 states in America, and we've had the Canadian ambassador talking to the government here, and they said they're not going to move on any carbon tax, any emissions system, until America moves. Now, does one state in America mean that the whole American nation is going to move? I don't think so. 1 in 50, 1 in 51. Wouldn't base anything on that. But the Labor government mentioned it this day, LA, they're going ahead. We don't know to what extent, but they are. But I'm concerned about what is happening in my patch in Flynn and what happens to Australian industry. You know, we just can't keep killing them by taxing, taxing and taxing. This government has got to set a set of rules, keep to it. For a fine example, there were 250 big polluters, then it was 300, then it was 315. What's it going to end up with? There's only one answer to all this, is scrap the tax.
The member's time has expired. I call the member for Latrobe.
Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted to be able to follow that contribution. My comments this afternoon will range from a reflection on the various Liberal Party and National Party members who have in fact endorsed previous versions of emissions trading schemes and carbon price mechanisms. It will look at the realities of what is happening around the globe, of what is happening with our trading partners, not only those countries which are part of the EU, but also other international markets with which Australia might hopefully in future link up its emissions trading scheme. And also, importantly, given the emphasis this afternoon of members opposite on the response of business to the carbon price, the realities of what is happening in business and the realities of business's response to the carbon price and to the amendments that have been made in recent times to link, to enable us to link our carbon pricing scheme to the EU ETS and to facilitate that connection in international markets. But first I should commend the member for Wannon for bringing an MPI on the topic of the carbon price in any form, because while we know that around half of all Liberal MPs have actually spoken favourably on the record in support of putting a price on carbon in the past, there are not many of them who will come forward now and admit to that, but I'll certainly reflect on a few of those remarks later in my contribution today. The member for Wannon is one of a very few these days who it seems have not publicly commented on his support for a price on carbon or an ETS, because we've certainly had the Leader of the Opposition, the former Prime Minister John Howard, in fact leaders coming thick and fast from the opposition who have been on the record in support of an ETS. We've had most of the front bench in support of an ETS at some point in their parliamentary careers or beforehand, and quite a deal of the back bench. The important thing to reflect on this afternoon in terms of the linkage of Australia's carbon pricing mechanisms with the ETS is that this government has consistently put the view that it supports the linking of our carbon pricing scheme with international markets. It has consistently said that because it is seeking to use a market mechanism and ultimately a global market mechanism to ensure that business has the most efficient and least cost way of reducing its carbon emissions. That has always been our endeavour, that has always been our view, and for many members of the Liberal and National parties it has been a shared sentiment, although today it seems many of those people have departed from that. We know that the benefits of linking our carbon pricing scheme to the largest ETS in the world, namely the EU's ETS, are many. We know that the link would mean a wider range of abatement opportunities would be available to entities which are liable to pay a carbon price. And of course, it's not just us who know this. It's also the various industry representatives and other experts who have commented favourably on the linking of the schemes. And I'll mention Martin Wilder of Baker and McKenzie, who, in his comments to the House Standing Committee on Economics on the 27th of September, mentioned that, quote, international linking creates a range of choices for you as a participant. You can dip into different markets and work out the cheapest place to buy abatement. We also know that by linking our emissions trading scheme to the EU scheme, we stand to increase liquidity in carbon markets. And once again, it's not only the government's view that that's the case, it's the case of industry. And I refer to the comments from a True Energy Executive Manager of Policy, Strategy and Sustainability, Claire Savage, who has said that, quote, linking with Europe will also provide access to a deeper and more liquid carbon market. So as a result of this government's efforts, we will seek to link Australia's emission trading to the European Union's ETS from the 1st of July 2015. The EU's ETS is a scheme which operates across all 27 EU member states. It's the world's largest ETS, covering around 11,000 facilities. So to hark back to the member for Wannan's contribution about why you would want to link something like this to the EU's ETS when they've, to paraphrase him, done such a great job with their economy. Well, the world's largest ETS is operated in the EU, and this, as the government has long remarked and has as many industry and other experts before the recent Economics Committee's review into these arrangements has found, is supported by many industry participants, is supported by many experts in the field. Let me mention a few other people who have spoken in favour of linking our ETS with that of the EU, because the opposition would most certainly this afternoon have you believe that this is a unilateral decision of the government, which is unsupported by business and unsupported by experts. So let me disabuse the opposition of that view. For instance, the Australian Financial Markets Association submission to the House Standing Committee on Economics in September stated that, quote, linking of the clean energy scheme with sound international schemes has been consistently requested by AFMA as a mechanism to increase market depth, achieve least cost abatement and reduce overall risks for participants. AFMA is not the only one to comment before the committee. The Chief Executive of the Energy Supply Association of Australia, Matthew Warren, has said, quote, this is an important reform and demonstrates that the Gillard government is willing to listen to genuine concerns of industry and act decisively to address them. I can go on to Andrew Grant, Chief Executive of CO2 Australia, who has said that it was, quote, very intelligent policy development. I can go on and refer to the Clean Energy Council submission to the committee on the 26th of September, which states that, quote, international linking allows Australian businesses to access emissions reductions opportunities at least cost. So, Deputy Speaker, this afternoon the opposition members and the member for Wannon have raised apparent concerns of business, concerns of industry, concerns of commentators in the market. Well, we can see that, and I can certainly go on this afternoon and go through page upon page of comments from those who have, in an informed way, reflected on the changes that the government has made to link our system to the EU ETS as a first move to hopefully being able to link to other international emissions trading systems, and they've referred to them very favourably indeed. As the Parliamentary Secretary suggested earlier, the linking of our arrangements with the EU does strengthen the prospects of further international linkages. And indeed, it stands to promote and improve international cooperation on climate change. Mr Seb Henbest, the Manager of Clean Energy and Carbon Markets Research Australia, has also made mention of this in recent evidence before the Economics Committee when he said, quote, "We see a link to the European trading scheme as potentially a very important first step towards establishing a broad coalition of cap markets around the world." Indeed, on the point of linkage, I should mention that John Howard wanted Australia to become what he called a, quote, carbon trading hub in the Asia-Pacific region. So, Deputy Speaker, how things have regressed on the opposition benches since the days when John Howard was proposing not only that an ETS be adopted by his side of politics, not only that this country be forward-looking in its approach to climate change, but that we seek to use it to our advantage by becoming what he called a trading hub, a carbon trading hub in the Asia-Pacific region. I think, Deputy Speaker, that Mr Howard would reflect somewhat less than favourably on the approach that those opposite take now to the use of a market mechanism to respond to a significant global problem of climate change. In the time that's left to me, Deputy Speaker, I might refer to some of the laudable projects that have been entered into by business in Australia following the introduction of a carbon price. And we've heard for many, many months now that the world would end, in the opposition's view, on the implementation of a carbon price, that it would be the death of industry. And yet we find a significant number of industry participants responding to, adapting to a carbon price, which is what all of us might have hoped. And I'll mention Mackay Sugar Limited, for instance, which is investing over $120 million to reduce carbon emissions across its operations by 70% for every unit of production. This includes the installation of a cogeneration plant at its Racecourse mill to supply clean energy year-round to the mill, as well as supply a third of the city's energy consumption, generating additional income for the company. One would have thought that those opposite would have applauded a measure like that, which would not have come about but for the implementation of our Clean Energy Future package. This government is supporting Mackay's embrace of clean energy with over $9 million in funding from the Clean Technology Food and Foundries Investment Program, which is funded through the Clean Energy Future package. So the reality of the carbon price for business is that industry is responding and responding favourably.
The member's time has expired. I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to rise this afternoon to add my contribution to today's MPI, the adverse impact of the government's changes to the carbon tax on the Australian economy. Now, Deputy Speaker, it's now just over 100 days since the introduction of this carbon tax. And in those 100 days, the evidence has become clear. This is a tax that is hurting families and it's hurting businesses right across Australia. And less than 8 weeks into this tax, this broken promise of a tax, we've seen chaos and confusion reign. We've already seen 8 changes, including changing the floor price arrangement, another backflip on the broken promise. Changing the floor price, something that contradicts what this Labor government was saying, and almost every member of that side has been saying for about the past year. Now, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to give a few practical examples of what this Labor government is doing to our country and the effect that it's having on average Australians because of this carbon tax. A few weeks ago, an 80-year-old lady called Rose phoned into a Sydney radio station. Now, being 80 years of age, she would have been born in the middle of the Great Depression. She would have lived through the deprivations and the hardships of the Second World War. She would have worked hard all her life, and in her old age, you'd think she'd be entitled to some dignity. Well, these are her words, Mr Deputy Speaker, of an 80-year-old woman. This shows the effect of what this carbon tax is doing to Australian citizens. She said, "I just got an electricity bill, $645. The last one was $435. What's happening?" She then broke down into tears. "I can't pay it.
I've got congestive heart failure and I can't take any more stress. Now I'm old, I'm nearly 80. All I'm doing is going to bed at 5 p.m. at night with 2 hot water bottles. Deputy Speaker, that is what this carbon tax is doing to Australians out there. For in Western Sydney, it's 80%. 80% of the increase in electricity prices in Western Sydney is all the responsibility of the carbon tax. And here we hear an 80-year-old lady breaking down in tears because of the effect that the carbon tax is having on her electricity bills. That's the effect, Mr Deputy Speaker. Now, another example I'd like to give in the time I had to me today. A few doors down from the electoral office of Hughes is a small bread shop. It's run by a husband and wife team. They get up every morning and start work at 4 a.m. and they keep their little shop open opposite Sutherland Station until 8 p.m. each night, hoping to catch a few extra sales from people coming home from work off the train at Sutherland. They get a few hours sleep and they get up at 4 a.m. the next day and they do it all over again. And for all this and the risks associated with running a small business, they earn less than $10 an hour. It is these small business people that are the backbone on which our economy is built, and it is these small business people that are bearing the brunt of this carbon tax. Now, Deputy Speaker, last week I went into their shop and they were both almost in tears. They just received their latest electricity bill, which had increased from $1,650 a month to over $2,200 per month, an increase of $550 a month, over $6,500 a year. So here we have someone out there in our country today that's earning less than $10 an hour, and because of this carbon tax, they have to come up with another $6,600 every year. They said to me, "What's the future for them?" I said, "Well, if you want a future, if you want a vision of the future under this Labor government, imagine electricity bills that will go up and up and up forever." For remember, Deputy Speaker, to start with, the carbon tax is $23 a tonne. Then it increases to $29 a tonne by 2015-2016, according to the government's own figures. By 2020, this government says it'll go up again. It'll be $37 a tonne. And by 2050, it will be no less than $350 a tonne. And yet we have this Labor government in complete denial about the adverse effects that this is doing to the most vulnerable people in our society. Now, Deputy Speaker, what concerns me the most is the dangerous commercial naivety we've seen from this government. They are simply deluded that small businesses can pass on these increased costs of the carbon tax onto their prices, onto the consumers. Now, to quote the Prime Minister in her own words about what small businesses can do, and I quote, that they would be in a position to pass that on to people who buy the services from your business, and we've expected that those costs will be passed on. Now, Deputy Speaker, this small bread shop works in a competitive environment. In Sutherland, there are 3 other small bread shops and 2 supermarkets, all in competition with each other. They don't have a substantial degree of market power. They cannot raise their prices without losing business to their competitors. And that is what this government simply fails to understand, that every business is in competition, and they're also in competition in some way or other with imports. Now, Deputy Speaker, you might ask, how would a small bread shop compete with imports? And that's a question I first asked myself. But if you go into our major supermarket chains today, Deputy Speaker, you'll find that they have started to import bread from overseas. They bring the imported bread in, which they just reheat. So that puts someone that's making bread here at a competitive disadvantage because they are paying the world's highest carbon tax, but when the bread's made overseas, they're not paying the carbon tax. So simply it's more imports and less work and less jobs here in Australia. Now, Deputy Speaker, one of our nation's greatest competitive advantage, one that underwrites our national prosperity, is the theme of black and brown coal that runs down our eastern seaboard. It's one of our biggest sources of export income, for we're one of the largest exporters of coal in the world. And it is this coal which has enabled Australian industry and Australian families in the past to enjoy the lowest electricity prices in the world. But today, we have the highest electricity prices in the world. And according to the Australian Energy Association, we have here in Australia economically demonstrated reserves to production ratios of brown coal to last us no less than 539 years. 539 years worth of brown coal, and we have 111 years worth of black coal. But simply by introducing this carbon tax and other so-called green schemes, Labor is actually sabotaging and destroying one of our nation's greatest competitive advantages. And now we see it's Australian families that are being punished, paying the highest electricity prices in the world. Deputy Speaker, Labor like to pretend, as the member for Latrobe came in here and said, that all countries are moving to the carbon tax and everyone's paying it. Look, this is simply false. Our overseas competitors are not paying the carbon tax. The Productivity Commission had made it clear. They said no country currently imposes an economy-wide tax on greenhouse gas emissions or has in place an economy-wide ETS. Last year, when President Obama was here, he explicitly ruled out the US introducing a carbon tax. Canada's Foreign Minister did the same. He said his country would never, Canada would never have a carbon tax. And China has no plans to introduce an economy-wide carbon tax. And in fact, last year, China alone increased its emissions by 800 million tonnes of CO2. That increase alone, increase in 1 year, is more than 1.5 times Australia's total annual emissions. Neither does India, nor Indonesia, nor a raft of other companies which we need to compete against to survive today have any plans to introduce a carbon tax. And if we look at New Zealand, Australian carbon tax is 15 times higher its New Zealand equivalent. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, so according to Scientific America, India alone has 455 coal-fired power stations planned or under construction, and worldwide there are 1,231. Now, Deputy Speaker, there is one way to fix this carbon tax, one simple way, and that's to scrap it lock, stock and barrel. And only a coalition government will do that. On day one we will repeal that carbon tax. And to those that come in here and say we won't or we can't, I say you guys keep talking it up. Keep talking it up, because when we do, it'll show the true difference between ourselves that sit on this side of the chamber and you that sit over there. We will repeal this carbon tax.
The member's time has expired. I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to present an oral statement to the House regarding a possible matter of privilege, namely unauthorised disclosure of committee material. On Monday, the 17th of September, the Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs tabled its report Our Land, Our Languages. The committee had agreed that embargoed copies of the report could be released to selected media outlets on the Friday proceeding. Prior to the tabling of the report on the Monday, The Australian released on its website and in printed newspaper an article revealing findings of the report that was still under embargo. The committee discussed the matter and determined in this instance it does not constitute a substantial interference in the operation of the committee, and it has not diminished the capacity of the committee to undertake its business, or technically an unauthorised disclosure was the disclosure of material not authorised for publication at that time. The matter was mostly noted by other media outlets who raised the issue and voiced concern that they had quite rightly waited until tabling to publish news of the report. The committee has drawn this matter to the attention of the House to affirm the seriousness of any media publishing report findings in advance of tabling, and to affirm the importance of good relationship that the parliamentary committees generally enjoy with the media and the necessity of ensuring that this relationship continues. The committee is of the view that this was a regrettable but isolated incident and does not consider that it was substantial consequences from the early disclosure of the report findings. In this instance, the committee does not consider additional action is warranted. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Blair. I call the Minister for Immigration and Citizenship.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I present the instrument of designation of the independent state of Papua New Guinea as a regional processing country under subsection 198AB1 of the Migration Act 1958, together with 5 related documents in accordance with section 198AC of the Migration Act 1958.
Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to the approval of the instrument.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Deputy Speaker, I move that in accordance with section 198AB of the Migration Act 1958, the House approves the instrument of designation of the independent state of Papua New Guinea as a regional processing country. Deputy Speaker, today, acting under section 198AB of the Migration Act, I designated by legislative instrument the independent state of Papua New Guinea as a regional processing country. In accordance with the legislative amendments to permit regional processing, which came into effect on the 18th of August 2012, I'm required to present to the House the following documents: a copy of the designation, a statement outlining why I think it is in the national interest to designate Papua New Guinea as a regional processing country, a copy of the Memorandum of Understanding with Papua New Guinea signed on the 8th of September 2012, a statement about my consultations with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees in relation to the designation, and a statement about the arrangements that are in place or are to be put in place in Papua New Guinea for the treatment of persons taken there. I now seek approval of this designation and present the necessary supporting documents to the Parliament. I do call on colleagues in both Houses of Parliament to approve this designation to enable the first transfers of offshore entry persons to Papua New Guinea for processing in accordance with the regional processing arrangements. Approving this designation will reinforce regional processing arrangements already underway in Nauru and illustrate the government's resolve to discourage dangerous boat journeys to Australia. The government has endorsed, in principle, all recommendations contained in the report of the expert panel on asylum seekers presented on the 13th of August 2012 and has already taken significant steps to implement these recommendations. I have previously spoken about the government's decision to increase Australia's humanitarian program to 20,000 places a year, with 12,000 places for those being refugees offshore. This is the biggest boost to Australia's refugee intake in 30 years and clearly demonstrates Australia's commitment to assisting those most in need. In further support of this, the government has already allocated $10 million for regional capacity building projects, with a special emphasis on the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. This funding will assist UNHCR and non-government organisations in the region to build safer and more orderly migration pathways, which is all part of the strategic and integrated approach recommended by the expert panel and a demonstration of Australia's ongoing commitment to building protection in the region through the Bali Process Regional Cooperation Framework. The panel's advice highlights the task which this government is undertaking, balancing effective border control with the need to deal humanely with asylum seekers arriving irregularly by boats to Australia and the underlying need to prevent the loss of life occurring as a result of irregular movement. These important issues are at the heart of Australia's national interest. Today's designation of Papua New Guinea is a further step in the government's task of implementing the panel's recommendations. It builds on the progress already made, particularly in relation to regional processing on Nauru. Regular transfers of asylum seekers to Nauru from Australia commenced on the 14th of September 2012, following the designation of Nauru as a regional processing centre by this Parliament on the 10th of September 2012. And following commencement of transfers to Nauru, we've already seen a number of asylum seekers choose to return home voluntarily. This is evidence of the false stories that people smugglers are selling about what awaits asylum seekers in Australia. These returns represent a powerful message which undermines the viability of the people smuggling model. The Parliament's approval of my designation of Papua New Guinea as a regional processing country will further reinforce this message to asylum seekers considering a boat voyage to Australia and demonstrate that there is no advantage in doing so. As this Parliament is acutely aware, a substantial number of lives have been lost at sea as a result of the activities of people smugglers. The government is gaining important momentum to stop this tragic trade. This designation is a key and urgent part of the action required to prevent this tragic loss of lives at sea from occurring in the future. The only condition for the exercise of my power to designate a country as a regional processing country is that I think it is in the national interest to do so. I think that it is in the national interest to designate Papua New Guinea, as Papua New Guinea has provided Australia with certain assurances, which include specified assurances required by legislation. I also think that it is in the national interest to designate Papua New Guinea as a regional processing country because it will discourage irregular and dangerous maritime voyages, thereby reducing the risk of loss of life at sea, promote a fair and orderly refugee and humanitarian program that retains the confidence of the Australian people, and promote regional cooperation in relation to irregular migration and addressing people smuggling. It is important for Papua New Guinea to, as a sovereign state, to have input into the development of any arrangements, and it has been keen to do so. We are dealing with people seeking protection, and there is a need for fully considered arrangements to be put in place. By presenting the designation and accompanying documents in accordance with the legislation, I provide the Parliament with the opportunity to be satisfied that what is in place or will be put in place is appropriate. Again, I call on both Houses of Parliament to approve this designation, to enable the first transfers of offshore entry persons to Papua New Guinea and to provide the circuit breaker to irregular maritime arrivals called for by the expert panel's report.
Thank the Minister. I call the member for Cook.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Naturally, the Coalition will support the designation of the independent state of Papua New Guinea under the Act to enable offshore processing to occur on Manus Island or any other place within that territory. It's not surprising we would do that because it has always been our policy to have offshore processing in places such as Manus Island and particularly on Nauru. It is not surprising because that is exactly the commitment that we gave 8 weeks ago when the overarching legislative changes that give effect to what we're dealing with today were put in place. On that day, we were prepared to support the designation of both Nauru and Manus Island. We have subsequently dealt with Nauru several weeks ago, and now 8 weeks after giving that commitment, we're in a position, because the matter has now been brought to this place by the Minister, to also now support the designation of the independent state of Papua New Guinea. And we do it, Mr Deputy Speaker, and we do it today as we would have been prepared to do it 8 weeks ago, as we would have been prepared at any time to do it, but particularly I note in the documents which are provided by the Minister today, in not only the instrument, the explanatory statement, but in particular the Memorandum of Understanding. The guiding principles at page 3 say clearly all activities undertaken in relation to this MAU will be conducted in accordance with international law and the international obligations of the respective participant. The independent state of Papua New Guinea is a signatory to the Refugee Convention. As a result, they have brought upon themselves, willingly, legally binding protections. And this has always been the Coalition's key requirement in relation to supporting these matters. The government does not believe that binding legal protections are necessary to ensure the designation of these countries, and I note in these documents once again, as the Minister did in the case of Nauru, is not considering or not taking into account whether legally binding protections are in place or not in place in making this designation. Now, I don't think that reflects well on the government, that they don't believe legally binding protections are important in making these decisions. It just so happens, thankfully, that in the case of Papua New Guinea, as it was in the case of Nauru, that those binding legal protections are in place. It was the opinion of the High Court, which struck down the government's deal in relation to Malaysia, that legally binding protections are necessary, and we agree with that view, and that is why we stand today as a coalition and are happy to support the position of designating the independent state of Papua New Guinea. Now, this day has been a long time coming, Mr Deputy Speaker. Like Nauru, the designation of Papua New Guinea has come too late, and it restores too little of what the Coalition had successfully had in place with the strong border protection regime that was first instituted under the stewardship of the Minister of Immigration at the time and the now Father of the House, the member for Berowra, who was in the chamber with us today. This day has been a long time coming. In 2010, the Governor of Manus Island wrote to the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea and said he was very happy, and that state was very happy, to have Papua New Guinea, and particular Manus Island, host the reopening of an offshore processing facility. That was more than 20,000 arrivals ago. The Governor of Manus Island made it very clear that they were happy to restore this facility. If we go back 15,430 arrivals ago, it was in May of 2011 when officials from the his predecessor's department, were in Papua New Guinea investigating and inspecting the site at Manus Island with a review to having that facility reopened. Now, that was in May 2011, and they just didn't do that. They provided $811 million in the budget to do it, in the 11-12 budget money that was never spent for that purpose, and 15,430 people turned up illegally in Australia on boats since that time that first investigation of that site was undertaken by that government. So still no centre, despite the fact that the governor had said, yes, we're happy to do it. Still no centre, despite the fact that the government and the department had actively initiated and visited the site and were happy to do it and had budgeted the money to do it, but still no centre. Still no opening of offshore processing at that time. And since then, 15,430 people have turned up. Instead, Mr Deputy Speaker, they went down a different path. And it seems every time this government is faced with a fork in the road on border protection, they always seem to take the wrong choice. They always seem to take the wrong choice, because not only on this occasion, when they had the opportunity to go forward and reopen offshore processing on Manus Island, did they say, no, we're going to go down the Malaysian route, and we all know where that ended. It ended in the High Court with a thud, with a thumping thud. And since that time, the government has been able to remedy that measure and has been dragged kicking and screaming now to introduce these measures that are before us. But it was in December and in January December of 2011 and January of 2012 where the minister himself said again, we believe there is a place for offshore processing centre. We pursued and gained the agreement of Papua New Guinea to that centre, but again, still no centre. Still no centre, and that was 11,700 people ago before they had arrived in Australia by boat. And at the end of the day, Mr Deputy Speaker, even though we have this matter now before us, 8 weeks since the decision was taken to reopen these facilities, some 3,830 people have turned up over that period of time. Some 6,436 people turned up since the government's own self-imposed impasse at the end of June, where equally they could have brought matters into this House to see the offshore processing centre established at Papua New Guinea on Manus Island. The opportunity extended all the way through this period of time, and the decision still was not taken to put it in place. Well, here we are. Here we are, thousands of people later, as is set out in the minister's own statement, in the record of arrivals that have occurred while we have waited and we have waited and we have waited, and now finally the day has arrived. But as we know, Mr Deputy Speaker, the government always didn't feel this way about the reopening of Manus Island. The Prime Minister now, who was in another capacity in 2002, said, we know that the Pacific solution is unsustainable from the point of view of our agreements with Papua New Guinea and Nauru, with both of them stating substantial reservations about the continuance of the so-called Pacific solution, and we know that it delivers absolutely no outcomes. This is what the government described, the now government, then in opposition, described the Pacific solution of at that point. Now, we all know what the record of the 6 years that went, including that one in which the now Prime Minister made this statement. Some 272 people turned up on less than 3 boats a year over the 6-year period. Now, if that's not an outcome, well, I'd happily have the government compare their outcome over a similar period when we've had almost 26,500 people turn up over a space of less than 5 years. So I'm happy with the outcome that the previous Howard government was able to achieve with their successful measures. And even though the Prime Minister had also said that Labor will end the so-called Pacific solution when she was in opposition, and the processing centre and detaining of asylum seekers on Pacific Islands because it is costly, unsustainable, and as wrong as a matter of principle. These are things that the Prime Minister now once said when they were in opposition, and here we are today with a complete capitulation on all of those years of demonising once again. This government, when it was in opposition, opposed these measures. They abolished them in government, and now we are at a position where they now seek to reinstitute them. They said they'd get rid of it on day one, and they did. They did get rid of the Pacific solution on day one, and on now day 1,803, they now have to put it back in place, and that is what they were doing. But they will still not go far enough, Mr Deputy Speaker. They will not go far enough, and as a result, they cannot expect the outcomes of the Howard government if they are not prepared to put in place the policies of the Howard government. They simply can't have that expectation, and that expectation certainly isn't being realised by what we have seen in recent months. Now, why won't they go far enough, Mr Deputy Speaker? Because at the end of the day, we all know that they just don't believe it. They have been forced to this position, Mr Deputy Speaker, by politics, not by a belief in the policies. And I think this is the real difference between those who sit on that side of the House and those who sit on this side of the House when it comes to the issues of border protection. They have been driven to it by politics, not conviction. And I think the lack of conviction and the lack of genuine belief and the lack of genuine commitment to this policy, but equally the policies that are also required to ensure we have an effective set of measures in place with temporary protection visas, with turning boats back where it's safe to do so, and a raft of other measures the Coalition has outlined on many occasions. Without that conviction, that becomes the pull factor, and that's what the problem is. If you look at the core of the problem the government faces, it is the government themselves. They are the pull factor. Their lack of conviction and lack of credibility and lack of belief when it comes to these issues is the reason that those who are seeking to come know that this government is a soft touch, and that hasn't changed. They may change their rhetoric, they may backflip on everything they say they ever believed in, but who knows? Because at the end of the day, there is not a track record of conviction, there is not a track record of belief, there is not a track record of performance. But the crisis does roll on, Mr Deputy Speaker. The crisis rolls on because of this lack of conviction, and we see it in the record arrivals now at over 2,000 per month that continue under this government. We've seen it since the decision to reopen Nauru with 1,585 people turning up, and over 3,800 since the decisions were taken some months ago. These decisions of restoring offshore processing in the vacuum of other necessary policies cannot be considered to be going far enough, Mr Deputy Speaker, in our view, and as a result the government cannot expect to see a change in the outcomes as a result. With record arrivals, with record detention population, it is now true that at the end of August there are more people in immigration detention centres. I'm not just talking about the alternative places of detention. That's on top of this figure. There are 5,212 people at the end of August that are actually in detention centres. Now that's more than were in detention centres at the time of the Christmas Island and Villawood riots. That's more now with community release and community detention taking place, where the government trumpeted their credentials on that side, but there are more people in detention today. Why? Because there are more people coming. This government can't get them out the door fast enough into the community, and our detention centres continue to fill up, and that comes at a significant cost. Last year the cost on average per boat turning up, when you look at the costs across managing asylum seekers, was $12 million a boat. That's what it cost. $12 million a boat under this government last year. That's what the taxpayer had to pay every time one of those boats turned up, $12 million in costs. And this year alone, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have had this government exceed the estimated number of arrivals in this financial year by more than 1,000. They anticipated 5,400 over the entire financial year. In 100 days, they have blown that by more than 1,000. Now, that's going to have a consequence in this budget. This budget already puts aside $1.1 billion, more than 10 times what was spent in 2007-8 in the budget, the last budget of the Howard government, to deal with these matters, and that budget will blow. And this Treasurer has still not yet come into this place and said what the bill will be for the continued failure. We will have to wait for that, it would seem, in MyEFO. And we look forward to hearing that number, because the Australian taxpayer at least has the right to know that if this government is going to continue to fail, what the bill will be. And they will find out what that bill is ultimately, just as we've found out at every single MyEFO and every single budget, where the accumulated blowouts under this government, because of their inability to have the conviction needed, backed up by the policies that work to deal with this problem, has led to blowouts of $4.9 billion and counting. That doesn't include the extra 50,000 plus per person extra they are going to add to the annual refugee and humanitarian intake. Doesn't include that. It doesn't include the costs that are now going to be incurred as a result of the measures that we're discussing here as a result of this designation. It doesn't deal with the extra costs that are going to happen this year because of the more than record arrivals that I've pointed out. Mr Deputy Speaker, this government's record of cost blowouts, of arrival blowouts, of detention centre blowouts is unparalleled. This government, this Prime Minister, simply needed to do one thing when they introduced this measure today and say, we got it wrong, we should have never abolished these measures, we are now going to restore them and all the others that need to be restored that the Howard government had in place, but they won't do it. The only way that will happen is with a change of government at the next election.
Here.
I call the Minister for Defence Material.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Speaker. In August, the expert panel on asylum seekers, headed up by Angus Houston, made 22 recommendations to prevent asylum seekers risking their lives on dangerous journeys to Australia. This is one of those recommendations, to establish a capacity at Papua New Guinea to process the claims of asylum seekers. The Houston report recommended that a capacity be established in Papua New Guinea as soon as possible to process the claims of irregular maritime arrivals transferred from Australia in ways consistent with the responsibilities of Australia and Papua New Guinea under international law. The Houston report made it clear that, in addition to Nauru, similar arrangements also needed to be put in place elsewhere in the region to address the rising number of irregular maritime arrivals to Australia. The Papua New Guinean government has facilitated these arrangements in the past and entered into a memorandum of understanding with Australia on the 19th of August 2011 for the processing of asylum claims of irregular maritime arrivals at an assessment centre on Manus Island. The Houston report suggested that if a processing centre for asylum claims were to be re-established in PNG, similar arrangements to those proposed in the report in relation to Nauru should be negotiated with the PNG government, and that is what has occurred. These negotiations have taken place, and the declaration now before the Parliament gives effect to the recommendation of the Houston report. This means that offshore processing can occur at both Nauru and at Manus Island. But this is just the beginning of our work. The Houston report makes 22 recommendations, not 2. And they've also made it clear that they must all be implemented. We can't just implement some of them. This includes offshore processing at Nauru and at Manus Island. It also includes regional processing in Malaysia. The Houston report recommended that the Malaysian agreement be built on and not be discarded. At page 51 of the Houston report, it says, and I quote, "The Malaysia arrangement is an important initiative in bilateral cooperation between Australia and Malaysia on the issue of great significance for both countries and for the broader region. It's also a potential building block for a stronger framework of regional cooperation on protection and asylum claims." It goes on and says at page 52 that the arrangement would be able to play a vital and necessary role in supplementing the processing facilities in Nauru and PNG. And in the subsequent media interviews that members of the expert panel gave, they commented about, in their view, how important the Malaysian agreement would be. The chair of the panel, Angus Houston, said this. This is in relation to Malaysia. Quote, "This is absolutely 100% what we have to do if we want to stop boats in the long term." He also said that Malaysia was the best plan for the future. Paris Aristotle, a member of the panel, was interviewed by Sabra Lane on the ABC on the 14th of August, and he concurred with the views of the former Chief of the Defence Force. He said, and I quote, "I think Malaysia is absolutely vital to this." He was asked the question by Sabra Lane, can this work without Malaysia? Paris Aristotle says, "I think in the long run, no. I think Malaysia is absolutely vital to this." He also said in the same interview that Malaysia is an important plank in building a regional arrangement. Michael Lestrange, the third member of the expert panel, was interviewed by Samantha Hawley on the ABC on the 13th of August and was also asked about the Malaysia Agreement. And he said, amongst other things, and I quote, that the Malaysia Agreement is an important undertaking. He said, "We think that this negotiation with Malaysia needs to be built on, not discarded. We think actually in the future it's going to be very important to have this kind of arrangement with regional countries that are not signatories to the Refugee Convention, and most countries in our region are not signatories." Now, we agree, the government agrees with the comments, the thoughts and the recommendations of those three men. We strongly support the Malaysia Agreement. The Liberal Party strongly supports offshore processing in Nauru and Manus Island. In December last year, 5 days into the job, when 200 people died when their vessel capsized off the coast of Indonesia, the government put a proposal, a compromise to the opposition, and said the government believes in Malaysia, the opposition strongly believes in Nauru and Manus Island for offshore processing. Well, let's simply do both. Let's do all of that. It was a compromise, but it was a compromise that was rejected, and so through the course of the debates that we've had in this place and elsewhere over the course of this year, the government's agreed to a further compromise, and that is to commence offshore processing first in Nauru and now in Manus Island. We did that because it's the only thing that could get through this parliament. The alternative to passing legislation to allow offshore processing in Nauru and in Manus Island is that we don't do it at all, that we do nothing. And if we do nothing, as we've seen too much of over the course of the past 12 months, people will die. Ultimately, we need to do Nauru, Manus Island and Malaysia. Nauru and Manus Island is a good start. Nauru, Manus Island and Malaysia is better. That's what Angus Houston has said, that's what all members of the expert panel have said, but that's what the Liberal Party and the Greens Party have refused to do. The Liberal Party has three policies and they talk about them a lot in this place. The first is Nauru, the second is TPVs and the third is turnbacks. The Houston report looked at all three and it accepted one, Nauru, and it rejected the other two, TPVs and turnbacks. The Houston report, makes 22 recommendations, and a number of them are relevant to my portfolio, so let me use this opportunity to just talk a little bit about those recommendations and where things are currently at. Recommendation 20 and part of Recommendation 4 concern bilateral cooperation on asylum seeker issues with regional countries, including Indonesia, to address search and rescue issues. Australia and Indonesia have a strong interest in effective search and rescue for people travelling by sea in our region. Too often, as I've said, we've seen the tragic consequences of people risking their lives by getting onto unseaworthy vessels. Last month I travelled to Indonesia with the Minister for Defence and the Minister for Transport to have discussions with our Indonesian counterparts about ways to improve the coordination of search and rescue efforts between Australia and Indonesia. We agreed to expand the $38 million Indonesian Transport Safety Assistance Package, which began in 2007, to provide for additional bilateral coordination on search and rescue activities. Our search and rescue agencies, Basana and the Australian Maritime Safety Authority, have been working together very closely over a period of years to improve their capability and their coordination. Activities undertaken to date include search and rescue exercises, short-term officer secondment and training in aeronautical search and rescue operations. Under the agreement that we reached in Indonesia last month, the Australian government will make an additional $4.5 million available to enhance coordination between the two search and rescue agencies. We agreed to 6 key measures. The first is the exchange of officers between Basarnas and AMSA, and this will involve embedding officers in their counterpart agencies starting this financial year. That will be very important in assisting in actual search and rescue operations, but it will also play an important role in training and mentoring to gain exposure to their counterpart agencies' operating environment. Second is the enhancement of ship tracking information. This capability will provide Basarnas with an accurate, near real-time picture of ships that are operating in or transiting through the Indonesian search and rescue region. And as I mentioned when we had this debate a couple of weeks ago, we learned in Indonesia that there are approximately 1,000 merchant vessels travelling through the Indonesian search and rescue zone on any given day, an enormous number of vessels. The key to harnessing the availability of those vessels when needed, when there is a search and rescue, is having that information in a near real-time environment and being able to communicate with that vessel. Therefore, the third thing that we agreed on was enhancing the maritime satellite communications ability of the Indonesian Search and Rescue Authority. This will allow Basarnas to rapidly communicate via satellite communications with merchant vessels that have been identified from the vessel picture and make them available to do search and rescue operations. The fourth is additional search and rescue exercises between Basarnas and AMSA. This will provide more advanced and challenging search and rescue exercises to build on the capabilities that have been developed over the last few years. The exercises will allow for deployment of search and rescue assets and coordination of assets from multiple agencies. The fifth are regular search and rescue discussions. It's planned to commence a regular series of meetings and workshops between AMSA and Basarnas to share technical information and promote mutual understanding. These meetings will be held alternatively in Indonesia and Australia to promote best practice search and rescue. The sixth and final part of the package was aircraft access. We've agreed to explore further rapid clearance for Australian aircraft that operate in the Indonesian territorial airspace and to land to refuel at suitable airfields when engaged in search and rescue activities in cooperation with Indonesia. These are all important reforms that help to implement the recommendations embedded in the Houston report. Another recommendation which is very important and often underappreciated is the recommendations that have to do with the disruption of people smuggling activities in the countries of our region. The report recommends that disruption strategies be continued as part of any comprehensive approach to the challenges posed by people smuggling, and that relevant Australian agencies be resourced with appropriate funding on a continuing basis for this purpose. This is a very important recommendation. The work law enforcement agencies do to disrupt people smuggling vessels, as I said, is often not properly appreciated and certainly not widely reported, but it is very important. The Australian Federal Police work closely and successfully with other law enforcement agencies across our region. Since 2008, there have been 498 disruptions involving more than 15,000 potential asylum seekers. And so far this year, there have been 178 disruptions involving 6,572 people. That includes 108 disruptions in Indonesia, 5 disruptions in Malaysia, 60 disruptions in Sri Lanka, 4 in India, and 1 in Vietnam. This is very important work and it must continue. Obviously, there's still a lot more work to do, implementing the recommendations of the Houston report and beyond. It's also important that we communicate the changes that we are making here in this place. The Department of Immigration and Citizenship, as well as my agency, Customs and Border Protection, have jointly developed a communication strategy to discourage people from taking the dangerous boat journey to Australia. The government's committed $1.5 million for an overseas communications campaign and a further $915,000 in administered funding this year to Customs and Border Protection. This work, this includes work being undertaken by the Department of Immigration and Citizenship as part of its No Advantage campaign. The campaign involves distributing messages in multiple languages, both locally and via the internet. The messages are targeted at asylum seekers in places such as Afghanistan, Pakistan, Sri Lanka and the Middle East. Information has also been shared with the International Organisation for Migration, which is working in Indonesia to inform people of the recent policy changes and discourage people from getting onto boats. In many of these countries, there's no recognised media landscape in which to advertise. Instead, Customs and Border Protection works with local communities to get this message out. And this includes activities such as liaison with local media outlets, including radio, television, newspapers, online media and grassroots community activities. The message in all of these communications is don't get on a boat to Australia. You'll get no advantage, no special treatment by getting on a boat, and what's worse, you risk losing your life at sea. The information we get from people that have sought asylum in Australia and have been intercepted by boat and arrived at Christmas Island indicates to us that people smugglers are still telling lies, telling people that they'll only be in Nauru for a short period of time. We have to counter that lie with the truth and get that information out. This motion is important because it's about saving lives. More than 400 people have died in the last 10 months. They've died while we've fought over this issue. And as I've said many times, we need to put down our swords and agree to implement the recommendations of the Houston report. That's what the people of Australia expect of us, and that is what they deserve.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Barara.
Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you for the call, and let me just say that I welcome the designation of Papua New Guinea as a regional processing country, but I do so with a degree of disappointment. The Minister's speech still had in it the sort of language that I think leaves us dangerously exposed. I think the most compelling figure that I've heard in this debate thus far from the Shadow Minister was the number of arrivals since the 14th of August, when the government agreed to reopen Nauru without restoring TPVs and turning boats back. And the figure is, in that time, 60 boats with 3,800 people. What's remarkable about that figure is that it exceeds the total number of places available for offshore processing by about 3 times. That is an extraordinary situation to be in, and I don't like to have to come into the House and to have to say the way in which these issues are being dealt with are highly unlikely to resolve the problem, highly unlikely to put to an end the tragic loss of life which the government tells us persuaded it to change its approach. When I spoke after the government made its first announcement in this place, I coined a number of phrases. I said the measures that you might want to implement ought not to be seen as a menu from which you can pick and choose from. I think the situation is so diabolical that you need every measure, every weapon in your armoury to be brought to bear if you're going to deal with the size and the dimension of the problem that this government, through its own policy approaches, has brought about. And I suspect that the government members are still in denial. The Minister spoke about the need for compromise on these matters. You know, that's the menu argument. We'll give you this and you give us that, and we've got a compromise and maybe that will work. This is not a matter in which you can, in my judgment, compromise. I think the work of the expert panel was admirable. But as with panels, the sort of language that they use suggests that they know that there are sides that people have taken. They know there's certain constituencies and you have to try and address them. But I think they showed in that report that they recognised that all of the measures that the Howard government had used were absolutely necessary. They certainly did not recommend the reintroduction of TPVs. But what did TPVs do? Temporary protection visas essentially denied those who were found to be deserving of protection the opportunity for a permanent visa which carried with it family reunion entitlements. That it became essentially the anchor on which a lot of other people would then travel. And you know, the government said, look, we don't think you should use TPVs, because if you use TPVs, people will get onto boats as children, essentially on the basis that they will be unable to be sponsored by a parent if they had previously accessed Australia. More women and children will be on boats. You can't do that. But the fact of the matter is that the government's own expert panel has said they ought to restrict the availability of family reunion to those people who obtain permanent residency. The problem is that the methodology they're using involves family reunion for some and not the extended family reunion that you might have got if you were using the special humanitarian program. That, to me, means that the panel was at least cognisant of the important role that TPVs would play, and I think the government ought to be honest enough to say, look, we're going to use all the weapons in our armoury, and that needs to be made clear to people offshore as well. I think the turn back of boats. I mean, when you actually read what the expert panel was saying, was that turn back of boats is highly desirable, and you ought to be working on achieving the cooperation to put that in place. And this government's rejecting it, doesn't even recognise that it might be open. Look, I was somewhat troubled by the minister's comments today because we've had some negotiations with Indonesia, and I think important negotiations with Indonesia in relation to how search and rescue can be more effective in Indonesia's search and rescue areas. Not ours, theirs. And we're going to give them planes, and we're going to enhance their ability to be able to supervise it. And yet, the one thing that is clear is that when people are rescued in somebody's search and rescue zone, the people who are rescued ought to go to the country whose zone they've been found in. You know, what's the message that's coming out of this? The message, it seems to me, is that if you get on a boat and you can get on a phone and you can convince people in Australia that they should get in touch with the Indonesians and activate all the search and rescue, which will mean people will be on a ship, and then all you have to do is stand over the captain and say, I want to go to Christmas Island, and everybody acquiesces. Journeys will be less dangerous, and there is no suggestion that those who are found in Indonesia's search and rescue zone are going to go to Indonesia. In my view, when you make decisions like that, and look, I recognise that these are difficult issues sometimes in terms of the discussions and negotiations that you have to deal with them, there is nevertheless a message that is going through to all of those people who are desirous of accessing Australia, that Australia is still open for business. I said when I commenced my remarks that this trafficking and the loss of life that's tragically occurred is a result of people coming to a view that if they get onto a vessel and access Australia, they will have a permanent residency outcome, they'll have a new life in one form or another. And it has very tragic consequences. Some people tragically lose their lives at sea. What is more tragic to me is that people who are more deserving of an asylum place in Australia's refugee resettlement program miss out. The people whose claims are far more deserving, not just because they're a refugee, but because of the very circumstances in which they're in, the immediate threat to their safety, miss out. because the places are taken by those who meet the lowest common denominator threshold test. A test which a lot of well-meaning advocates who have never been to a refugee camp in their life, listening to the people who happen to get here, take the view that they have to be helped more than those who are in these other circumstances. And so we see the development of a legal system that makes it even more likely that if a person's claims are considered here, they will get through the gate. My problem is that I hear nothing from the government that suggests that they understand these issues, that they want to seriously deal with these issues. It's a question of give us Malaysia and she'll be right. You wanted offshore processing, we'll give you that. You're saying that will work. I'm not saying that. I'm saying all of the measures that were necessary. I never argued when I was there that the particular measures would work. I couldn't tell you which ones were going to work. What I know is that when we implemented all of the measures, it changed the total psychology of the issue. And I tell you, it's a lot more reassuring when you have few people seeking to access Australia via these dangerous journeys. It's much more assuring, even though you have to wear a bit of odium, even from the other side, when you know that people's lives have been saved. It's much more reassuring when you know, and having gone to places like Kakuma in Africa, and I did, went to various parts of the Middle East, as I did, went to the Balkans, as I did, and when you see the people in those sorts of circumstances, you're able to talk to them and you understand that some of them can be helped, it does make a huge difference. I am very troubled about this issue because I believe that the way in which it has been dealt with was quite clearly going to leave Australia exposed. I went on some debates with the former Minister for Immigration, who spent most of his time suggesting that the TPVs wouldn't work, for instance. They were introduced and they didn't stop people getting on boats. That's the argument I heard. Well, I don't know what that same minister would say. I don't know whether the government uses him in the Senate when these matters are debated, but I don't know what he'd say about an announcement on the 14th of August and 60 boats and 3,830 people arriving, whether that was a failure of the measure or just that there was a lag in terms of implementing it. But he certainly never acknowledged in relation to TPVs that there might have been a lag effect. I would suggest, as I did before, I can't tell you that it was TPVs. I can't tell you that it was turning boats back. I can't tell you that it was offshore processing. But what I can tell you is when you use all the weapons in your armoury, it does have an impact. I am very pleased to hear of the Minister's support for the continuing work in disrupting trafficking. And I have no doubt that the agencies, the various agencies that are working on that, including the Australian Federal Police, are using their very best endeavours and they are achieving some successes. But that disruption has been going on. There's nothing new. The disruption was being undertaken when I was there. It's been continued, and yet, notwithstanding that disruption and disruption activities, which have been on a continuing basis, the number of arrivals since the change of government has been something like 18,000 since polling day has been 18,000. The numbers since the change of government, 26,000. The enormity of the movement of people to Australia, unlawfully by boat, needs to be understood. The need for all the weapons in our armoury to be used needs to be understood by the government. Our support is forthcoming in relation to this measure, but we don't believe it's going to do the job.
Order. Question is the motion be agreed to. The honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will not be supporting this motion. I think everyone in this country had the same reaction when witnessing the horrific sight of boats going down and people losing their lives in horrific circumstances, especially with regards to Christmas Island, but also over the many years that we have lost lives as people have tried to make their way to this country. And what the Greens have said for a significant period of time is that if the concern is protecting people, stopping people from taking those high-level risks that could potentially result in the loss of their life, then we need to provide safer pathways and a more orderly system. What might that mean? That would mean, as a start, lifting Australia's humanitarian intake, because at the moment it's the lowest that it's been for 30 years. It would mean a comprehensive regional plan of action that also includes taking more people directly from places like Indonesia and Malaysia. Because what we know is that in those countries, to take Indonesia for example, there are thousands of people waiting in camps, many of whom are genuine refugees and have already found to be so, but they have no light at the end of the tunnel. Of the over 1,000 people who have been waiting out of the 8,000, for example, in camps in Indonesia, some of them have been waiting for many, many years, and it's not surprising given that the UNHCR up until a while ago had only 2 people processing their claims, and their budget was actually slated to decline over the coming years. What the experts in those camps and supporting those people tell us is that if you provide people who are in those camps with an orderly pathway out, they are much more likely to stay there and wait for genuine resettlement. And we hear a lot about the people smugglers' business model. Well, the people smugglers' business model is based on desperation. It's based on people waiting in those camps for years at a time, often having already been found to be genuine refugees, with no clear exit. And I have to tell you, Mr Deputy Speaker, that if I was in that situation and I was waiting in a camp for several years and someone came to me and said, if you give me a bit of money, I will get you and your family out, I would probably take that as well. And I think most people who are in that situation would do the same. Now, until we take a great deal more people directly out of those camps in Indonesia and in Malaysia and send a clear message to all those people who are in there that if you wait, then you will be resettled, potentially in Australia. Until we do that, people are still going to come to this country because, Mr Deputy Speaker, unless we make this country as unattractive as the place from which they are fleeing, people are always going to come. Harsh deterrence does not stop the boats and does not stop the drownings. And we saw 353 people die when the Civex met its tragic fate, and that was when the Pacific Solution and the John Howard government arrangements were in full swing. And unless we are to make Australia as bad as the Taliban in Afghanistan, then people are going to continue to come here because we are a better bet. and we are a democracy. And so it's why, when we had the opportunity to debate this recently in this place, that I, and I think many others, came away with a heavy heart, because we had a real opportunity not to pander to the worst in us in this country, but to talk to the best in us. We could have taken the opportunity to have a national debate about how to deal with this complex and global problem. Anyone who thinks that there's a simple solution to this simply isn't paying attention. It involves actions here, it involves actions in the countries where there are camps, it involves actions in the transit countries, it involves taking action in the source countries. But what we could have done is have a debate free from the hysteria of a small number of people, comparatively speaking, who are coming to this country by boat, and instead say what would be a genuine regional solution that does not involve us contracting out of the obligations in the Refugee Convention. This is a convention that we signed up to voluntarily. The High Court said what you, the government, are trying to do is not consistent with those obligations that you've signed up to, and we were at a fork in the road. We could have then come up with a set of solutions that was consistent, or we could have tried to contract out and change the law, and that's ultimately what happened. But instead, we could have come out of it with a new comprehensive regional plan of action, along the lines that I've just outlined, and along the lines that almost all of the experts recommended to the Houston Committee. But instead of going back to Fraser, Labor has taken us back to Howard. And we have missed a real opportunity in this country to repeat the successes of the years after the Vietnam War. And it's instructive to remember what we did then. Yes, it was a different geopolitical situation. Yes, it was a different point in history. But in the years after the Vietnam War, in the decade after, we took in between 90 and 100,000 refugees and their families. And we did it because we said, well, we see these people are fleeing, coming here by boats. Let's not have that situation. Let's have a comprehensive regional plan of action. And we shouldn't gild the lily and pretend that that plan was some kind of ideal solution. It wasn't. It was harsh, and there were debates about it at the time. But what we said was, us as a country, the developed country in this region, has the capacity to bear a bigger share of this regional and global problem, and we took people in. And I think if you asked anyone in this country now, they would say it was a success. And if we spoke to that instead, if we spoke to the fact that everyone in this country has someone in their family, in their street, in their workplace, who came here as a refugee or whose parents came here as a refugee, who they think is a good person, we could have gone down that road again. But instead we haven't. We've gone back to the Howard era, and a part of that Howard era involves mandatory detention and mandatory indefinite detention. As a reminder of what that entails, it's worth referring to an Amnesty International report where they tell us what happened we had last time we had offshore processing on Manus. They tell us of they say the ongoing suffering of asylum seekers is illustrated by the case of an Iraqi Christian who was detained on Manus Island between October 2001 and July 2003 under the Pacific Solution. In May 2002, after suffering from depression, he was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. After another 10 months on Manus, he was transferred to Baxter Detention Centre in South Australia for medical review. His condition worsened, and in November 2003, still in detention in Baxter, he attempted to commit suicide by ingesting glass fragments from a broken fluorescent tube and by attempting to electrocute himself. After 6 months in Australia, this man would have been eligible to appeal his asylum application through the Refugee Review Tribunal. But on 21 January 2004, just 8 days short of the 6-month deadline, he was handcuffed, forcibly removed from Baxter and sent to Nauru. Eventually, the detainee was recognised as a refugee and was resettled in Sweden, but not after having attempted to take his own life first, because That is what mandatory detention and indefinite mandatory detention does to people. The tragedy is we don't need to do it, but we are about to do it again. Now, as has been made clear, Deputy Speaker, I do not support this motion, but it's clear that it's going to get up because the government and the coalition will vote together. Given that it's going to get up, given everything we know about mandatory detention, there needs to be a time limit on how long someone will spend there. Now, the experts have told us that if you keep someone longer than a year, you're almost certain to do harm to their mental health and to their well-being. And so it's for that reason that I will move what I would consider to be a very reasonable amendment, and one that anyone who is interested in making sure we preserve the mental health of refugees, even if you're going to have this solution, should support. And I move that the following words be added to the motion, and calls on the government to put in place a 12-month time limit on immigration detention in Papua New Guinea. Now, there can be no basis for opposing this if what we are concerned about is the protection of life and protection of refugees. And as I said at the start, we should remember that we were told that that is the reason that we need these laws. We are concerned about people's lives. Well, if that's right, you should be equally concerned about someone who takes their own life in a detention centre as someone who drowns at sea. And that means taking all reasonable steps to protect their mental health, and that means putting a 12-month time limit on their detention. If this amendment is not supported, then it gives lie to the fact that the no advantage principle is really about indefinite detention and detention for longer than a year. And that is something that a spotlight needs to be shone on, because those camps that I was talking about before, Mr Deputy Speaker, those camps where you can wait 5, 6 years, if you were to take a mathematical average of how long someone spends in Malaysia, given that a lot of people spend their whole lives there, on one calculation the average time you spend there is 76 years. So a question that has to be answered, if the government is not going to support this amendment, is just how long can someone stay there? If it's not 12 months, how long is it? Is it 2 years? Is it 3 years? Is it 5 years? Is it 10 years? Because what we're being asked to do is sign off again on indefinite mandatory detention, and to say to people, you are now going to go back to Nauru, back to PNG, and spend an indefinite amount of time in detention, and we know what that will do to people. And we need to remember, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the UNHCR has refused to be involved in offshore processing on PNG, just as it has with Nauru. PNG is not even a full signatory to the Refugee Convention. The government of Papua New Guinea acceded to the 1951 Refugee Convention and its 1967 Protocol back in 1986, but with reservations affecting refugees' rights, including employment, housing, education, freedom of movement, non-penalisation of refugees unlawfully present, expulsion and access to naturalisation, and all 7 reservations are still applicable. We know that in PNG there are no facilities that can house people safely. We know that they were still importing asbestos as a building material up until July 2010, that it's in a dengue fever and malaria zone, and the prominent PNG PNG politicians say they're going to take legal action against this detention centre because it contravenes PNG law. Now, for all of those reasons, Deputy Speaker, I do hope that this very reasonable amendment will find support, and if it doesn't, I would invite members from the government side in what's left in this debate to tell us before this motion gets passed in this House just how long it's okay to keep someone in mandatory detention.
Order. Is the Is the amendment seconded? The honourable member for Denison.
I second the member for Melbourne's amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, member for Denison. The question is the motion be agreed to. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The Coalition endorses the designation of Manus Island as a regional processing country. There has been some 26,347 people since 2007 arrive on some 446 boats. This government's immigration policy has more twists and turns than a track at the Grand Prix. And the Coalition's position has been consistent over a decade. And while we support the reopening of Manus because PNG signed the Refugee Convention, there are legally binding protections in place for people who are being sent there. It was the Coalition who made sure that human rights were protected in the Migration Act under Section 198A for those who were processed offshore. We saw the ridiculous situation of this government proposing the Labor-Malaysian deal for a 5-for-1 people swap, and it was an absolutely ridiculous deal that was not going to provide protection. There was not going to be sufficient protection for children who were sent there in terms of education and in terms of their health. And there was no way that we were going to support that. So it is really good to see that the government has come to this position. It has always been the Coalition that's opposed the Gillard government's attempt to strip away all those protections from the Migration Act, and our stance was vindicated by the decision that was made by the High Court of Australia and again by the Houston report, which found the Malaysian deal did not contain enough adequate human rights protections for those who are being sent there. There have been a number of twists and turns in this government's immigration policy, and when you look at the number of announcements and the result that has occurred, it has done anything but stop the boats from arriving. The number of arrivals on the 25th of November, when the bridging visa was announced, was 187 boats and 12,798 people. After the total number of arrival after the High Court decision, 206 boats and 14,159 people arrived on that occasion. And on the Malaysian announcement, on the 7th of May 2011, 222 boats, 14,844 people have arrived. In September, the government put before Parliament a very special legislative instrument to authorise the offshore processing in Nauru, and that declaration passed the House of Representatives and the Senate with the support of the Coalition. But this new designation of an offshore processing country is very similar in that form and content. The deal with PNG, according to the documentation the government's provided, is open-ended. It doesn't require a 5-for-1 people swap deal, has the ridiculous situation we saw with their failed Malaysian agreement. It also provides support for a whole number of age cohorts for families, and to make sure also that health and educational opportunities have been provided. But as usual, every step of the way there's been a change. The government's been dragged kicking and screaming. And what did they do when they faced, again, another impossible situation with a huge number of boats arriving? We're almost getting a boat a day arriving under the current circumstances. They had to be kicked and they had to be kicked and screaming to reopen Nauru, and even then they had to outsource their decision to the Houston report. They couldn't make a decision themselves. They had to give it to the expert panel, and while the expert panel did the very best that they could, Australia is being known as a country that is turning our Navy into a taxi service, and we're picking them up from Indonesian search and rescue, and people smugglers have thrived under this government. They've made more money than they've ever made in their entire history under this government's swapping and changing of policies. Hundreds of people have died at sea. Women and children's lives have been lost, and the government steadfastly refuses to introduce a range of measures, including temporary protection visas and turning the boats back. You can't just pick and choose certain measures without introducing the whole suite of measures, they won't work, and we've seen those results in the number of boats that keep arriving. It has been a very costly exercise for the government. Its immigration policies have blown out to $4.9 billion as a result of the Houston report. Settlement will cost about $1.9 billion. For every time there's a boat arrival, it costs another $50,000 to settle people. In terms of humanitarian cost and the financial cost, it has been absolutely exorbitant, and plus the terrible cost, the cost of deaths at sea. At least 8,100 people who have been waiting offshore in desperate circumstances, and I've been to those camps. I've been to the Thai-Burma border with Chin and Karen people. I've seen them waiting patiently in camps. There's 140,000 people on the Thai-Burma border, all wanting to come to Australia, all being interviewed by the UNHCR and wanting to come as genuine refugees. And it is a heartbreaking thing to see when people genuinely want to come to this country and do everything that they can, and they're in camps and they simply don't have the money to pay people smugglers. We have one of the best humanitarian programs in the world. Our humanitarian places are capped at 13,750 people. For every time a boatload of people come in, you deprive people in offshore camps of the opportunity to come to Australia and to be accepted on the Refugee Humanitarian Program. I had the wonderful privilege of attending Access Community Services 10 years of settlement celebration, and they have been resettling refugee and humanitarian entrants for 10 years and doing it very, very well. And I heard some heart-wrenching stories about people who had been in camps for 20 years. I heard stories of African women who had been in camps for several years, finally being allowed an opportunity to come to Australia, hearing of one woman's exultation when she was accepted with her 2 children, being greeted at the airport by the caseworker, being taken to her home, being given the essential equipment and saucepans and family and bedding and all of those things that help them start their life in Australia. That's how we should be welcoming people to this country through the United Nations Refugee Program. Instead, we're depriving genuine refugees of an opportunity to come to Australia, the ones that can't afford to pay people smugglers, the ones that are in camps, the ones who've been in camps, who've had to raise families in camps. And it's heartbreaking to hear those stories. We do things very well in this country, and that is the settlement and the humanitarian program. We've been doing it for a very long time, and we should be able to accept many more people under that humanitarian program from the offshore, but as those people are languishing in camps in many places around the world, we are facing a situation where illegal boats arrive, and the only people that are benefiting are people smugglers. The Coalition's always had a strong border protection policy, and an orderly immigration system is essential to safeguard the integrity of that humanitarian refugee program. And we do run the most generous settlement program in the world, per capita in the world. And it's not just me saying this. The United Nations High Commission for Refugee was here last year and commended Australia on the great work that we do. Less than 1% of the world's 10 million refugees will be resettled in any one year. And we believe that you have to steadfastly protect the integrity of the program. And we should be in a position to decide who will get that rare chance at resettlement. If elected to govern, the Coalition will restore the full suite of proven policies, including offshore processing in Naroom, temporary protection visas, and turning the boat back where the circumstances permit. We have to restore the integrity of our immigration program. We have to make sure that we do accept wonderful refugees like Godfrey, who has gone through the Access program. Now, Godfrey will have a Bachelor of Arts in Business Accounting, and he's studying for his MBA. And he and his partner Julie have a 20-month-old little girl. We have James Laddu, who's studying theology at the Australian Catholic University in Brisbane. He's going to be ordained to be a priest in June next year. Just extraordinary. John, married with 4 children, Bachelor of Information Technology, who's working in the disability sector and lives in Toowoomba. And Daniel, and this is the most amazing story I heard when I was at Access the other day, Daniel Zigafabora. Daniel trained to be a lawyer in this country, and he's chosen to be a politician. I know not many people choose to be a politician. He also studied to be a lawyer. He's gone back to be a politician, but he's gone back to South Sudan, where he's going to take up the role as Minister for Local Government and Law Enforcement. So here are some great success stories of people who've come through the refugee and humanitarian program and are not only making a huge difference to Australia, but some of them have gone back to their own country to restore law and order and to restore democracy. The number of boats will keep coming unless the full suite of measures will be restored. And last week we had 6 times the number of people who were sent to Nauru by Labor that turned up on more boats, and overwhelmingly the government's attempt at offshore processing is getting worse. We have a huge number of boats continuing to arrive. We have many countries represented at the moment from the offshore arrivals: Sri Lanka, Iran, Iraq and Afghan, and the number of people that have already been sent to Nauru totals some 211. The boats will keep arriving unless something is done to restore a whole suite of measures that when we were in government, and the member for Barara was Immigration Minister. But we do support the designation today to make Manus Island a processing centre.
Order. Question is the motion be agreed to, and the amendment be agreed to. The honourable member for Canning.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this bill tonight, and as has been said by our previous speakers, we do agree with the assignment which this bill deals with in terms of Manus Island, and this is part of the Huston Select Committee report, and it's only sensible because it's our policy, and of course that's why we agree with it. But, Deputy Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of this House one of the issues that the Minister that was previously at the table, Minister Clare, raised in his speech, and that was that the full suite of measures are not needed. And he talked about not being able to turn boats back. And this government continually talks about not being able to turn boats back. Recently, and I've been fortunate enough to have spent some time on my study leave in Sri Lanka examining some of these issues. And I'll just read a little report here. It's from the Sri Lankan website, which says, Australian MP visits Sri Lankan dockyard. Australian Member of Parliament, Honourable Don Randall, visited the Sri Lankan Navy dockyard in Trincomalee on the 30th of September 2012. He was warmly welcomed by the Deputy Commander, Eastern Naval Area, Commodore P.H. De Silva. The Deputy Eastern Naval Area Commander briefed the visiting Australian MP on current situation and port facilities available in the Trincomalee Harbour. The MP took the opportunity to look into matters of persons who are illegally bound for Australia and to obtain first-hand information regarding the preventative measures the Navy is implementing. Now, also along with Commodore De Silva was Captain Suija Senvaranti and Captain Rohan Lelwala. They accompanied me on this visit to Trincomalee Harbour. And why Trincomalee is interesting and necessary to this debate, Deputy Speaker, is because Trincomalee is one of the best natural deep water harbours in the world, and that's where many of the people leave by boat that are bound for Australia. Trincomalee Harbour services the economic zone of Sri Lanka in an area of some 118,000 square kilometres, so it's not an insignificant amount of land. Now, this briefing that I received from the Navy is quite comprehensive and took a considerable amount of time, so I won't go into the full detail of it, but I'll mention some of the issues. As it says here, they've given me details of boats arrested by the Navy whilst engaged in human smuggling for the financial year from July 2012 till now. Now, the number of boats are 52 and the number of people are 2,279 people. Now, why this is so crucial to the debate is that Sri Lanka is doing something about stopping people not only leaving, but when they get to sea, they're turning them back. They're not allowing them to go to Australia if they can detect them. Very hard to detect because they're wooden boats generally, and they go out to sea some miles and pretend they're going fishing. They've got the nets and the fishing hooks on board. I went over these boats and saw how they leave out of the sight of radar and the Navy, and then they're fed by smaller boats with their tragic human cargo. Now, this briefing was so comprehensive that it gives a huge amount of detail about each boat. But human smuggling activities from the 10th of July to the 2012 to the 30th of September in this area, and here are some of the details. And I know I won't be allowed to table, so I'll just show you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is the sort of information that was given me. This is a picture of the boat, a picture of the people that have been taken back from the boat after being turned around, and then broken down into the date, the area where they were turned back from and brought back from, the details of the trawler, the detail of the immigrants, as they call them, and their ethnic origin. For example, the first boat on the 10th of the 7th, 2012 was called the Shinaleo 07. It had 37 male Tamils, 2 females, 1 which was pregnant, and 2 children, and 2 Muslims. A lot of people think it's only Tamils, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's not Tamils, just Tamils that are leaving Sri Lanka. There are Muslims and there are Sinhalese. And dare I say, the area of Trincomalee actually has a 41% population of Muslims. So we go through all these boats, and I won't go through all of them, and as I said, love to table what wouldn't be permitted, I suspect. But just to pull a few out as we're going with the pictures of them. For example, this one here, the Kavindi, on the 28th of August this year, off Pigeon Island. There are 8 Sinhalese. The Tamils were 26 males, 1 female, 4 children, a total of 39 on that boat. The Pasantri Duwa, 6 Sinhalese, 34 Tamil males, 1 female, 3 Muslims. Now, I could go through all these, and I haven't got time, but I want to go to the most recent arrival, which was on the night before I arrived. And this was the ABI. On the 30th of the 9th, 2012, I arrived there on the 30th of the 9th, as that press release says. And the number of people on that boat were 36. 7 Sinhalese, 25 male Tamils, 4 female Tamils, 7 children and 1 Muslim male. Now, the tragedy about these boats after being taken over them, Deputy Speaker, is the fact that most of them are unseaworthy. They're coastal shipping. They're coastal shipping boats, and these coastal shipping boats are not designed to go the massive amount of distance to Cocos Island, or dare I say even Christmas Island. And while I was in the harbour, and I've got the picture of this and pictures accompanying me again, this boat was severely listing, and the Navy told me that 2 days out to sea in any sort of seas, that boat would have sunk and the entire tragic cargo would have been lost. Now, this is the tragedy of this whole situation, in that these boats are leaving regularly, but the Sri Lankan Navy is finding them and bringing them back. Now, as I said, gender-wise, out of the whole cohort, 2,135 males, 66 females, 78 children, with the ethnicity, 1,846 Tamils, 124 Muslims, 307 Sinhalese, 2 Indians. Now, they come from all over Sri Lanka, and as I said, I was taken over the boat, over the 27 boats that were in the harbour, which had been apprehended by the Sri Lankan Navy. And those 27 boats are inhumane. 1 toilet for these whole number of people. If I could show you the picture, Deputy Speaker, this toilet is a bit of plywood perched over the edge of the boat for males and females and children. It is just unbelievable that that would be the case in terms of you talk about humanitarian considerations.
The Navy have also identified the people smugglers in the briefing they've given me, and they've named the people smugglers, etc. here, and how that they've brought them back and dealt with them. Now, the tactics of the human smugglers, they of course organise the point of assembly, the point of departure to the final destination, and the logistics and financial transactions. Now, of course, the Navy, once they go and arrest them and bring them back, provide them with food, water, escort the craft ashore, give them medical checkups, look after the children, provide separate washing facilities for women, interviewing of personnel by the Navy. They hand the personnel to the CID. The CID forward the people that are caught to the courts, and they keep the boats in safe anchorage until there's a court ruling. Now, why they are handed over to the CID and not the police? Because the separate maritime unit available with CID to conduct inquiries on these activities is available on that base. This unit maintains databases on these activities. The unit has direct links with the Australian Federal Police. Now, let's find out what they do when they're caught. Crew members or facilitators, they receive a jail term of 1 year or less. Organisers the same, 1 year or less. The passengers, as they're called, are fined between 5,000 and 10,000 rupiah, which is something like $10. And why would you only fine them that amount? Well, that's because they're very poor people generally. Now, why do they undertake this journey? The financial prospects, they're economic migrants. There is a pull factor to Australia. They want to join the rest of their family, or they've had briefing from personnel already in Australia about their, why they should undertake the journey, and misinformation by interested parties for their advantage. In other words, the Tamil diaspora organisations in Australia. Now, they're going now because they're trying to miss the monsoon, and there are long legal procedures involved. They believe that if they can get to Australia, the long legal procedures involved in processing asylum seeker claims in Australia is in their advantage, and they know about the success rate once you get to Australia. If you can get to Australia, you get to stay there. Now, in the last few minutes, I wanted to talk about the fact, Deputy Speaker, that I was able to go and meet this last 36 number of people in the gym on the Navy base. There was a young Tamil gentleman there who spoke perfect English, so he was able to interpret for me to the whole range of people on that base that were being detained from the night before. Now, interestingly, in speaking to all of them with the interpreter, they all had a different story to tell. One had been a public servant who had resigned from his job. One had been a local fisherman. He was Sinhalese. Young man with a young wife, 5-week-old baby being breastfed as we were talking. There are a whole range of people, and I want to make this point, Mr Deputy Speaker. In speaking to them, not one of them said to me they were going for humanitarian reasons. I want to repeat this. Not one of them said that they were taking this journey for humanitarian reasons. They all said that they were going because their job prospects in Australia were better. The fisherman said the job prospects in Australia were better. The public servant said his job prospects in Australia were better. And when I said to them, well, why are you doing this? Because you won't get a visa. Several of them had disabilities like withered arms and dwarfism. I said, you won't get a visa. The fisherman broke down and cried because he suddenly realised that he'd been lied to by the people smugglers. They had sold their houses to take this journey. It's $2,000 US deposit and the balance when you get to Australia. Now, the Sri Lankan Navy's doing their job. They're turning the boats back at sea, and they're making sure that when they get back, they're rehabilitated. And how do I know this? Because I went to Kilinochchi. And I went to Kilinochchi and met with the IOM, the International Organisation for Migration. And they said they received these people and they helped resettle them. And there are no threats of torture or abuse, as is claimed in Australia, by those who would want to make mischief in this area. I spoke to the UNHCR in Kilinochchi, and they said the same thing. They are helping resettle the people that come back by boat, and they are helped with the use of the Sri Lankan government. There are no humanitarian issues on behalf of those people leaving, and there are no human rights issues for the people who return to Sri Lanka by boat. And so this is a tragic trade by, in many cases, the rump of the LTTE, the Liberation for Tamil Tigers, essentially, trying to re-establish a base here in Australia and a power base. And so this is a cruel trade to vulnerable people who don't know any better, and they have been totally misled. And as I went further through the north of Sri Lanka to Jaffna, I had people saying to me, "Oh, you're Australian. I'm going to Australia." And I said, "Well, why are you going to Australia?" "Well, I can get a job there," said this waiter in the restaurant in Jaffna. What would make you think that you would get a visa when you got to Australia because you're a waiter? "Oh, I'm told that once you get to Australia you can get a visa and you can earn so much money." And that's the situation, and that's why they're coming. So many people were telling me wherever I went in the north, particularly amongst the Tamil population, that they intended to come to Australia by boat because they could get jobs. But I repeat, not one told me that they were coming for humanitarian reasons. And so when we talk about this trade, this evil trade in human smuggling, we're not talking about the fact that the Minister missed out Sri Lanka. He mentioned it 3 times. Now, yes, Indonesia could do more. Unlike Sri Lanka, Indonesia doesn't try and turn back boats in their economic zone. Sri Lanka does. And Australia could do the same. So we're setting a terrible precedent for acquiescing to a country like Indonesia, who's not very interested in helping us turn around and stop this evil trade in humanity. So I congratulate the Sri Lankan government on the great work that they're doing, and we should be putting more resources and help into helping them stop people coming in this way to Australia, which will cost many of them their lives.
Order. The question is the motion be agreed to that motion amendment been moved by the member for Melbourne. I'll put the amendment first. All those in favour of the amendment? Aye. Against? No. I think the noes have it. Division required? Ring the bells for... Oh, sorry. You're correct. In accordance with Standing Order 133B, the division is deferred until 8 p.m. The original question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion, please. No, we don't go any further. Okay. Clerk.
Suspension of standing and sessional orders relating to private members' business.
Minister for Health.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion to suspend so much of the standing and sessional orders as would prevent the order of the day private members' business relating to the disallowance of the Health Insurance Dental Services Amendment Determination 2012 No. 1 being called on immediately.
Is leave granted? No objection. Minister.
I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the order of the day private members' business relating to the disallowance of the Health Insurance Dental Services Amendment Determination 2012 No. 1, dated 3rd of September 2012, made under subsection 3C(1) of the Health Insurance Act 1973, being called on immediately.
Question is the question be agreed to. All those of that opinion, please say aye. Against? I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Private members' business. Order of the day number 29, Health Insurance Dental Services Amendment Determination 2012 No. 1, made under the Health Insurance Act 1973. Resumption of debate on the motion of the member for Dixon that the determination be disallowed.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion, please say aye. Sorry, the honourable member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to put on the record my view on the chronic dental disease scheme, and acknowledge the large amount of correspondence received on the issue. The CDDS scheme funds private oral health treatments for those with a chronic non-dental medical condition. The reasons given for the closure of the CDDS are that the scheme is not means tested and costs have blown out, yet many people in need of dental treatment remain on long public dental waiting lists. The government is instead proposing a new Medicare-style scheme which includes $2.7 billion for about 3.4 million eligible children through private dentists, $1.3 billion for pensioners and concession card holders and those with special needs through the public dental system, and $225 million to expand the dental workforce and dental chairs in areas of need, including regional, rural and remote areas. Public dentistry is a state-run service available to pensioners, concession card holders and special needs groups. In New South Wales, this includes a voucher scheme allowing for treatments by private dentists for particular needs and priorities, including chronic medical conditions. A national partnership agreement exists between the Commonwealth and the state to reduce public dental waiting lists. My main concerns to date regarding the changes being proposed have been that the state-run public dental service, particularly in my state of New South Wales, has pressures, and that those pressures on the system are relieved rather than added to with any changes. As well, there have been concerns that pensioners, concession card holders and special needs groups receiving treatment under the current scheme are given a clear transition path to public or private dental treatment. I continue to encourage governments, state and federal, to address the very long waiting lists in dental health, particularly for poorer communities such as the mid-north coast of New South Wales, and my decision to support the replacement of the CDDS with this new Medicare-style scheme is based on a judgment about what serves the most people in the quickest time in the most efficient way. I recognise the organisations such as the Australian Dental Association, the New South Wales Council of Social Service support these changes, and that is important. In my deliberations, I've also had several conversations and discussions with the Minister for Health and have received several important assurances. The major of these is that there will be no gap between the closure of the CDDS and flow of funds from the government reforms. That is important because in a lot of the correspondence it is somehow entered mythology that there is a gap in some, indicating over 18 months. The $345 million for the blitz on public dental waiting lists announced in the May budget must be made available to state and territory public dental systems as soon as they sign up to the new arrangement, and the relevant national partnership agreement must see a strong focus on improving access to public dental services for Indigenous patients, patients with major problems and those from rural areas. The states must be able to use these funds to use private dentists to expand their workforce capacity in areas where they do not have a dentist, and that has been discussed with the Minister, and it is also necessary to recognise the role of Aboriginal health services, at least one of which is in my electorate and is providing direct dental services to community, and they need to be part of the ongoing delivery of subsidised dental services.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the Leader of the House.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned and made an order of the day for later this sitting, and that the member for Lyne be given leave to continue his remarks.
Honourable members, I would like to take this opportunity of thanking the House this afternoon for its continued support and for the great privilege of serving as the 27th Speaker of the House of Representatives. I think particularly those honourable members who spoke in support of me. I appreciated the references to the friendships I have enjoyed with members across the spectrum over many years. It is indeed a great privilege to serve in this place, and particularly as Speaker. Despite the vote of the House in support of my continuation in office, I wish to advise that with great sadness I have decided that I should not continue as your Speaker. Accordingly, I'm having arrangements made to tender my resignation to Her Excellency the Governor-General. As honourable members know, I was very honoured to have been chosen unanimously by the House as its Speaker. I have believed deeply in the importance of the House in our constitutional, political and wider national life. Believing so strongly in the role of the House, I was determined to do my part to improve its operation, and I suspect that the Leader of the House and the Manager of Opposition Business would concede my endeavours in that area. I'm most grateful for the support of honourable members from all sides in my endeavours in this regard. I refer, for example, to the changes in relation to both questions and answers, to the efforts to introduce greater civility in the House, and of course to the long-awaited renaming of the Federation Chamber. I also wanted to expand the role of supplementary questions. I also wanted to turn our House into being like the House of Commons, where we had more interactivity and more spontaneity, and where the government of the day, whoever was in government, was in fact held accountable to the people of Australia. I regret that recent proceedings have prevented me from continuing to pursue these reforms, and I believe so strongly in the importance of this House that the importance and the role of the House of Representatives in Australia is far more important than my own future or my own continuation as Speaker. But nevertheless, I'm confident that because so many members want the House to continue to improve, the cause of reform will be continued. In particular, I'm searching for her in the chamber because I suspect that the moment of greatness is about to descend around her shoulders. I would like to thank Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member for Chisholm, who has worked so diligently as Deputy Speaker in the recent difficult circumstances. She's been loyal, she's not sought to have her own position advanced. She has done everything that a Deputy Speaker should do. In fact, she's done more. And I want to thank the Member for Chisholm, Madam Deputy Speaker, for her personal friendship and her personal support over the last 6 months. And no one would have expected, Madam Deputy Speaker, that you would have had thrust upon you the responsibilities that have been thrust upon you in your capacity. And I think we should all publicly thank you for the role that you have played. I'd also like to thank Mr Second Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure he's here somewhere, the Honourable Member for Maranoa, who's a long-time friend, and I'm sure all of us, particularly those on the right of me as Speaker, would join me in congratulating him on staring down the challenge from Senator Barnaby Joyce. I would like to express my appreciation, though, to all members of the Speaker's panel for the additional work they have done in recent months. I think it's regrettable that it was necessary to draw the entire panel from the government party, particularly when, following the agreement after the last election, it was obvious that the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker or the Second Deputy Speaker would take the chair for divisions. I think that's unfortunate, and I hope following my departure from the Speakership that the opposition will take up the long-standing invitation to participate in being part of the Speaker's panel. Having said that, I don't want any of my Speaker's panel to be dismissed, because I think they've done a great job, and I personally want to publicly thank them for the role that they have done and for the additional work that they have carried out because of the difficult circumstances of the recent 6 months. I'd also like to thank the staff of my office who've worked so hard, particularly in recent months, and I want to express publicly my thanks to the staff of the parliamentary departments and in particular to the clerk, who I'm honoured is here, the deputy clerk and the sergeant-at-arms. I really have enjoyed working with them and serving as their political head and representative. I'd also like to thank my colleague, Mr President of the Senate, for our good working relationship. I do believe that it is important for Parliament to engage with the diplomatic community, and as Speaker I have endeavoured to interact with representatives of other countries to the best of my ability. In fact, I've tried to adopt the practice of former Mr Deputy Prime Minister Tim Fischer. And Tim used to go to diplomatic events. He dropped in for 2 minutes. They called him 2 Minutes Tim. And I spoke to Stephen Brady, who's the official secretary of the Governor-General, and I said to Stephen, I'm sure the ambassadors of the home countries wrote back to their government saying the Deputy Prime Minister dropped in for 2 minutes. And he said, no, he said, Mr Speaker, he said, they would have written back to the home country saying the Deputy Prime Minister attended the function, which of course was a substantial difference. And as Speaker, I've endeavoured to follow Tim Fischer's example. I also want to say, what a great privilege it has been to serve as the Speaker of this place. But as part of that role, given the paradigm, and I hate that word, of the new Parliament, in fact I abolished it 12 months ago, I don't know why I used it now, maybe I'm a bit overcome with emotion. I want to say how great it's been to have chaired the Selection Committee. And the Selection Committee in this hung Parliament has helped to make sure that the Parliament works as it should, where the government is accountable to private members. We have more votes now on the issues put forward by private members, and I think that's the way the people of Australia want this Parliament to operate. And, Madam Prime Minister, I just want to say to you that I think that being Chairman of the House Appropriations and Administration Committee at a very important time has been a great honour to me, and I want to thank you for the fact that you have exempted the Parliament from some of the unrealistic cuts that some people suggested should be imposed on this Parliament, because our Parliament, of course, is the reservoir of Australian democracy. And thank you, Prime Minister, for agreeing that as a Parliament we ought to at least have reasonable funds to be able to operate to represent the people of this nation. Despite my belief that the reforms I had initiated were gaining support, and my belief that, and my hope that those reforms would extend beyond the term of this hung Parliament, I had hoped that much more would be done. And when I discovered that a certain course of action was underway towards the end of April this year, which was a huge shock to me, what really upset me was the fact that it meant that what I wanted to achieve, the greater amount I wanted to achieve, was under threat. But having said that, putting all that aside, I do discern from both sides of the House that people are listening to the Australian people, and people like the changes that were happening in the House, and I hope that despite the controversy which has arisen, we'll see those changes continue to be made. It is, however, in the interest of the Parliament that I choose voluntarily to stand down at this time. I do thank the House for its support this afternoon. I listened very carefully to the debate. I think those who supported me, I do understand the arguments of those who argued against me. I look at the Leader of the Opposition, who's been a friend of mine for a very long time, came to my wedding. When he was overlooked, we sat and we talked through the difficulties. I don't hold anything against the Leader of the Opposition, who I think is a person of fine character, and I think we're singularly privileged to have a lady of the amazing stamina that we have as Prime Minister. So I leave this position without rancour, with a great deal of sadness, and more importantly, with a great deal of regret, because I believe that given the controversy which has occurred in recent times, that it's in the interests of the Parliament that I should take the course of action that I have personally chosen to take. I actually expected this to be a 2-minute speech, and I do apologise if I've taken more time than was expected. But I think that across the political spectrum, the reality is that it's not sufficient that I should reject completely the claims that have been made against me. What's really scary is that those sort of complaints could be made against any of us, and all of us would be in the same position. However, one has to deal with reality and what is not necessarily ideal, and the circumstances make it clear to me that I should put the interests of the House before my own personal interests as Speaker. Whilst others have put partisan political interests before the standing of this Parliament, I respect this Parliament, having been a member since 1984, with a gap between 1987 and 1993, owing to the lack of gratitude of my then constituents, I returned to law practice. But having said that, it's a wonderful privilege to serve in the Parliament, and of course the interests of the Parliament are seriously more important than the interests of any of us, and I respect this Parliament too much to not put aside my personal interests. I do look forward to being vindicated on the false claims made against me, and finally, like so many other honourable members above, I valued the support of my family and friends. The recent circumstances have created incredible difficulty for them. In particular, I express my heartfelt thanks for the loyalty and support from my wife Inga, my children Nick and Alex, my parents who are now 87 and 85, even my former wife Lynn. I'm sorry about this. Who was the mother of my son and daughter, and also, of course, my brothers and my extended family. I suppose at this stage of the career, I'm a bit beyond trying to make a good impression in a speech. So I'm talking from the heart, as I think all of us do most of the time. It has been a wonderful experience and a wonderful privilege to serve as Speaker. But I think my colleagues on both sides, even those who did not want me to accept this position, for their friendship, either present or in the past. And I can look at some people who are possibly past friends. I hold no rancour. Perhaps once I have left the often solitary office as Speaker, I will get to know them even better as the independent member for Fisher. I do thank honourable members for their indulgence, and I invite Madam Deputy Speaker to retake the chair.
The clerk. Oh, the Prime Minister. I was going to seek the call. The Prime Minister on indulgence.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I think all of us in this Parliament could see the emotional cost and emotional toll that the member for Fisher has obviously been through in deciding to come to the decision that he's announced tonight. And whatever else people may want to say about the member for Fisher, I think at a human level, each of us would wish the best for him and his family at what is clearly a distressing and very pressurised time. I think the words he spoke about his family members, his wife, his children, his former wife, his extended family will stay with us for a long time, and we would all recognise that there's a group of human beings well beyond this place who are feeling some pain and distress tonight. Having said that, Deputy Speaker, clearly now appropriate procedural arrangements will be made for the election of a new Speaker, and the member for Fisher will resume his role representing his constituents in this House of Representatives.
The Leader of the Opposition on indulgence.
Well, thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. And while it's obvious from the events earlier today that members on this side of the House and at least one crossbencher did not want the Speaker to continue in his role, tonight I have to say that we all feel for him as a human being. He's obviously been through a very difficult period. So we do feel for him as a human being, while we think that he has done the right and honourable thing by resigning from his high office. Tonight, the member for Fisher has shown that in this important respect he has good judgment.
The Minister for the Environment. No, just call it on the clerk.
Private Members' Business, Order of the Day number 29, resumption of debate on the motion of the member for Dixon.
So it's the member for Dixon. The member for Lyne. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Dixon has the call.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, in summation, I want to thank all of those who have contributed to what is an incredibly important debate, and there has been a lot of heartfelt contribution, particularly from those members on this side of the House, for Australians who over the next 14 months are going to miss out on important dental care because this government, for its own political purposes, has sought to close down what has been a very, very successful dental scheme. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, the reality is that for 80% of those people who access the chronic disease dental scheme, they were a recipient of some sort of benefit that enabled them to be a concession card holder. So far from the government's claims that the chronic disease dental scheme was somehow the playground of the rich, it really has come to pass, and the evidence supports this, that this scheme has been incredibly successful, in particular for people on low incomes. Now, the most vulnerable in our society, those who are disabled or those who are suffering from a chronic disease, will be those who feel the harshest blow from this government's cruel act in disposing of the chronic disease dental scheme without having in its place anything until, in some cases, July of 2014. And I think that most Australians, when they look at the evidence that's before them, realises that this is a government that has yet again mucked up another area of public policy. Now, this government is well known for the waste and hypocrisy of the school halls program, the way in which they weren't able to implement the computers in schools program, the way in which they plundered billions of taxpayers' dollars on schemes that just couldn't be properly implemented. And yet this is the latest example of this government's incompetence. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, it needs to be pointed out to the Australian public that this is a government that does not know its own way. This is a government that has hung people out to dry. Some people who have contacted us over the course of this debate are partway through a chemotherapy program, have received part of their dental plan treatment, and yet this is a government that has cut those people off at the knees. This is the most cruel blow that a government could apply, and this is the minister who will be recognised as the Minister for Health who ripped $1 billion out of dental health, who left people with chronic diseases to languish on waiting lists, some of whom won't have any relief for their dental pain over the course of the next 14 months. And this is a government, frankly, who has abandoned those people with no good reason. The only reason that the government has moved on the chronic disease dental scheme is because Tony Abbott was the author of the scheme. They didn't move because it was an unsuccessful scheme. They didn't move because this was a scheme that didn't help 1 million people. They moved because Tony Abbott was the author and the creator of what's been an incredibly successful scheme. They moved also, of course, because they want to achieve a surplus over the period 12-13. And why haven't they got money in the bank? Because they've run this government and this country into billions of dollars worth of debt because of the money that they've squandered over the last 5 years, and that has put them in this position which surely the Minister for Health herself can't even accept, and that is abandoning at their hour of need those people with chronic diseases. People in Tasmania, for argument's sake, and I see the Parliamentary Secretary here, the people of Tasmania are missing out on dental services because of this cruel cut. The people of Tasmania will miss out, just like others around the country, will miss out on this scheme, which has been of incredible benefit to people who are suffering in pain, and when they were able to get a referral from their GP to the dentist, they were able to have some relief in a way that they hadn't been able to get in the past. And that is, when it's all distilled down, the cruelest, harshest outcome, Madam Deputy Speaker, in relation to this matter. This is a government that sure has good intent when it comes to health policy, but they cannot deliver on the most basic of promises. And even in the design of their new scheme, which doesn't start until July of 14 in its entirety, this is not a scheme that's going to provide relief to all of those that received access under the chronic disease dental scheme, and that's an important fact to remember. They are not going to receive the sort of assistance and the sort of access that they've received under the chronic disease dental scheme. There will not be the access or the choice that those people had and that those people have had since 2007, when Tony Abbott decided to make this massive investment into dental health. And so I think those people, at the time of the next election, their voices not having been heard by this government in this debate, need to cast their judgment on whether or not it has been the right decision to close down the chronic disease dental scheme. I say to those parents with sick and ill children, those parents who have children partway through a dental treatment plan, consider how you vote at the next election, because that is the only message that this government and these independents will hear. And I know that we've had some crocodile tears from the member for Lyne in particular on this issue, but he showed today his true colours as part of this debate when he said that he would support this dreadful decision by this hopeless government. And if anybody in the electorate of Lyne needed reminding that the member for Lyne is simply a mere patsy of the Labor government, then they need to look no further than his contribution to this debate. It was an appalling position to take, and he offered out some hope, some promise to his people, to those people that had promised the member for Lyne that they would send their details through, and they did, and yet their voices were not heard. And the member for Lyne should stand condemned, as I think other members on the other side of this parliament should stand condemned for abandoning those constituents who have contacted them over the last couple of weeks, because those constituents know that they have been hung out to dry by a bad government and by independents who are happy to prop up a bad government. And this is a bad government, not just in other areas, but importantly in the area of health. One of the first responsibilities of a Minister for Health is to try and provide support to sick patients in this country, and yet this minister has walked away from those patients on concession cards who have accessed great support under the chronic disease dental scheme. those patients who will not receive any support whatsoever, or similar patients to them over the course of the next 14 months. Those patients, Madam Deputy Speaker, who thought they had some light at the end of their pain tunnel are now in a position where they will not receive that support, and I think this minister has a lot to answer for when she travels around the country and when people ask her the question, why is it, Minister, that you closed down this scheme which has been of such assistance to so many Australians? And I think that when you look at the scheme that the government's proposing at the moment, the people have trumpeted this new scheme, in particular the Greens, who have been co-architects of it. But when you drill down into what this scheme means, they are not going to be able to provide the services that are being promised at the moment. That is abundantly clear to all of the independent minds that look to this space. Those people who have been able to objectively assess what it is the government's proposing know that this government either won't be in power in 2014, which is why it's been so poorly designed, presumably, or really they've just provided a political fix to a promise that they made to the Greens at the time of the last election, that they would devise some scheme, however corrupt and however inefficient that scheme would be, and they are now delivering on that promise to the Australian Greens with scant regard for dental patients around the country. And I think the design of this scheme the government's proposing to replace the chronic disease dental scheme is so deficient, is so negligent in its first charge, that people will look back on it as one of the government's worst decisions. And yes, of course, we support extra investment into dental. Of course, we want to see more services conducted. That's why Tony Abbott created the chronic disease dental scheme in the first place, because he saw patients who were desperately in need of dental work, and he championed what has been a very, very successful program. Now, the other point that needs to be made in the summation of this debate is that the Coalition has been willing to discuss and negotiate over the last 4 years with this government ways in which changes could be made to make the chronic disease dental scheme more sustainable or more applicable to a wider audience who are deserving of support. And yet this government entered no such negotiation or debate in good faith. This government was determined not to modify or to correct a program that they thought had some faults. They were determined, for their own political crass purposes, to close this scheme down, not because they had in mind the benefits that were being delivered to patients, but because they wanted to try and embarrass Tony Abbott or to close down his scheme so that in time they could claim to be the architects of this new scheme that they propose in its place. And I think that this government stands condemned for that very reason. The reality is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this government did not have good intent in their negotiations, as I suspect some of the independents had no good intent either. And I think that the hour of reckoning is coming for some of those independents when we move to the division and the vote on this very important matter. Now, this, of course, when you come to the space of dental, which is a very emotive one, is not the only one in health where this government has walked away from patients. This government, of course, has presided over a massive expansion of the health bureaucracy over the course of the last 5 years. It's replicated to a T exactly what the Labor Party did at a state level. And why is that relevant to this debate? Because it deprives our doctors and nurses of the dollars and the resources that they require to provide the interventions on a daily basis that they have served their professional lives, those people to serve, who now are left abandoned because this government has diverted much-needed funds into great big new health bureaucracies. And doctors and nurses know around the country, and they know when I go to speak to them at hospitals in public and private settings, that this is a government that has redirected frontline money into bureaucracies which has deprived its capacity to deliver proper health outcomes. And so this is, I think, a prime example, Madam Deputy Speaker, of why this government struggles to deliver the sorts of basic services that we deserve in this country. It's not just in public hospitals, it's not just in dental, but it's across primary care as well. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that on balance, people will look at this time of government and know, not just with the benefit of hindsight, but with their own bitter experience, that this government has really taken away the capacity to help people who are most in need. And that's the cruelest outcome of this debate. Now, the independents have had the opportunity over the course of the last couple of weeks to turn around that misery for those patients, to provide some hope for those patients that there would be some interim measure provided. And I am bitterly disappointed, given some of those discussions, that this government has not facilitated the requests of the independents, assuming that they were genuinely made. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that all Australians will look to this debate and recognise that the Minister for Health has failed on many levels. There has been a fundamental test that has been failed. Is this Health Minister willing to provide the support to dental patients, in particular those with a chronic disease? The answer, in short, is no. Did this minister have the opportunity to modify the existing chronic disease dental scheme, even in some narrower form, over the course of the next 14 months, so that people in some way would be able to receive at least a part benefit to help them limp towards the introduction of the 2014 scheme? The answer is no. The fact is that she had the opportunity to put in place some interim measure which would relieve that pain, and she failed that basic measure. And so people who are following this debate, people who have contacted us and who have pleaded their case, not just to members of this side of Parliament, but also to Labor members, I say that there is some hope beyond the next election. There is some hope, if there is a change of government, of restoring some decency to health services in this country. Because what I know about this minister is that she's ripped $1 billion out of dental health. This is a minister that has stared chronically diseased patients in the eye and said that you are not deserving of the most basic support. And all of this debate, the current debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the way in which Tony Abbott conducts himself, or the person that Tony Abbott is, I want the Australian public to know that Tony Abbott was the compassionate health minister that presided over the creation of this scheme, and this minister, Plibersek, is the one that ripped $1 billion out of dental health. This is the minister that sought to destroy for her own political gain Tony Abbott's scheme. Tony Abbott was a health minister that provided enormous benefit to the Australian public. This is but one example, and if people want to know who Tony Abbott is and who Tanya Plibersek is, look at the minister and Tony Abbott who put $1 billion in.
Has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. Division required. In accordance with Standing Order 133B, the division is deferred until 8 p.m. The debate on this item is therefore adjourned until that time. The member for Banks.
On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, I present the committee's report incorporating dissenting reports entitled Review of the AEC Analysis of the FWA Report on the HSU, together with the minutes of proceedings, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. The member for Banks.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in this report the committee makes 13 recommendations to improve Australia's disclosure arrangements and enhance the transparency of the flow of money through our political system. During this inquiry, the committee reviewed the Australian Electoral Commission's analysis of the Fair Work Australia report on the Health Services Union National Office. It also considered a list of matters provided by the AEC as possible measures to improve the operation of the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918. The committee's focus was on disclosure obligations under the Electoral Act. It was not the committee's role to forensically examine internal HSU authorisation processes or to adjudicate on alleged contraventions against the Fair Work Registered Organisations Act or other alleged fraudulent behaviour. This was outside the committee's terms of reference. A number of other processes are underway to address those matters. The committee acted responsibly in only releasing publicly available information that was relevant to its terms of reference. The committee did not support using this inquiry as a fishing expedition for matters in the FWA report and investigation that are outside the terms of reference. As with the Senate Education, Employment and Workplace Relations Committee, the Electoral Matters Committee carefully considered what should be released into the public domain. It would have been irresponsible for this committee to authorise a blanket release of all documents pertaining to the FWA investigation when those matters are still under consideration by other agencies. The committee was mindful that other investigations are underway that do not directly relate to whether Mr Thompson, the HSU or a political party met their obligations under the Electoral Act. In fact, the committee provided the BDO Kendall's report, an extra-J to the FWA report and transcripts of interviews undertaken by the FWA delegate to the AEC. It confirmed that the additional information did not change its analysis of the report or the 17 possible measures provided to the Special Minister of State. In its inquiry, the committee examined the relevant sections of the FWA report and relevant material against the AEC's analysis. It did not find any grounds to challenge the analysis. The committee then moved on to consider what problems or gaps in the current arrangements that this situation had served to highlight and how these matters could be addressed in the future. The committee considered 17 possible measures provided by the AEC for consideration and supported most of these measures. A number of the recommendations made in this report have been made in previous reports, including to reduce the disclosure threshold from more than $12,100 for the 2012-2013 financial year to $1,000 and remove CPI indexation, and increase the frequency of disclosure reporting from annually to 6 monthly. Changes to the penalties for breaches of the Electoral Act are also needed. The committee has recommended introducing administrative penalties for straightforward breaches, such as a failure to lodge a return by the due date. This will enable the AEC to deal more effectively with these types of offences. The committee has also recommended strengthening the penalties for more serious offences, including those involving fraud. In this inquiry, it was clear that the category of associated entities, which requires disclosure by certain organisations with close links to political parties, is confusing and is not operating as effectively as it should. To address this, the committee recommends clarifying the definition of an associated entity. A significant reform the committee is proposing is to deem registered parties as bodies corporate for the purposes of the Electoral Act, to better focus the responsibility for breaches on the parties. It's intended that this will encourage political parties to ensure that the person tasked with lodging its returns is suitably qualified to perform the role and that effective systems are in place to ensure a complete and accurate return is lodged. Another gap in the current arrangements is in the current disclosure period for new candidates, which only commences from their pre-selection or nomination. The committee has recommended introducing a requirement for new candidates to disclose relevant donations and gifts received and money spent in the 12 months prior to their pre-selection or nomination. There are certain measures that the committee did not support, which would require that all returns are audited before they are lodged, to abolish the category of associated entities and to require that political donations and spending must move through dedicated campaign accounts. In developing its recommendations, the committee aimed to strike the right balance between the goals of transparency and accountability and administrative realities for the parties, organisations and individuals with reporting obligations. The committee believes that these recommendations strike the right balance. On behalf of the committee, I thank the organisations and individuals who assisted the committee during the inquiry, through submissions or participating at the public hearings in Canberra and Melbourne. I also thank my colleagues on the committee for their work and contribution to this report, and the Secretariat for their work on this inquiry. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend the report to the House.
The member for Mackellar.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In listening to the remarks of the chairman tabling this report, he merely compounds one of the most disgraceful hearings I have ever been associated with in all my time in the Parliament. The member opposite and the chairman of the committee used his powers, the Labor Party and the Greens together, to censure the Fair Work Australia report, which we were supposed to be looking at in terms of the AEC having done an appraisal of it. It was during the course of listening to the General Manager of Fair Work Australia that we found out that Annexure J, which is the annexure of Slater and Gordon, and BDO Kendall forensic accountants had not been given to the AEC or to anybody else in the committee. I asked for that document, which we were given and which has been censored by the numbers of the Labor Party and the Greens in that committee. And it's censored for the very simple reason that much of it covered the activity of Mr Thompson. Indeed, the report itself had said it should have been given to the AEC, but it in fact was not given to the AEC because it thought it might prejudice Mr Thompson. Now, the bottom line is this. That forensic accountant's report, censored by the chairman and his ilk, says very straightforwardly, the ACTU circular circulated that your rights at work activities, whilst political expenditure would not generally be characterised as a gift or donation to a political party or candidate. We concur. This, of course, should be contrasted with the expenditure directly contributed to the electoral campaign or to a political party, and union staff working directly during working hours on the campaign of a particular candidate for election or political party. Both would be gifts warranting disclosure under section 305A and or 305B of the Electoral Act. None of those disclosures have been made. At no time did we ever take evidence on any of the issues which the chairman has thought were so important, like lowering the threshold to $1,000 down from over $10,000. The fact of the matter is the amount of money wasn't the thing that was the issue. It was the fact that no disclosure was made in respect of Mr Thompson's gift of money, or from the HSU gift to Mr Thompson, spent on his campaign during the relevant disclosure period from the time of his endorsement as the candidate to the time of the election. During that period of time, for instance, he continued his practice of withdrawing money from the HSU of around $500 every 3 or 4 days. During that period, he withdrew something in excess of $13,000. During the whole period of his tenure, he had withdrawn over $101,000 from the HSU accounts, none of which have been authorised by the HSU under the rules under which they operate. And that testimony was given by Mr Williamson, who's just been arrested for his behaviour with regard to cover-up with the HSU, and more things to be discerned. And yet we have Mr Thompson, the member for Dobell, going around crowing that the AEC's appraisal of the Fair Work Australia, which they admitted they hadn't seen all of it, cleared him and made it absolutely fine for him. Well, it did not. And finally, we got hold of the rest of the annexures to that Fair Work Australia report, which constituted something like 3 boxes of thousands of pages of evidence. But the chairman refused to have another hearing, Madam Deputy Speaker, in order that we may consider this material. Indeed, he wouldn't have another hearing with the AEC to put the questions to him once we had received the Slater and Gordon, BDO Kendall forensic accounting. And the chairman up there slaps his hand. My goodness gracious me, it requires more than a hand slap, sir. You were a disgrace in this hearing, and as I listened to you stand and rail this afternoon in defence of the Speaker, you were simply adding to your disgrace. To continue, to go back to this, the member for Banks, who is the chairman of this committee, said in his speech that he had sent that annexure of the Slater and Gordon BDO Kendall forensic accounting to the AEC. Yes, he did, after we received it, on his own reconnaissance and without allowing there to be a further hearing, which on this side of the House we required. It was after the event. And when you read our dissenting report, you will find once again it is a whitewash full of perhapses and maybes and ifs and buts. The bottom line is that the AEC has refused to do its work. It has had the power under the Electoral Act, under section 316(2)(a), to go in and do compliance audits. It has chosen in the 256 compliance audits or compliance investigations that it has done, reviews it chooses to call them, It has investigated things like all the political parties, but then the Blue and White Committee of the Liberal Party, with expenditure of $3,000 or an income of $120, or the Lady Wilson Bequest Fund. But did the Auditor-General go in and audit or review any trade union? No, not one in the 5 years it's been operating. And do you know what sort of pathetic response we got? Oh, well, unions are looked after by Fair Work Australia. But we can't see all the findings of Fair Work Australia because that wouldn't be relevant to the Electoral Act. It was the most appalling performance, as I said, I have ever seen. Now, if we look at what Mr Thompson has failed to do, and if you look precisely at the Act, we had evidence from Mr Pirani, who is the Chief Legal Officer, who tells us that he seeks his legal advice from the DPP, when we all know that the DPP's job is to receive a brief of evidence from an agency and then determine whether prosecution should lie, not to seek advice from them. They don't give it. But nonetheless, this was always his excuse. He told us, with regard to Mr Thompson, that they would not use their coercive powers under a different section of the Act, which would allow them to go in and investigate a trade union activity, that is, the National Office of the HSU, because latterly, months after the scandal of Mr Thompson and the member for Dobell arose, months after that, we found that suddenly Ms Cathy Jackson, by whom now Mr Pirani was writing to Dear Cathy, please would you send in the returns because I might be asked questions in estimates, not because it was the right thing to do, and these returns were now 2 years late. Was there any penalty applied? No. Was there a penalty applied in the Act for it to be applied? Yes. Did the AEC do its job? No. Does the AEC simply act as a lickspittle for the Labor Party? Yes. Hence those pathetic recommendations that it put in as an annexure to its appraisal, which was not a report but a mere appraisal. Now let's ask the question. Mr Thompson received thousands and thousands of dollars by way of a credit card which was simply never disclosed. This report put forward by this chairman and his supporters simply means that this is a blueprint for how to avoid disclosure under the Electoral Act. Just give them a credit card, they can charge up what they like, and there's no disclosure. Because the Electoral Commission said it wasn't interested whether or not any of that money was authorised by the National Executive or the National Council of the HSU. That's not our concern, they said. They weren't concerned that he took out, during the election period, money that was clearly disclosable as a donor. Should have had a donor report, and in his own report, which was filed by his agent, these gifts should have been, in fact, disclosed. Together with, which the DBO Slater and Gordon report makes quite clear, the salaries and activities of Ms Chrisley Stevens and also Mr Burke, both of whom worked for for the member for Dobell prior to his election and during the election campaign. In the case of Ms Chrisley Stevens, she was clearly being paid by the HSU, but authorised and hired only by Mr Thompson himself, not authorised by the HSU, and yet none of this is disclosed because the AEC is simply not interested. Then we get to the question of Mr Burke. He was an interesting one, again engaged by Mr Thompson. Mr Thompson, he ceased to work for Mr Thompson, but he went to work for the duty ALP senator. And the duty ALP senator lent Mr Burke to Mr Thompson to work for him during working hours every day whilst he was on the payroll of the Commonwealth, but still in possession of the HSU credit card and spending money for the benefit of Mr Thompson. Now, the AEC puts out guidelines for the disclosure of gifts and donations, and it says this: gifts are broadly defined to include any transfer or disposition of property or services for which no payment or an inadequate payment is received. Political donations come within the scope of this definition. Donations may be in cash, credit card transactions, cheque or gifts in kind, and they may be received directly by the candidate or received by some third party acting on their behalf or with their authority. Wages and salaries, including on-costs incurred by an employer whose employee works for a candidate during normal working hours while continuing to receive salary or wages from the employer. That fits the bill for both particularly Ms Stevens and also the credit card activities of Mr Burke. Free or discounted use of a motor vehicle or provision of free fuel or servicing of the motor vehicle, all charged up to the HSU credit cards. This is a blueprint on how to make a laughingstock of all the disclosure laws. And all we hear from the Labor Party is bleating, oh, we better have a lowered threshold, because that way we will see more donations as they are made. Oh, really? Not if they're done by a credit card by a trade union. And what then can we expect? Can we then expect, as we have said, that on this side of the House we get small donations, like the Blue and White Committee, which has been audited by the AEC with its $3,240 donation. But then we get the failure of the HSU East to file its returns, where it initially filed returns showing that there was nil expenditure, and rather $22,000 expenditure filed for the relevant year of that 2010 election, and making 3 amendments to it, ending up showing that their total expenditure to the support of the Labor Party was $24 million. That's a big jump from $22,000 to $22 million, and it was then late, but three amendments made to try and get that finally right. Did the AEC take any action to have a penalty imposed? No. Are there penalties available under the Act? Yes. And yet the AEC has the audacity to ask for more powers when it doesn't use what it's got. The bottom line, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the AEC has been in lockstep with this government in trying to bring about what the outcomes it wants, and it does not do the job it has been set up by legislation to do. In fact, it virtually gave evidence that it totally ignored the amendments that were passed by the former government prior to the election, because it said we didn't get enough resourcing. So it went on auditing people like, as I said, the Blue and White Committee or the Lady Wilson Trust, but it didn't touch a trade union until those 3 returns forced it to look at HSU East. The AEC had the ability to go in and look at the Health Services Union National Office up until the time that it accepted a letter from Cathy Jackson saying that they said they are not an associated entity within the meaning of the Act, which means there is poor drafting if this is the case. Did the AEC choose to test it? No, it simply accepted it. The bottom line is it then should have, in its review or its analysis, said that the provisions for third-party definitions, associated entities, need to be changed. The AEC said it didn't need a lot of the expenditure for Mr Thompson to be declared because it said that they'd put in a political expenditure review. What it failed to say was that does not relieve you of the responsibility to file a donations return in addition to a political expenditure return, and it failed to do so. So at every turn, this report is an absolute damnation of the cynicism and the way in which this parliament is manipulated. Today we saw a debate where we saw a Prime Minister defending the impossible behaviour of the man who was the Speaker and who has just resigned. We heard the chairman of this committee.
Order. The member for Mackellar will resume her seat. The member for Mackellar was given leave to speak on this report. I suggest she keeps her comments to this report. Thank you.
The bottom line is this, that this report is based on a so-called analysis of the Fair Work Australia Act, or Fair Work Australia report into the Thompson affair, which the Special Minister of State asked that the committee examine. Neither the AEC nor the committee were ever given the full report or were not given the full report at the beginning of the inquiry. It was only because I asked the question at the hearing of the General Manager of Fair Work Australia that we received one of the annexures. When I asked Mr Nassios for his draft report, he said, "Oh, I thought you would have it. That's Annexure M." And the annexures to M, as I said, are 3 boxes of thousands of pages of material, which the AEC has not had to this day. And it pretended that it could analyse the Slater and Gordon BDO Kendall forensic report in 48 hours. Mr Nassios took 18 months, or rather 3 years, to produce, or just under 3 years, to produce his report into the Thompson affair. The AEC took 8 days to do a so-called analysis of the incomplete report. The chairman, in his tabling speech, tried to mislead the House by saying that he had given that annexure to the AEC. It was after the event. We had no ability to ask questions of the AEC because he refused to call a further hearing with the AEC. This report, with the exception of the dissenting report, is not worth the paper it's written on. And if the government pretends that this is somehow a justification of introducing anything that is in the annexed suggestions, as the Commissioner of the AEC called them, then it would be an absolute disgrace, because at no stage did the committee take evidence on any of those issues. None of it. It was all about trying to get to the bottom of what the Fair Work Australia said. Now, I can say the KPMG report that came in at the government put around and touted that said this somehow diminishes the report of Mr Nassios from Fair Work Australia. If that KPMG report is applied to the AEC, then you will see just how deficient the work of the AEC is at the present time. So this government should get off the back of the AEC and insist that it do its work properly, and if it has political points to wage, it should do it on its own and not try to bring in a government agency which in itself has an act which it should properly administer.
I have taken the view that the deferred division should not be proceeded with until a member speaking at 8 p.m. has completed her speech, and so I did not interrupt the member. The clerk.
Next order of the day. Instrument of designation of the independent state of Papua New Guinea as a regional processing country. Resumption of debate on the motion to approve the instrument and on the amendment moved by the member for Melbourne.
In accordance with Standing Order 133B, I shall now proceed to put the question on the motion moved earlier by the honourable member for Melbourne that the amendment be agreed to, on which a division was called for and deferred in accordance with the Standing Order. No further debate is allowed. The bells shall now be rung. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
You're on that side. So we're on this side. Okay. Where are we? You're with us. You're with us. Well, I wasn't in here. No, that was us. So this is a Mickey Mouse. It's a Mickey.
Migration. Get on, mate. Here she comes. Madam Speaker.
Lock the doors. The original question that the motion be agreed to this the honourable member for Melbourne has moved an amendment. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to. The ayes are passed to the right of the chamber, the noes to the left. As there are fewer than 5 members on the side for the ayes in this division, I declare the question negated in accordance with Standing Order 127. The names of those members who shouldn't run away because I haven't called them yet. Member for Denison, get back here. The names of those members who are in the minority will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. Now you can run away. The question now is that the motion as amended, the question now is that the motion be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Good work today. Yeah, the next one. Do it tonight. Lock the doors. The question now is that the motion be agreed to. As there are fewer than 5 members on the side for the noes in this division, I declare the question resolved in the affirmative in accordance with Standing Order 127. The names of those members who are in the minority will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. The clerk. Order. Order. There is another division coming. Could people please listen? Order.
Private members' business. Resumption of debate on the motion to disallow the Health Insurance Dental Services Amendment Determination.
The question is on the disallowance moved by the member for Dixon on the dental scheme, the dental service amendment. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chamber, the noes to the left. I appoint the members for Barker and Parkes tellers for the ayes and the members for Shortland and Chifley tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 69, noes 71. The question is therefore negated. The leader of the leader of the House. Oops. The Leader of the House.
Rough over here.
Order. The Leader of the House has the call.
Yes, Deputy Speaker. I move that the sitting of the House be suspended until the ringing of the bells.
The question is that the House be suspended until the Leader of the House...
The ringing of the bells, and for people's information,
Order.
then the House will suspend. I've received advice from the clerk that this is the appropriate process to occur. We will then return and elect a new Speaker of the House of Representatives. The bells will ring at approximately half an hour after the sitting suspends.
So you're talking about 11 o'clock?
The House stands... the Leader of the House has the call. Order! Order! Could people please listen so they know what's happening?
And I also move that Standing Order 31 be suspended for this sitting.
The question is that the House suspends until the ringing of the bells. I put the question, section 31. This is the House stands suspended in accordance. Motion moved by the Leader of the House be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chairs, the noes to the left. I appoint the members for Chifley and Shorten tellers for the ayes and the members for Barker and Parkes tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 70, noes 68. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The House stands adjourned until the House stands suspended until the ringing of the bells.
involved in the ballot. You can go grab a door. You can grab that one there. Yeah.
Do we have to stand there while the bells are ringing?
Yeah. No.
Honourable members, I have received the following communication from Her Excellency the Governor-General. I desire to inform the House of Representatives that I have received a letter dated 9 October 2012 from Mr Slipper MP tendering his resignation as Speaker of the House of Representatives, and I have accepted his resignation. Accordingly, I invite the House to elect a new Speaker. The next business is the election of a Speaker. Is there a nomination?
Mr Clerk, I nominate the member for Chisholm to be the next Speaker of the House of Representatives. The member for Chisholm has done me the great honour of asking me to move her nomination to be the Speaker of this place. And it's a great pleasure and indeed a great honour to do that for her and to do that on behalf of my colleagues here in the Labor Party and across the chamber as well, I'm sure. Anna and I, the member for Chisholm and I, were elected to this parliament together in 1998, and in that time she has been a very loyal friend, a greatly respected colleague, and all of us who have been on this journey together since 1998, including the Prime Minister, have known, have come to appreciate and to know Anna's great qualities, and those qualities that we've seen in action as the Deputy Speaker and standing in effectively as the Speaker of this Parliament for the last few months. There are no doubts in anyone's mind about the member for Chisholm's abilities to do this job, and indeed there are no doubts in anyone's mind about her claims to this job, and it's a terrific thing to see this come about this evening. Of course, in saying that, it's correct to acknowledge this is probably not the way that she might have chosen for it to come about. There's no argument from any of us that this has been a difficult and unusual day in what has been a very difficult and unusual term of this parliament. But that's not to take anything away from the member for Chisholm as she steps up to accept this, the highest role in the Parliament of Australia. As I said, we came into this place together in 1998, and one of the things that really gives the member for Chisholm such a great standing to take on the position as Speaker has been her experience as the member for Chisholm. There is no better local member in this place than the member for Chisholm. She is hard-working. She is one of her electorate. She is there for issues and events in her electorate, big and small. And the people of Chisholm have recognised that, and I believe consider themselves very fortunate to have her as their Member of Parliament. And as a Parliament, we are now very fortunate to have her as the Speaker. In saying that today's been a difficult day, and this perhaps, even as we honour the member for Chisholm and we celebrate her elevation to this very high office as Speaker, I think it's right to also acknowledge, when I said that it's not exactly the way that the member for Chisholm might have wanted or imagined that she would come into this position, that there are some people sitting, no doubt, in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne, sharing that feeling very strongly as well. I'm sure the member for Chisholm's loving family, Steve, and her beautiful children, Madeline and John, would be wishing very much that they were here in the chamber with her, but they would be very, very proud of you, Anna, as we all are, in taking on this position. In closing, I really do applaud the way that you've conducted yourself in the last few years. Being the Deputy Speaker was something that you took on and applied yourself to in the same way that you did being the member for Chisholm. Got stuck in. You were such a team player. You were really there looking out for all of us as members of Parliament and really doing your role exceptionally well to make sure that the Parliament functioned to the highest possible standards. And we've seen you do that in, again, the most difficult circumstances in the last few months. Member for Chisholm, I wish you all the best in your new role as the Speaker, and we look forward to serving under you and to serving the people of Australia as you bring the Parliament to even higher standards in the way that we know you can do so well. Thank you. I move that the member for Chisholm take the chair as Speaker.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion, Mr Clerk. Anna Burke became the member for Chisholm upon the retirement of Michael Wooldridge. She has proved to be a very diligent and conscientious local representative who is well liked by her electorate and who has steered Chisholm quite some distance away from its former status as a swinging or marginal seat. In 2007, she became Deputy Speaker after the 2007 election and served as Deputy to Harry Jenkins during the life of the previous parliament, which was a task that she performed with considerable flair and distinction. The 2010 election and the unusual circumstances of the hung parliament led to her taking a break from Deputy Speaker duties. She sat next to me in the chamber during question time and would occasionally offer her observations about question time and the characters who inhabit it, but to the best of my knowledge she never sent any text messages or emails containing her thoughts, which was both prudent and prescient of her. Late last year she was restored to the Deputy Speaker's position, and earlier this year she found herself in the very unusual position of being asked to carry out the duties of the Speaker, particularly at question time, while remaining Deputy Speaker. For some of us who believe in the concept of higher duties, this was a little bit unusual, but Anna carried out this role with good humour and with great dignity. Given this background of service to the parliament, she is the obvious person to succeed the member for Fisher as Speaker, and I think that no one in the House, having heard the member for Chisholm or seen the member for Chisholm in action, will be surprised that government members are nominating her for this position. I hope that she will have the support of the opposition and of the whole House, both in the election process and in carrying out her duties as Speaker for the remainder of this parliament. She has demonstrated beyond all doubt that she has the knowledge, the experience, the sense of fairness and even-handedness and the temperament to carry out this important role. Like the member for Capricornia, I note the role that her husband Steve and her children have played in her life. I know this will be a very proud moment for them, and that, like other families in this place, they have experienced considerable sacrifices in supporting Anna's political career, and I wish her family all the best in regard to this as well. Finally, after what we've been through in the last few months, I think this House could use a little healing, and I think we all have an obligation to make that happen, and that Anna is just the right person to lead us in accomplishing that.
Does the member accept the nomination?
I accept the nomination.
Is there any further proposal? The time for proposals has expired. I declare that the honourable member proposed, the honourable member for Chisholm, has been elected as Speaker.
What have I done? Yeah.
Now we stand.
I wish to express my grateful thanks for the high honour the House has pleased to confer upon me. I am truly speechless at this time, and for those of you who know me well will find that quite passing strange. I am deeply honoured and moved by this incredible honour that the House has bestowed upon me. At the outset, can I thank the member for Capricornia and Wills for their gracious and kind words. They almost moved me to tears. It's difficult to hear yourself praised. We don't accept it easily or lightly, so I do accept those absolutely delightful remarks. I do look forward to this great honour and this indeed difficult challenge. I hope I will serve the House with distinction and pride as the second female Speaker in this chamber. I will draw upon the great legacy of Joan Child, who was the first female Speaker in this House. Joan is, as many would suspect, getting on in years and not in great health. So I am looking to her for the inspiration she showed in the way she led this House, also in some difficult circumstances. I also have the legacy of Harry Jenkins, the member for Scullin, to follow in and to live up to. And Harry taught me many, many things, and I'm incredibly grateful and appreciative for his kindness, his guidance, sometimes not his wit or his dancing ability, but I do express to him my gratitude for his assistance in this role. To the member for Fisher, I also want to extend my thanks for his delightful remarks about me today, but also the incredible gracious way he stood aside this afternoon in very difficult circumstances. The member for Fisher has done the role of speakership a great honour. He actually undertook the role in a very dignified, effective and impartial manner, as many in this House have commented on, and we need to praise and thank him for the role he undertook in that light. And I do want to accord my many thanks to him for how he conducted himself in this chamber and for how he always treated myself and my staff with the utmost respect. I'm a bit saddened that my delightful husband and children and my mum aren't here tonight to be able to share this, but I know they are glued to Channel 24. So I hope you're broadcasting, or they'll be gravely disappointed. None of us can do these roles without our family support. None of us are here on our own. Without our staff, without our electorates, without our families, we do not do this job. It's been 14 years for me in this parliament. I've had both my children since being here, so obviously my husband has been an enormous support over those many years, and I really do need to thank him for that. And also, in the middle of his studies and all the rest that's going on in his life, to apologise now for the further impost I'm about to place on it. So I do need to thank Steve at the outset, but also my mum and my brothers and sisters. Many of you know my extended family on my side, on the government side of the House, who've also been an enormous support to me over the many years. Sadly, Dad is no longer here to see this. I know in his inimitable fashion he would have been very proud, but would have rung me up afterwards to tell me what I'd done wrong. Often your greatest fans or your greatest critics. So I know he will be somewhere looking down upon me and delighted at how I am doing, as he is in all his children. Thank you very much for this honour. I look forward to serving the House well and with distinction, and if we could all remember that we serve this Parliament and the people of Australia and uphold the dignity it deserves. Thank you very much. The Prime Minister.
I rise, Madam Speaker, to congratulate you on your election. You and I know each other well. We've known each other for, if not a whole lifetime, at least half of it, coming into this parliament in the same election and knowing each other for a large number of years before that. You have always been a very hard-working, very focused, very diligent member of this parliament, someone who could teach a large number of others about what it means to be a servant of your constituency. You've always been a very feisty advocate of your part of the world, and I've had the pleasure of visiting your electorate with you on a number of occasions and seeing how appreciated your efforts are there. You're also someone who made a deliberate decision to specialise in the work of this parliament. Some come to this parliament with their eyes set on the executive. Some come to this parliament fully appreciating the roles and opportunities that parliament can give. You came to this parliament with the capacities to address many of the opportunities that being in parliament, being in opposition, being in government can bring. but you did make a deliberate decision during your career to focus on what it is to be a parliamentarian and what it is to be a servant of this parliament. And so, with some twists and turns along the way, that has led you to here tonight and to your election today. I congratulate you on your election. I know your family, glued to 24, will be absolutely delighted. I've had the opportunity to meet with your family on more than one occasion. Their pride in you is palpable, and I'm sure that pride is absolutely running over tonight. Can I say too, as someone who as recently as this morning was speaking at a women's breakfast about women's roles in Parliament, women's roles in leadership, I spoke this morning about the trailblazing role of Joan Childs in this parliament, being the first woman to serve as Speaker. I think it's very fitting indeed that 26 years later we are here welcoming another woman as Speaker of this parliament. And so I think that as a role model to other women who may be looking at this place and thinking about what could potentially be their role within it, your election to the speakership today provides another role model for those women and girls. So my personal congratulations to you, my congratulations as Prime Minister, my congratulations as Federal Labor leader. We will do everything we can to work with you. I can't quite make that a guarantee of the best of behaviour on all occasions, but I promise you we will be trying and respecting your office and your rulings and your efforts as Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Madam Speaker, this has been a remarkable parliament in so many ways, but it is remarkable in this sense. It is the first parliament in the history of the Commonwealth to have had 3 speakers in the life of a single parliament. I hope, Madam Speaker, that you will learn from the example of the first Speaker of this parliament, the member for Scullin. I honour your words earlier this evening, your words of respect for the first Speaker of this parliament. I also honour your words of sympathy and appreciation for the second Speaker of this parliament. Whatever we think of the second Speaker of this parliament, this is a tragic night for him and for his family. Madam Speaker, I regret the fact that you were unable to be the Deputy Speaker early in this parliament because the politics of this parliament meant that your own party didn't see fit to nominate you as Deputy Speaker. I regret the fact that you were unable to accept our nomination as Speaker back in November of last year, when I think you would have done an outstanding job in the chair after the member for Scullin was, for one reason or another, unable to continue. So I do regret the fact that you've come late to this chair. Nevertheless, Madam Speaker, let me say that you have served very competently in the time you have acted as Speaker in this chamber, and I am confident that you will discharge your duties faithfully and honourably for the duration of this parliament.
The Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and can I congratulate you also on your election to this high office. You've certainly served an unusual apprenticeship, but you come into the Speaker's chair completing the final task of the work of Speaker in this parliament with the experience of having led a number of question times and been involved in the procedures of this House at a very intimate level. I congratulate you on your election. As the Leader of the Opposition said, we did try to nominate you once previously, so that reflects our respect for you in the position. You have a particularly challenging task to build on the dignity and honour of the profession and to restore some of the hurt that obviously is in the chamber on this day. I believe that you will undertake that responsibility with great diligence and considerable ability. I acknowledge also that this has been a particularly difficult day for your predecessor. I commend his decision to resign, and I know that his very action can help then therefore to start the rebuilding process so that this House can earn and deserve the respect of the Australian people as it gets about its important work of legislating for the people of this country. Congratulations on your election. We assure you of our support. We will try to be as well behaved as the circumstances might permit, but you have demonstrated in the time that you've been in the chair a willingness to deal with issues and with people in a sympathetic way as possible, and we wish you well in your new position.
The Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Madam Speaker, I should say, I hesitate to rise before the Leader of the House, but I see that the Leader of the House is otherwise detained at the cross benches. But I do want to congratulate you, Madam Speaker, on your election unanimously of the House tonight as Speaker. This has been an extraordinary day in Australian politics, another chaotic and extraordinary day in the 43rd Parliament. And in congratulating you as the new Speaker of the House, and as you point out, as the second woman to fill that role, and I congratulate you on your long service to the Parliament and rising to this very high office. And in doing so, can I pay tribute to the member for Fisher, as the previous Speaker, who showed the good judgment tonight to resign that the Prime Minister failed to show today in the House. I'll leave it at that, Madam Speaker, because I don't want to cast a pall over your election. But the facts remain that the member for Fisher showed the judgment tonight to resign that the Prime Minister did not show today yet again in this House. Can I also say, Madam Speaker, that this is the culmination of my own nomination of you 11 months ago. And the tumult that has gripped the House for the last 11 months, particularly the last 6 months, could all have been avoided if the Labor Party had accepted my nomination of you as Speaker 11 months ago. But it's 11 months late, but not too late, Madam Speaker, for you to make an indelible imprint on the Parliament. And thirdly, can I say, Madam Speaker, that this is another unprecedented day. To have 3 speakers in the 43rd Parliament is something that I've promised the clerks we will not have in the 44th Parliament. I'm sure the Australian public will look forward in the 44th Parliament. Whomever wins the coming election, whether it is the Labor Party or the Coalition, I can be absolutely certain the Australian public will never invest in a hung Parliament again after the chaos and scandal that has beset this Parliament. And I hope, Madam Speaker, that in the tenure that you hold as Speaker, that you will be able to restore some of the integrity to the Parliament. And as Manager of Opposition Business, I look forward to the opportunity of working closely with you to help restore that integrity.
The Leader of the House has the call.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm going to speak to the resolution that's before the Chair. And I'm sure that you will be very strong in enforcing the standing orders as they apply as the Speaker of the House of Representatives. You and I know each other extremely well. We both, in terms of came into this Parliament, you had a second child, but we had a first child at around about the same time. And certainly the difficulties of juggling family with the representational roles, yourself, particularly in what was a marginal seat that you've managed to turn into a much more safe seat for this side of politics. You are someone who has had a great deal of experience as the Deputy Speaker serving on the Speaker's panel. You have had the experience of discussions with regard to the application of the new standing orders that exist in this Parliament, and at all times you have displayed integrity and a sense of respect for this magnificent chamber of which we have the honour of serving in. Madam Speaker, which is a nice thing to say. Madam Speaker, I say to you, congratulations. This is indeed an honour that I know your husband and dear Madeline and John will be very pleased with. I think it is a credit to you, the way that you've conducted yourself, the fact that you've been elected to this position this evening, and I look forward to working with you as the Leader of the House of Representatives.
The member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Australian Greens, just very briefly, I'd like to congratulate you on your election to this role. I know from my experience of having worked with you on the selection committee, as well as having seen you in this parliament, that you take very seriously the at times competing obligations that this unique parliament imposes on the Speaker, and I have absolutely no doubt that in the coming months you'll continue to exercise that very high standard of integrity. And once again, and I think probably on behalf of several other members of the crossbench, congratulate you on your election.
Thank you very much. The Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I understand that the Governor-General will advise when she will be pleased to receive you as Speaker.
I thank the Prime Minister. The next business is the election of the Deputy Speaker. The honourable member for Throsby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I start by congratulating you, unconditionally, unqualified. The elevation to this most august role in this parliament deserves no less. It's my great pleasure, Deputy Speaker, to nominate my friend, the member for Hindmarsh, to be the Deputy Speaker. He has informed me tonight that this is actually the anniversary of his 8th year as a member of this place. And in the time that I've been here, considerably shorter than 8 years, I've known him to be a man of great integrity and a fine parliamentarian. I know that he has served well on the Speaker's panel, and he's been an active member of this place, and that he is well respected across the aisle. He's served his constituency with vigour and pride, and when he has come to this place, he has served as a parliamentarian with principle, diligence and with honour. I've had the great privilege recently to witness the work that he has done as a parliamentarian in advancing the cause and interests of members of this place in the important issue of prostate cancer. I'm also aware of the great work and energy that he puts into in advancing the cause and interests of the Special Broadcasting Service. And one of the qualities that I think will serve him well, in particularly his role as Deputy Speaker, is where I witnessed the member for Hindmarsh put an enormous amount of work into seeking to achieve a bipartisan solution to probably the issue that has greatest troubled this parliament, the issue of how we deal with and discharge our humanitarian obligation to asylum seekers. It was the member for Hindmarsh who reached out across the aisle and to members of the crossbenches to attempt to forge a bipartisan solution which would meet the needs, our humanitarian interests, as well as the political interests of this place. Regretfully, we were unable to achieve that, but that is in no part due to the lack of vigour and effort and principle that the member for Hindmarsh took to this place. I'm sure he will be a great assistant to you, Deputy Madam Speaker. It is the will of the Parliament to accept the member for Hindmarsh as the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, member.
I move that the member for Hindmarsh be the Deputy Speaker.
Is the motion seconded? The member for Kingston has the call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate you on your elevation to the role of speakership. It gives me great pleasure to nominate the member for Hindmarsh as the Deputy Speaker. I've known Steve for a long, long time, and he has been a man that's always behaved with great honour. He's always had a lot of integrity and always been known as a good Labor man. Steve was elected to this parliament 8 years 8 years ago today, Madam Speaker, and I'd just like to say happy anniversary to Steve for his election. Since that time, he has been a champion for his electorate of Hindmarsh and every elector within that. I often get to meet some of Steve's electors as I'm out and about in Adelaide, and nobody has ever said a bad word about Steve. They know that he is there standing up for them in this place with all his guts and fight that he has in them. So I'd like to reflect on his great work he does in the electorate. Steve is also, the member for Hindmarsh has also served on the Speaker's panel for 5 years, and during that time I think he showed and demonstrated that he has the skills to perform the role as Deputy Speaker. I think he's shown during that time that he's a very inclusive Member of Parliament, a very compassionate and very fair person, and I think those values will serve him well in his role as Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've also had the pleasure of not only knowing Steve for a long time, but also serving with him in committee work. In the 41st Parliament, he was Deputy Chair of the Health and Ageing Committee and has become Chair of that committee in the 42nd and 43rd Parliament. I served under him while he was Chair in the 42nd Parliament, and I have to say he commanded a great deal of respect from all sides of the House as we went through a number of different important inquiries which he steered incredibly well. I have to say that the member for Hindmarsh will make a great Deputy Speaker, and I know that he's supported very much by his beautiful wife Wendy and his son Alex and George. So, on that note, I think he is a very, very excellent candidate for the role of Deputy Speaker, and I second him for that position.
Is there any further proposals? The member for Sturt.
Madam Speaker, I have great pleasure in nominating the member for Maranoa as the Deputy Speaker. I have nominated the member for Maranoa on numerous occasions to be the Deputy Speaker, and I hope on this occasion that the member for Maranoa might be successful. Without detracting from the member for Hindmarsh, who's been here for 8 years, the member for Maranoa has in fact been here since 1990. He has served the parliament with great distinction. He served the parliament as a minister for 6 years in the Howard government, the Minister for Veterans Affairs, the Minister assisting as the Minister for Defence. He's also served as a chairman of significant committees in this place over a long time, and has served as the second Deputy Speaker for this parliament and the previous parliament. In fact, there is no better qualified member of the parliament to serve as the Deputy Speaker than the member for Maranoa. I'm absolutely delighted the member for Maranoa has been pre-selected to serve as the member for Maranoa in hopefully the 44th Parliament, should he be elected. I think they count the vote. They weigh the vote in Maranoa as opposed to count it, Madam Speaker. So I assume he'll be back here and be elected. It gives me great pleasure to move the member for Maranoa to be the Deputy Speaker of this Parliament after the tumult of the last 2 years.
The member for Windsor. The member for New England. What
for
am
New
I saying?
England, Madam Speaker,
it's been a long day.
I'd like to first congratulate you, but also to second the nomination of the member for Maranoa, and it's a great pleasure to join with the member for Sturt, who we had an occasion only 2 years ago where we were very close to one another, and I'm delighted that to be able to support you in your nomination of the member for Maranoa. The member for Maranoa has had an outstanding career in this parliament. He knows the job extraordinarily well in terms of the speakership, and I'm sure he'll be of great assistance to you, Madam Speaker, and it's a great privilege and a pleasure to second the member for Maranoa in this position.
Is there any further proposals? The time for proposals has expired. The question is that the ballot be now taken. Done. In accordance with Standing Order 14, the bells will be rung and a ballot taken. Honourable members should resume their usual seats for the ballot.
Yeah, but I swapped it with someone. I'll swap as long as I get two.
Time has expired. Ballot papers will now be distributed. I remind honourable members that this ballot is for the election of Deputy Speaker. Only one name should be written on the ballot paper. The candidate who has the greater number of votes shall be the Deputy Speaker. The candidates are the member for Marinara and the member for Hindmarsh. Will honourable members please write on the ballot paper the name for the candidate for whom they wish to vote? Either will do. The individual's name can be written on the ballot paper. Bruce Scott or Steve Georgianis. The member for Sturt on a point of order. The member for Sturt on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, you said that the members should be in their usual seats. The Leader of the House is in the cross benches and filling out. It seems to be filling out another's ballot paper.
Could the Leader of the House please return to his seat during the ballot? The result of the ballot is Mr Scott 74 votes, Mr Georgianis 70 votes. Mr Scott, the member for Marinara, is elected Deputy Speaker. Congratulations. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to congratulate the member for Maranoa on his election. Obviously, we don't see eye to eye on a range of political issues, but I've always found him one of the gentlemen in this parliament. I have had the opportunity to speak to him about a range of issues. He's always shown a great deal of courtesy when he's raised issues that are dear to his heart, including some representations he made to me about distance education, I remember in particular, and government did amend its policy because of the representations by him and a number of others in this parliament. So I am sure that he will serve in this role with great distinction. He is someone for whom there have been some twists and turns in the journey as well, but we welcome his election, and on behalf of the government and the Federal Labor Party, I can certainly say that we will look forward to working with him. The same caveat applies, as I said to Madam Speaker. I can't always promise you perfection in behaviour, but we will do our very best to work with you in a spirit of goodwill and decency.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I congratulate the member for Maranoa. It is, Madam Speaker, obviously a tremendous honour for a opposition member of parliament to win a ballot in this chamber, and the fact that the member for Maranoa has won the ballot for deputy speakership testifies to his qualities as a man, as a member of this parliament, and as a deputy speaker. Yet again, we are in unusual circumstances, Madam Speaker, with a member of the opposition elected as Deputy Speaker. I presume the standing orders will now operate in the ordinary way. We will have to have another ballot, but I congratulate the member for Maranoa on his election to this high office.
The Leader of the Nationals.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm delighted to congratulate my friend and colleague and neighbour, partners in the Parliament in the class of 1990, on his election as Deputy Speaker. Bruce has spent a lot of time in the chair. He's therefore well experienced and well able to undertake the task. He's a great champion of rural and regional Queensland, and indeed regional Australia generally, and it's appropriate that his service is recognised by in this special way as well. He moves up one place, you move up one place, and we therefore have now a very experienced Speaker and Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure they'll provide great leadership to this House. Congratulations, Bruce, and best wishes in your new position.
The Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to join the congratulations for the member for Maranoa. It has always been a pleasure in visiting the member for Maranoa's electorate, and it is an electorate that would fit a few hundred, if not thousand, of my electorate in that vast part of western and southwestern Queensland. And the member for Maranoa is someone who has the respect of everyone in this House. As the Minister for Infrastructure and Transport, I regularly receive representations from the member for Maranoa. They are always genuinely put. They are put in a way which is not political, which is about him representing his constituents in a very honourable way. I had the great pleasure of being at the Birdsville races in particular with the member for Maranoa and can attest to the high esteem in which he is held by his constituents. And certainly he isn't a bad tipster, although I think everyone in our party did okay that day. But of course the Birdsville races aren't really just about the racing, and it is a great iconic Australian event. And indeed the Birdsville Community Centre that I got to open that day and other centres visited in his electorate on a number of occasions. So I congratulate him on the election, and certainly in terms of Mr Scott, I welcome continuing to work with him. He has been a very good Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure he'll continue to be one.
The Manager of Opposition Business.
Very briefly, Madam Speaker, I have nominated the member for Maranoa on numerous occasions to be the Deputy Speaker. It's nice to have a win. Congratulations to the member for Maranoa on his election. He will fulfil the role perfectly as the Deputy Speaker of this Parliament, and I look forward to working with him in the chair.
The member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just very briefly, I'd like to also congratulate the member for Maranoa on his elevation. I hear a lot of heckles coming from that part of the chamber, but I must say, when the member's been in the chair, I've never known anything but impartiality, and I presume that will continue, so I congratulate him.
The member for Hume.
Madam Speaker, I don't want to put a mozza on the member for Maranoa, but I have to say to you, Madam Speaker, that Bruce Scott was one of the best ministers in the portfolio that he had in the Howard government. I've known him to be a very honourable and honest individual, and believe it or not, I very much admire Bruce Scott. The fact that he's a member of the National Party, or now he's a member of the LNP, doesn't really matter to me. He's just a special individual, as is his wife, and I wish him well, and I know he'll do a 100% job as the Deputy Speaker in the House of Representatives for all members.
The member for Maranoa.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and first of all may I congratulate you on being the second female elected to the Speaker's role in this place. You certainly deserve that. I've worked with you over a number of years now, and you have always brought dignity and a spirit of cooperation in the role. Meeting every morning as we have in the past, we can run through the blue to see what's coming up in case there may be some blues occur in the House, and we've been able to discuss those very much in the role as Speakers and Deputy Speakers as it should be. Can I also thank my nominators, the member for Sturt and the member for New England, for their confidence in me, and also the way that the House has showed confidence in my ability to take out this role as the Deputy Speaker. I guess just listening to the comments after the announcement, I'm one of those lucky people here tonight, just per chance that my wife is in the gallery up there, and I'm not quite sure that she recognised the person you were speaking about. But it is for me, and I know it wasn't for you, Madam Speaker, that your family couldn't be with you, but it's per chance my wife was here to experience this tonight, and it's just one of those things that was quite by accident in a way that she's been able to join us here tonight. Can I just say I've been able to work with you as the deputy to you, Speaker, but I think we all learned a great deal from Harry Jenkins. He was in many ways a mentor to many people in this place, including those on the Speaker's panel. And I think we were able to bring, the quiet confidence and I think the quiet respect that Harry always kind of instilled in us as his two deputies in the start of this Parliament. We can certainly bring that in this role that we both have now. And I just thank the former Speaker and the member for Fisher for his very kind words about myself today. Unfortunately, I was not in the chamber at the time. I was actually up at the Telstra function here tonight, lobbying Telstra to get more mobile phones in Western Queensland in a quiet and dignified way. And they did listen to me.
But I do thank the member for Fisher for his comments that were very kindly spoken of me tonight. So I want to assure the House that my role as the Deputy Speaker will, as I've always been, wanting to be impartial and make sure that you are all heard in silence. That's not always possible. There are the standing orders that govern the role that we take in this place, Madam Speaker, as you know, and it's the one that I believe that gives this chamber the great power that it has. And I respect the standing orders, and the standing orders, of course, that were amended a little in this parliament, I think has only made it a better place. So with that, I certainly look forward to working with all of you in this chamber. Thank you for your confidence you've shown in me tonight, and I can assure you I won't be letting you down. And the Leader of Government Business in the House, all I can say is that I've now taken the former Speaker, Jenkins, to Birdsville. I've taken the Leader of the Opposition to Birdsville races, but we still have your shirt that has hamburger juice all down the front to auction one day, and one day I hope it's worth enough money to seal a few kilometres of road out in Western Queensland. And I thank the House tonight.
Can I also congratulate the member for Marinara? We've worked many years together, and he's an honourable Deputy Speaker, and I know he'll do the position proud, and I congratulate him. The Leader of the House.
Oh, I say to the Deputy Speaker, what goes on tour should stay on tour. And understanding Order 32A, I move the House to now adjourn.
The question is the House to now adjourn. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required? No. The Speaker's on her feet. The House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.